Hi, guys and girls. Welcome back to Let's Talk Geeky. And tonight
Yeah.
you've got the pleasure of mine and Wendy's company, Wendology, and me, TJ Maybe. No Jim the Viking. I think he's pissed off. Arr, arr.
And Nosferatu.
Yes, and I've not, and my Cylon is up there somewhere. So, yes, I moved him so he's not actually standing over my shoulder protecting me
Yes.
from Nosferatu.
You'll
Which is
have to.
actually, he obviously is a very good protector because he's all in silver. So, there you go. So, an eventful couple of days. Am I hearing my echo? Or did I hear someone? Are you got something
Hey,
running in the background?
Captain Marty Spock. Ahoy, Captain.
Aha! Right, there you go. So, hi, Grand Moff. You can pop in and
Ahoy,
out the stream at
Captain Spock.
all times. No problem all there. Hi, Colin. Thank you for joining us. And ahoy, Captain. We'll try no slag you. We'll try no mention anything that you've actually told us about anything at all. But in any issues, we'll just have the front rank kneeling ready to fire, and then the rest of us can run.
Kiddook.
So, well, I've been watching, thanks to the Mega Geek's recommendation, I've been watching Reacher. So far, I've only got to episode 7. I've not started episode 7. So the first 6 episodes so far are great, and thank you, Ian the Mega Geek, for his recommendations. You've been watching anything else? You've been watching anything this week?
Oh no, I'm watching. We finished watching we finished watching Life on Mars this week again because we've seen it twice. Now this is my second time through. We're going to start on Ashes to Ashes next. I jumped back into my Dark Shadows DVD set because I haven't fully gotten through that yet because that's like over 1,000 episodes, so that takes a while to get through.
Just a couple of days, yeah.
Yeah, just a few. And hey, Mr. Hyde, thanks for joining us. What else have I been watching? I watched a couple of horror films. I watched one called Snow Beast, which was from the 70s, and it was basically like a TV movie, and that was fun. It was about like a sort of Sasquatch type thing, but like in a ski resort. And it had that great 70s disaster movie vibe. You know, it was like either a monster movie or a disaster movie in the 70s. They did those really well.
Yes, they did. There's some great monster movies of the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
There's some silly ones as well. Schlock. Have you ever seen Schlock?
No.
Oh, it's a comedy. It is in, I think the guys who made things like the Kentucky Fried Movie, that type of movie, made Schlock. But it's in the same vibe. It's basically the missing link. So you've got reporters talking about the murders in the thing, and you see a bag full of body parts, and the hands sort of going like that, crawling out of the body bag. It's a silly monster movie, but it's just one of those ones. There's a bit in it. The reason I remember it is I watched it not long after I watched The Blob. You remember The Blob?
Oh yes.
Oh yes. J-Lo, right? Well, I'd watched that, and then I'd watched Slok about a week later, and there's a bit in the Slok where he goes into cinema, and he's watching it, and basically he's watching The Blob, and a bit where the Blob's coming through the cinema screen, he's going up at the screen because he's meant to be a missing link. He doesn't understand that what he's seeing and see the screen. All he knows is it's a cinema, and he's sitting in a cinema. So he keeps looking behind him for the Blob coming out, although it's showing it on the screen. It's just one of those silly things. They take it, and I quite enjoyed. So I do like monster movies in the 70s ones. I hate ones that we have to show how realistic it is. No, you need to be a monster movie. They don't need to be realistic because, let's all be fair, we didn't watch American Werewolf in London just so to see a real werewolf. We wanted to see the
transformation,
werewolf, the transformation.
Yeah.
We didn't think he looked real once he transformed, but we wanted to we want to see that. It's like watching Teen Wolf. Teen Wolf to me, watching Michael J. Fox turn into the wolf is as good as watching American Werewolf in London. One
God, it's
is
been
really
ages
done.
since I saw
One
that.
is really well done, and the other one is a bit campier of the makeup. But to me, the two of them look as realistic as a werewolf can look, considering it's not a real thing.
It's been like a long time since I'm pretty sure I saw that, and it's been ages, because I can kind of remember thinking to myself that it was a decent transformation in that one.
Yeah.
In the Michael J. Fox one.
It was a good one, but it wasn't American Werewolf in London good.
Oh hell no. No.
So
that there's not much like that.
Comedy and stuff like that. But when it comes down to it, the end result for both of them, one looked very comical compared to the other. But to me, the two of them were as good as each other because there is no werewolf. So who's to say what is more real? Lon Chaney Jr.'s Wolfman is as good as any for the same reason.
That's a classic, and it's obviously of its time, and it just had the most wonderful actors in it, and it's just classic.
Yeah.
So automatically gets top billing.
Still game, I see.
Yes, I always forget to mention something, and Darren reminded me. Yeah, we're Howling.
Still absolutely game is superb. How do you like Isa?
Oh, I love her. I love them all. They're just great characters.
Jack, Victor, and Isa are just superb.
Honest to God.
And even Winston with his leg.
Oh yeah, the one we just watched. Winston got banned from the Klansman because Bobby gave him some cloudy beer, and he got pissy about it. So he spit it all over the bar or something, and Bobby banned him. So then he spends the whole rest of the episode trying to sneak his way in there.
Yeah, it's the same. That's why I've got my T-shirt. It says 2 pints prick.
Yeah,
that's Jack and Victor to Bobby.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah. That is. And
I loved Cell Game. It's superb. I've seen them
every time.
Twice, so
yeah, every time we need a bit of a pick me up, we pop that on lately. And Archer Collin mentioned The Howling and Mr. Hyde as well. That's the other one I was going to say. I love the transformation scene in, and my mom and I saw that in the theaters when it came out, and it scared the absolute bejesus out of us. I love The Howling, the first one.
I don't know if I've actually seen it.
It's really good.
Especially a lot of the 70s ones. I remember a lot of visuals from thingy, but she's trying to remember the names of them because
The Howling is really good. It's very dark, and it's very but it's a little campy. It doesn't take itself too seriously, but it's got Patrick McGee.
Mm-hmm.
It's got John Carradine, very much late in his career. The wonderful John Carradine.
Yeah.
It's got Dee Wallace, who's been in quite a few horror movies and various things. And I think Josh Brolin, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't quite remember. But it's got a good cast, and it's just fun. It's just great, scary fun.
Yep. I'm just actually reading. He's still good. He's still talking about Still Game. Mina and Naveed.
Oh my God,
Mina is absolutely, totally Indian Glasgow.
Honest to God, we cry. We are literally crying, laughing, watching it. It's so funny.
Naveed, see when you get to the one with the Halloween, sorry, not Halloween, New Year's party, where they introduce Naveed and Mina. So they do a back in time one, and it is absolutely hilarious. And
do they ever show her face on camera? Because she never really goes on camera. No, I like that.
You never see her face.
I think that's a nice sort of gag
nice
because
it's a good gag because even on screen where she comes on screen and she removes the screen she has, she's got a wee remember Wilson from Home Improvements. Even when
it was the guy over the fence.
Yes, and when he would come out to the audience, he always had a wee fence thing on him around him, so you could actually you wouldn't see his face. Well, when he was Mina was on stage, she did that, and she had a Robbie Williams fence. It was the three faces of Robbie Williams and stuff like that. So they would play up.
Very good.
And Mina and Naveed are two of the funniest characters. Mina, the
brilliant.
fact is, the stuff she's saying is just pure Glasgow. So it is, but she's obviously saying it in her own language, and it just makes it funnier. They don't. It's none of this. Giving her saying it with an accent or whatever.
She's just saying it in her natural accent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's just a natural accent, and her natural accent has got naturally Scottish humour in it because even though English is her second language, she's probably been brought. I mean, you understand that by what she's saying to him.
Yeah.
Calling him a dauber and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not just a case of it's just a different language. It's just a different language saying the same words, and that's what I love about it. Mina is superb. I love.
I know, it's so funny. It is really funny. It just brightens our whole day when we watch it. It's great. Mr. Hyde says every time I hear the name Dee Wallace, I always think of Cujo. I know what you mean.
Dog. The dog.
Yeah, they made a film, and she played the mother in the film Cujo, based on the Stephen King book, which I read years ago.
Remember, Cujo was the book in Friends. Kept getting put in the fridge.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because
I can't remember that.
Remember, Joey and Rachel. Because Rachel comes in and she opens their freezer, and there's a book. She says, "What's a book in here? What? Oh, why is there a book in the freezer?" And he goes, "Oh, that's Cujo. Just put it back." And she says, "No, it's really bad. Put it back." And she no. So she takes it to read, and he walks in, and she's sitting there, goes, "Oh," and he goes, "What is it?" She says, "I'm going to put it back." So she puts it back in the freezer because Cujo is just such a scary book.
It is. It is. That book gave me nightmares, and I'm like a horror fanatic, so it's saying something. And the film was okay. It wasn't a patch on the book. The book was really absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
The stuff of nightmares, but yeah. Oh, Mr. Hyde says my uncle at that time had a Saint Bernard. Oh my God.
Did it have the wee barrel round its neck? Because every time you see them on the TV, they've always got a barrel round their neck.
They're used for the rescue. Yeah. Barrel full of booze.
Yeah. I always wanted one of those dogs just so I could get the wee barrel.
Oh yeah. They
don't get much from my
dogs.
You don't get much from my dogs.
Oh, they're lovely. They're just big mush bags they are, but they have swamp mouth. We had a Great Dane who was lovely, and we loved her to bits. And she was the most sweetest, gentlest dog. She was huge, naturally, but she had swamp mouth as well. Every time they take a drink, it's like the swamp mouth thing, with the drool hanging everywhere. And I used to run. I couldn't take the drool, and I used to just get the hell out of the room if she had just taken a drink, because then she'd want to come over and stick her head in your lap, and she'd be, oh my God.
Yes, one of my friends had a Great Dane, and they used to have
I can't do the drool
because it was enormous for the wee sister, and she used to ride on it. But big gentle giant. But
they're lovely dogs. Yeah, lovely.
Critters is good. It's so ZT, but there is a few. I remember, what was it? Was it Critters? What was the one they did? They did Critters, obviously. They wanted to. It was almost a horror version of. Magwai, what's that one?
Oh, Gremlins.
Gremlins. It was a horror version of Gremlins critters.
Yeah.
Remember, just all teeth.
Yeah.
They also did one roughly about the same time. It was about an alien, and it had like almost a crawl type of thing it would throw, but it would land in the back, and it was just teeth, and it would chew through them. I'm trying to even remember the name of that one. That was a 70s horror, which I love, a sci-fi horror. So it didn't have a laser gun or anything like that. It just fired these things, and it was like spinners, but they didn't hit and stick in the neck. It actually would land on and then just chew. So if it hit you, got in the face, it
reminds me a little tiny bit of the critters from Buckaroo Banzai that the red lectroids used to throw, and it was like a little star-shaped thing, and then they would throw it, and it would like attach itself to the person that they threw it at, and then they would end up dying from it. I can't remember what they called them. That's kind of that reminds me of that a little bit.
Well, since I've watched Buckaroo Banzai, so it has been a real life. I've got it, but I've not watched the DVD yet. See, terrible. I can't do anything like that.
I'm addicted to this. That's for too dull.
That's just my message. I'm just getting messages.
Ghoulies. I remember that. Grand Moff Miranda just said Ghoulies. Yeah.
Ghoulies. Yes. I always used to me, that was always a funny one. And it was only because of the name. Because you would get them by the Ghoulies. And in Scotland, the Ghoulies is definitely not what you want to be got by.
No, exactly. You don't want to be kicked in the those. No. I've heard them referred to that in the States as well, in a sort of slightly humorous way. Mr. Hyde, grr, arg, yes.
Yes.
I know, he is just like the grr, arg guy. Grr,
yes.
Arg. I know, I have my own grr, arg guy. I'm so psyched. I love this thing. What was I going to say? Another one I watched recently was not Gremlins, but there was one called Gremlin, about this thing that comes, it's like this little freaky looking little creature that comes out of one of these magic boxes. And the movie is really bad. It was a howler. It was a howler, but it was funny, and it was freaky. It was definitely scary in parts, for sure. It's very very violent, but it is pretty it's pretty lame. It's pretty lame, but it is funny. But the creatures in it look just like the creatures that they used in bigger versions of the creatures that they used in what's the name of that horror movie? Cloverfield. It's like a tiny version of the Cloverfield monsters that you don't really see a lot of, but you get a sense of what they're like, really distorted looking.
Yeah.
And that's what this thing was like.
Do you know what they reminded me of? The Cloverfield monsters, the white spikes from Tomorrow War, because of the legs. And stuff
they
like
did
that.
a bit. Yeah. I'm kind of sort of remembering those. Yeah, because they were like jumping off the walls at them, weren't they? They were were nasty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they would climb down the walls and jump at them.
Yes. Yeah. I love Cloverfield. That's one of my absolute favorite horror movies. Especially because of the way it starts off. It's got that slow burn, but then all of a sudden when it starts, it just hits the ground running, and it's just straight out action from then on. And that scene in the underground where they're in the train tunnel, and then he shines the torch up, and you can see them on the ceiling. Then they were like little miniature versions. They were really scary. I forget what they were like. They were kind of like
the silence, the bit when they looked up.
Yeah, no, they were really scary. They were like really fast. almost like insectoid type things running on the ceiling after them. Oh,
see that scene from the silence, the Doctor Who episode, when they look up and they see all the silence on the screen. That's what that reminded me of. It's almost like somebody says, you need to actually plan up like they did in that movie, because of the bit when she signs up and they're just and they all come rushing. To me,
that was
that's
good.
what they did in the silence when they looked up and they saw all the silence up there.
Yeah, Moffat can do scary for sure.
Yes, but I think it's along the similar lines that, unlike a lot of the other writers, Disney Steel, it makes a homage to slightly different, because you can see other directors who literally just take it and use it rather than actually take it and sort of twist it around where it's a homage. Sure, got it on the screen sitting there, so I have, but I need to press the button each time.
He's lovely.
I know, terrible.
He glows in the dark too. He's the one that's got like the iridescent thing.
Yeah.
He hasn't been in the light lately though. So I haven't been in the office since Friday. But oh yeah, I remember you got that. Yeah, that's cool.
I'll take him out the box and start chasing him around the field.
Yeah. I very rarely. I'm very torn about taking things out of boxes.
Yes.
My inner child immediately wants to take it out of the box and play with it. But depending upon what it is, I can either kind of like keep my willpower, or I just completely break down and I have to take it out of the box. And this was one of those things, because Nosferatu is like my favorite vampire.
Yeah. The same as I took out my Cylon, I've got my Pat Troughton out the box, and I've got my Godzilla out the box. The only thing I've not got out the box, well, apart from my feature from the Black Lagoon, is Ash v the Evil Dead. And it's because there's so many parts with that.
Yes.
Because there's like 4 faces that he could put on. He could put in his hand. I'd
be terrified of losing all the bits.
There's too many wee bits. And I've also got my Jane Cobb, and there's a couple of, he's got his dagger and a couple of rifles and stuff like that. So he's still in the box. I've got a Judge Dredd in the box, same idea, multiple different small parts. I would need to put a box with just all the small parts from all the models if I was going to do that. And it's sort of, I like to keep them together. So some of them are still in boxes, but some of them that don't have parts definitely come out the boxes. If the feature from the Black Lagoon was in a box that I could just take the lid off and put them in and out, he would be out of the pack. But because that's one of those blister packs, once you've taken them out the pack, that's it. You can't go back in at all. So.
Yeah, I know. I say we do take certain things out of the box, like the eagle moss.
Yes.
Things like I've got my little Peter Capaldi here.
Yep.
Next to my computer.
Up there, I've got a lot of them.
You've had a nice setup there. We picked up I think I said the last Saturday, we picked up a mummy to go along with Sutek.
Yes.
Of the same. But we're going to go, when we can, we're going to go and get a second mummy, because there was always 2 in the shots that I remember. So we were sort of commenting, we'll have to get a second one so we can sort of put one on either side of him.
Yes, I have.
He's awfully pale, yeah. Yes. Not unlike me.
Yeah. And it's just basically Colin used to have several Aurora glow-in-the-dark Universal monster kits.
Yeah, those were so cool.
My uncle used to have the lot, and any other monsters he got, he had luminous paint. So he would paint them all luminous, so they all glowed in the dark. Even any monsters he got, he would do that.
You know what other one I want?
That when we stayed at my granddad's, he would scratch the door and scratch the door. You'd open it and the hall would be pitch black. And he would scratch the door and scratch the door, and you would hide wait until he scratched the door and pull it open, and right in front of you would be a white shirt hanging with a hook. It's amazing things like that
Oh my
terrify you
God.
as a kid.
Yeah.
So
This,
you would sleep in his room, and you had all these glow in the dark monsters around you. So you'd be sitting like that.
oh, that would be so cool.
You'd be sitting like that, going like, and then
Yeah,
you
you'd be
would hear,
looking around.
then you would hear
Yeah,
on the door,
that would freak me out.
and then
Yeah.
you would open the door, and there's nothing, pitch black. And you'd open the door, nothing, pitch black. And you'd open the door, for Christ's sake, there's a white shirt singing there. It sort of makes you jump. That was my uncle.
I bet. Yeah.
He was a nutcase. He is still a nutcase. So yes, even in his old age, he's still a nutcase. So yes.
When me and my best friend were little, when we were young, we were probably, I don't know, 13, 14, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. But she had two brothers, and her eldest brother liked to prank us. And it would be like me, her, and her younger brother, and we'd all be playing, and we were down in the basement the one day, and their basement was like partitioned. So in the middle was like this cupboard area that had been built in, but it was like a push through cupboard, so you could access it from either side. But we were in one side of the basement, and we'd shut the door. There was like a door that you could shut to sort of really partition off both sides. And I didn't realize that the cupboard at the time had access from both sides of the basement. Well, unbeknownst to us, we were in there having a jolly time and playing, and all of a sudden we kept hearing a noise from inside the cupboard. And he kept it up and he kept it up. And then all of a sudden, he freaking burst through the cupboard doors, and he scared the shit out of us. Absolutely scared. We ripped the door off the hinges. We hit the door so hard running out of the room that we actually took it off the hinges.
See, the thing is,
I don't think his parents were too happy.
See, that to me is a deliberate act, and I can understand why kids wouldn't
so
be too
funny.
happy. But I did it, and it was an unconscious act. My dad used to have an echo mic for when he used to play sing on stage. He had an echo mic, so we had the setup, and all it was literally was just a wee tape. It was only it was on a loop. So if you plugged your mic into it and just turned it a wee bit, then it would record and replay it within that wee loop. So I used to we set that up one day for his CD one Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
So we thought we would be cool. So we would be talking very hi people, this is the bird brain. That was my handle. Hi, and we'd give it all that. So we were sitting over at Halloween giving it all this echoey, this stuff, and we could hear somebody cut the stairs, dead quiet. Then we turned round, and the door handle goes dead quiet, and it does, and it's my sister. Her head sort of pops round, and she says, "Oh my God, thank Christ it was you." All I heard was this echo. She was downstairs, didn't know we were upstairs with the echo mic playing, and all she could hear was the echo.
Must have scared her after death.
That to me is unintentional scary. We couldn't get blamed for that, but if we were doing it deliberately to wind up my sister, yes, that's a bit different.
I used to love to hide in the house and scare the crap out of my mom. So wonder she didn't strangle me. Or I didn't give her a heart attack. I was hiding around the door or around the side of like a half wall that we had in my house where I grew up. And she came around the corner and she had a box. Thankfully, it was a box of tissues and not like a brick or something, because I jumped out and scared her. She threw the box of tissues right in my head.
See, we used to do stuff like that, but we wouldn't do it.
God, that was funny.
We weren't that scared.
You know,
we were sisters, so we would actually, my sister would actually be picking like maybe a load of clothes up, and we would walk up behind her and just touch her at the waist and go, "Hurry!" And she boom, and everything would fly. So after, we would obviously wait until she'd folded all the clothes up, picked them up, to put them away. Then we would do it, which means they scattered all over the place. So we used to do that all the time, but we never had the guts to do it. And I told you what happened with my mum and dad, didn't I? When my dad tried to scare my mum.
Oh God.
We had an L-shaped hall with a light switch at either end.
Oh yeah, you said.
Yes.
And he kept
switching it off.
Yeah.
And she would switch it on, walk down the hall until the point she walked down, just didn't go back up to switch the light on. And at the bottom, he jumped in and goes, "Ha!" She went thump.
I was going to say she probably thumped him. Yeah.
Yeah, she actually knocked him. He landed in the bath. Basically, and he just sort of went, "Oh, I'm not doing that again."
Oh God! Well, what do you expect, man?
Exactly.
Oh my God! What I used to do? Do you remember? Do you remember slime? It was in a little green plastic garbage pail, like a bin.
If you could do it properly, you could get it to fart.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I figured out I could make it fart, and I would get behind the sofa, and my dad would be sat on the sofa with the Great Dane stretched out next to him, and he'd be watching telly. And I got behind the sofa this one night, and I kept making it fart. I was watching the back of his head, and he kept looking at the dog.
Poor dog getting the blame. That's the old Kenny Everett skit.
I was like fighting my fist trying not to laugh.
You remember the old Kenny Everett skit?
Oh,
basically, they're all sitting around the table, and they're all sitting eating their dinner. They're all giving it the. And Kenny Everett says, "You have to. I have to apologise. It's the dog. It's got a sore tummy, and I'll get us out the room." So he stands up and opens the door and goes, "Out, boy!" And the dog walks in. So, but that type of thing where you go the green slime. Yes, I remember doing that. We used to do it, but we used to have the whoopee cushions.
Oh, yeah.
We never put them under the cushions because when we first started it, we put them under the cushions. Somebody would sit down and stand up and go, "See what you've done." So we put them out the cushion from under the cushions, and we would sit behind.
Just make the noise. Yeah,
we would sit behind and wait until somebody was about to sit down and go, and then they would go, and they would lift up the cushion, and there's no whoopee cushion, so they couldn't blame it. And so because the thing is, when they stood up and brought out the whoopee cushion, everybody turns around and goes, "You two, stop that!" So the fact that they couldn't find a whoopee cushion, they couldn't blame it.
It was just like the big.
My dad was the worst for it. He would actually, unbeknownst to us, have you seen the Leslie Nielsen skit? When he actually sits and talks and he's got a fart button. And he would talk to people and then he would cross his leg, and as he would do that, he'd press the button and he would just do deadpan. And it's just people, he just used to do it to wind. So he would do it in the middle of an interview. He would press the button in his pocket. So people
my God.
He was sitting farm.
I'm like, I'm so... I'd never be able to keep a straight face. I'd be laughing my head off.
But my dad used to have one.
Oh my God!
He always, because my dad was a monumental. He used to sit at the table, making headstones and carving them and stuff like that. What he used to do is have one, and he would put it under there. So as he was sitting like that, and if any of his brothers walked past, because it was a family business, any of his brothers walked past, he would just do that, and his elbow, and
oh my God!
And he would just turn around and go, "Huh," and just continue on as if nothing had happened. The rest of his brothers and cousins are all sitting there going, "That's the one that just walked past," as if to say, "Yeah, filthy." Yeah. He was just sitting there walking around. Yeah, but he used to do that with us in the house. He just sitting there, we'd be coming in, we'd just sit down and go.
I'm like, well, again. Yeah. But, yes, I was just reading what Mr. Hyde said in the chat.
I'm just trying to play catch up, so I am as well. Right. We got to the bonus part of that. And the Judge Dredd one. I've seen the kits, but I've not had them. Yeah, I have. And there's Mr. W. A W. A K. I don't know why I keep on saying W. A K. AWK. I don't know. I'm dyslexic, and dyslexics of the world untie. So that's all I've got to say. Oh, and Alex, There he's there, look. I got it.
Oh, dear.
Look at that.
Oh.
That model. Mr.
Oh, that's cool.
To me because it is number 4 is the only one of the Thunderbirds I didn't have.
Oh, that's nice.
The rest of mine look as if they're actually cheap knockoff. Look at the detail in that. And basically, you can take the unit off, right? And you can attach it to this. And it sits on top of that. There's a battery. The battery's not working. Alex, that's why it's not working. So in effect, you attach it to that. Oh, come on.
I can't stop laughing now tonight. I'm completely gone now.
And with the battery working,
that's cool.
Underwater, so you can actually have that in the bath.
Oh, that is cool.
So I need to get a battery for it. That's the only thing. It was the battery. It was dead. So I'm in the process of trying to get a battery. But look at that for the detail.
That is really cool. Nice detail. Yeah.
So
really
thank
nice
you,
detail.
AWK. With a K with it, I can get that from.
That is cool.
But it makes all the rest of my Thunderbird stuff look as if they're cheap knockoffs. And they're not, but this one is the detail, and this one makes the rest of my stuff do.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
That is a nice piece.
It is a beautiful piece.
Mr. AJ is asking, is the window missing?
I never even noticed. Yes, there's the windows missing.
You mean like the little dome?
The wee dome
piece in the front? Yeah.
I didn't arrive. It was in the back. Because I checked it because obviously I got that out with it. But yes, I didn't even notice it didn't have the dome. But I'll still have the envelope somewhere.
This is the one I'm dying to take out of the package, but I'm not because of what it is.
There. I've got him up there. He's above my window. I've got him. I've got Spock. I've got Kirk. I've got Uhura, and I've got.
Oh, I just so want to take this out of the package so bad.
Yeah.
I'd have to get 2 and take one out. Keep the other one.
Yeah.
And I want an Action Man, and I can't find them. They're so hard to find now.
So I was just saying.
Very
that's
creepy.
Actually, how they sounded, but basically it's as near as I can get with the Duke voice. This is the voice of the best. I love the Captain Scarlet stuff. So I did.
Gone.
I used to do that as well with my kids. I all the time, with Matthew, but they knew it was me. So you have to let them know early on that the scares are coming from you. See, after that, when they get scared, they might give it the jump, but then it'd be a case of Dad. So it takes the fear away. As long as when they're grown up, you would do it deliberately scary. So you would walk up behind them and go, "Whoa!" and they would notice you. Then you would gradually do it. Because I know somebody who used to do it with these kids, and these kids used to be terrified of the lights going out because they knew he would scare them.
Oh God, yeah. You get into a little slightly delicate territory there.
You have to wind them in so that way you can terrify them, but it terrifies them for a split second.
You don't traumatize them.
Then you realise it's your dad, so they go, Dad! And that's what you want. You want them to give it that terrifying, but they know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
So I used to do that.
What was that? Grand Moff?
I phoned my
ex just the front door and told her. I told her that I would be home soon, then crept in and ran up the stairs roaring like a werewolf. I would have gone absolutely crazy.
Yep, a bit of a loon.
There would have been like a me-shaped hole
in
the side of the house.
Yes, unfortunately, in my house with my mum, it'd be a U-shaped hole.
Yeah. Oh God, that is funny as well.
The car, as soon as started, I would jump up behind her. She'd scream. Oh
my God!
Even I find that hilariously funny. Happening to me, I think I would actually only once. Well, according to my wife, twice, but only once I got that scared, and it was silly. It could have been really bad, but in our old house, I was going into the kitchen, and instead of walking in and switching on the light, standing in front of the cooker, because the light was at the door, so I would walk in the door, switch the light on, and the light bulbs and all that were above the head there, and I would put the kettle on, which was fine. But this time, as before I went in, my wife shouted at me, so I leaned in this way and switched the light on before I went in, and the lights exploded. If I'd gone in and did that, they would have exploded there. But I was outside the door, and they exploded, and I went, ah! And my wife never lets me live that down. Because, as she says, I scream like a big wuss. But it was just for the simple fact is the bang. Obviously, after we realised if I'd been in the kitchen, it would have been a lot worse. But it was the fact is I was standing outside, leaned in, went click, and it went bang, and I screamed like a big wuss. She says I did that when I did a sponsored abseil. It was the girl at the other side who was going down the other side who screamed all the way down, but because I had come down at the same time and they were concentrating on me, they said I screamed all the way down. And I'm adamant it was not me. No. I was a good boy. I never screamed. I was terrified, but I never screamed. But only once that I've actually screamed my butt off, and it was even actually my wife's fault.
Nothing without the chat.
Who's watching the captain? Nothing without the chat.
It just came up on my phone. I hit the wrong button. Bloody things they automatically play. I was just checking to make sure there was no messages from Jim in either Twitter or Discord, because it just seems odd he's not dropped in yet.
Yeah,
because he usually messages to say hopefully he's all right.
Discord app running. Yep. Hold on a wee second. Oh, wrong one. Sorry. It's just I need to actually set something. Hold on. Just need to set this up. I'm just sending a link to Mr. AWK. I've just sent a link to Mr. AWK. He wants to pop on for a wee while. So I'll keep an eye out for that. Yeah, I see the Blazing Saddles. I've seen other scenes similar, funny like that, embarrassing type scenes, but there's never been anything where it's deliberately hilariously funny like that. There's been ones where things have been happening that are a funny scene, but it's almost like it was played seriously and it just didn't work, which makes it hilariously funny. Whereas because that one where you see them all leaning and all that stuff makes it just deliberately funny. Because if they were just sitting there and it was the part, you would think,
it's the movement.
Yeah, you would think somebody's added that effect in there to make that funny, but it's the fact.
Oh my God!
And it's all that stuff.
Yeah, I love that film.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh my God! Can we have some more beans, boss? Yeah, Grand Moff Miranda.
Yeah.
Hey, Keely. Thanks for joining us.
Yep, thank you. There you go. Gone.
Yes, gone. We were joking one day we should have named our one cat Khan, because he's always knocking things down, and then we could just run around going Khan.
See, the thing is, when you get your second, you can call it can't. So you've got can and can't. So you can actually shout can at one and you can shout can't at the other. You just need to be very, very, very careful with your vowels.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad Man. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
We've just been having a bit of a silly half hour talking about playing practical jokes on people.
Yes. And
Mostly
practical
friends
jokes,
and family.
I've had a few played in me, and I am when somebody says, "Don't you find that? Do you not find that you don't get annoyed with that?" No, I've played enough in other people. Why would I actually get annoyed when somebody does it to me? It's the ones that actually do it, and then when they can't take a practical joke, that's the ones you should. It's a case of the jokes stop being funny.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
a good
exactly.
way to actually beat a practical joke is to play it deadpan as if you didn't understand it, which I have done. With if somebody's made the joke at my expense, it's basically it's a full. Like if they'll say something,
Well,
it's a double entendre at your
well,
expense.
there's malicious, and then there's just good natured joking
No,
around.
but even with friends, if they do it as a double entendre joke at me, and I know it's a joke, and I'm quite happy to play it, but sometimes it's just a case of you switch to deadpan mode, and you act as if what they said is exactly how you took it. Because there's most of the double entendres, there's two ways of taking it. One, they're doing it as a joke, but you say it the other way, and it can be funny. Hi, Mr. AWK. And
hello.
Hello.
Technology.
Hello. Awesome.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a superb model, and I'll need to check the packaging just to make sure.
yeah.
Double check. You haven't got rid of the packaging. You still got it?
It'll still be in there, basically.
Yeah, good.
Well, the thing is, I've got another one here, and I've got one in the pod over there. So if you want the spare, if you can't find the window, I'll get this spare window out to you.
Don't honestly speak out about it. Apart from anything else, that's what eBay's for.
Yeah,
Window.
but the thing is, why do I need an extra Thunderbird for? That's the question.
No, honestly, but that's really nice, and it'll probably be in the pack. It's just I got 6 packs that day.
Yeah.
And so I never. They're all in my TARDIS bin, and that gets cleaned once a blue moon when it's full enough. And considering it's a TARDIS, it never gets cleaned. Bigger on the inside, so it will be in there, and I'll have a dig through. I'll dig through my rubbish.
It's not just that. It's just sometimes when you get tiny little models like that, it's very, very hard to find. Like you always get loose pieces everywhere, and it's very, very annoying.
It's just I need to watch her with her.
I'm just looking at her figurine.
Well, I usually have my Cylon to chase it off the screen, but Cylon's on. I reorganise my stuff.
Hold on.
Yes, I officially have a sidekick, I think.
Yes,
Or probably he's got a sidekick. Oh, there you go. I'm his sidekick, I think. Very nice.
I know. These were exclusive from Character Options, and they're going for a lot of money these days.
Hey,
that's tidy.
I've got my sidekick to chase it off the screen.
How are the fur babies there? Are they good?
They are actually through in the living room with my wife. They've actually deserted me for a change tonight, so I've got so I can chase them off the screen now. Or if it's too fly, I've got my protection.
Oh yes, that is stunning. That is a really nice one. That's a nice model.
Yeah, so
beautiful detailing.
Gave us a John Wayne shelving unit. So because I don't have any of the John Wayne figures, which I missed out on, I put all my figures on it. So they all just fit right. So all my small figures.
Jim, shall I show? Hi, Dad, man. Haven't seen you in a while. Jim, shall I show Wendy Thunderbird 2 how big it is?
Yes, You see this? Compared to my wee Thunderbird. That is a Thunderbird too. Mine fits in my hand. The Thunderbird 4 that sits inside that pod would probably the size of my Thunderbird 2.
Well, if I just show you the inside details of the pod here. Because this was a very difficult one.
That's gorgeous.
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
Oh, that is a really nice size model.
Yeah. And that's that size it fits inside it.
Go like this. I haven't really screwed down or anything.
Oh, that's cool.
Difficult one.
Mm.
And this does actually work, the ramp. That's the thing.
That is fantastic.
Yep.
Really cool.
So
Yeah,
got to be very careful with it. I know one thing. They've got a Thunderbird 1 model out that goes to the same scale as Thunderbird 2.
Uh-huh.
But I have been waiting age. Every time I try and go buy one, they keep selling out.
Well, I've already, I was in the AMI Emporium in Kilwinning again. Got a couple of nice wee figures. Well, one nice wee figure and a couple of other things. And I told him I was looking for certain things, and he says he'll give us a shout if he ever comes across them. I like my Space 1999 Battlestar Galactica, which I'll show you this. This was I got this from Emporium. Adama.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Adama.
That's the original Adama.
Yeah. So I picked that
Lauren Green. Yeah, that's cool.
The figure, and it's actually in really good condition. So
yeah, it does look in pretty good, good nick, really, for the age that it must be.
Yeah. Got the 5-point articulation, no elbow joints or knees. But considering it's really good condition and they're actually still smooth movement. So I got that today in the MI Emporium in Kilwinning.
Yeah, that's tidy. I'd love to get one of the Cylon. I'd love to get like all the models from the original Battlestar Galactica. Yeah. I loved that show.
Yeah, somebody actually was in, had all the figures, and he says, "Nah, nobody's actually buying them." So he's going to email them, and then if he still got them, email me, see what price he's looking for.
If I had the chance, I would get probably a 6-foot Battlestar Galactica model.
Yeah,
I would just get the uniform and put it on my mannequin.
Freaking awesome that would be.
I would just get the uniform so I could put it on myself and put it on my mannequin normally. Because at the moment, it had my Judge Dredd outfit on. At the moment, it's got my Dungeons and Dragons Orc outfit on it that I was building before. Can't build anymore.
Have you ever come across like those professional modelers out there who like build the ships from Star Trek? And they've got all lights and sounds and everything on them.
I've seen a couple online, but
I've seen a couple of images of one that actually was really cool. I think it looked like it was firing phasers.
Yes, is that the
and
one?
It all lit.
It's firing phasers onto a Klingon bird of prey, and it's like a nightlight in the corner.
Yes,
that one.
Yeah, that really cool. One is absolutely cool. We had all the we still have them somewhere, but we had before we adopted our one cat Roscoe, who we affectionately call Captain Chaos. We used to be able to put all of our collectible ornaments on the tree at Christmas, but we don't dare put them up now because we don't want anything to happen to them. But we have, which he's wonderful, so we don't mind. But we had the Hallmark collectible ornaments that a relative of mine from Florida was posting over for a couple of years. We had Spock, we had Scotty, we had Klingon Bird of Prey, and we had the Enterprise, the original Enterprise. I think was it the A? I can't remember. It was the original Enterprise or the A. and those were fun because they lit up. They actually had like a little battery with a button on them. And they were like, tree ornament size. You could press the button and it would light up on the tree. Those were really cool.
Oh, yes.
That's nice.
This one doesn't have the batteries are dead in it. Because I used, when I first got it, I just used to leave the batteries on. It looked cool at night because it had all the light up here, and then the cells used to light up. But
I love the Enterprise.
And then me, but I do like it. That's only one of those wee 10 pound things out of the box. Not bad considering the detail in it is really good considering the price of it.
Can I share this with you quickly? Just bring this up on screen. Give me a second. When they announced this, I was so tempted to get it, and then I saw the price and I went, no.
Yeah, that's the type of thing. I think my brother had one.
Oh my god, that's cool.
He had the one. It was.
Oh, and it's got a.
It was about a foot and a half.
Yeah.
Fully lit up model. So he did. My brother used to have it. That was when he had all the videos of the full video collection of the full Next Generation, and he had that as well. The videos are all up in his loft because he didn't want to get rid of them, and I don't know if he's still got that up in his loft as well.
Yeah, it's I can see it's got the detachable saucer section as well from that that one story.
Well, his is
That's
actually
cool.
half the size of that. That's 27 inches. His was about a foot and a half, so you're talking about 8 inches. Total.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was so tempted to get it, but I thought, looked at the price and went,
What was the
no,
price
it's
on
money.
Yeah, that's
What was the price?
Let's take a look. Here's the monthly.
Jesus, £44 a month.
Yeah.
Over the year, is that over the 12 months?
I think this is like, well, I don't know how many like, catalogs or parts and all this and that has to go with it. But when Thunderbird 2 was being built, that costs a total of up to £800 to do. But you got all the like the pod vehicles and everything with it. So with this, you could be looking at £1,000 or something.
Easily.
Maybe more.
Because I remember I had the Doctor Who chess set, the pewter one.
Yeah.
And that was, at the time, I think it was £35 per piece. So what's that?
Yeah.
32 times 35. Plus, then you had the alternate, all the extra Doctors as well. So you had the extra 6 Doctors on top of that. So that was 38 times 35.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I've not got my phone in front of me.
It's so tempting, but the problem is that I think sometimes I'd rather just go out and buy the model kits.
Yeah.
And do it that way. Because building a model monthly, it does get annoying sometimes when you have to wait for the entire thing.
Yeah, because if I was actually purchasing, see when I purchased the Doctor Who chess set, so there's 32 figures and they were £35 each, which is £1,120. Plus they had another 6 Doctors, so that would have been 38 times 35 quid.
Yeah.
£1,330, and that was for a chess set. You got the chessboard free. Woohoo! That really helped.
It does look like that.
It can be damn expensive.
Yeah.
And especially if that.
Yeah, that is really nice.
Yeah, especially if that is.
Lovely.
You're talking about over 2 years.
Yep.
Because even if you put it 12 monthly payments, and that was what, £35 or £39 or something like that, that's still a hell of a lot.
That's true.
So, it's all scary expensive.
And it's just it is really annoying that like they bring these models out because you've got like the DeLorean, you've got XO1 in like parts. Now they've also brought kit from Knight Rider out, and I think it's about that big. So yeah, I know they're taking the piss on the pardon my language, they're taking the piss on the prices, but you know it's just so damn tempting to to have.
Yeah,
I know.
I think Egomos, I would have loved Egomos to do, which I know they ain't going to do because there's too many license problems with it.
Yep.
Classic vehicles. Could you imagine them just doing an Enterprise, a Battlestar, a DSV, just all these classic TV shows and movies?
Yeah.
Multiples of them. So you could have a Street Hawk, you could have a Viper, and they didn't need to be big. it could be like that size, but you imagine having one every month. That could go on for years and years and years, because how many vehicles you could have had a Airwolf, Blue Thunder.
Oh man.
You could have had a TSV, and look at all the other sub vehicles from that. Even things like Babylon 5 and Star Trek. You could bring Battlestar Galactica in. You could bring even things like the Space Family Robinson. It was called at one point.
Lost in Space.
Lost in Space.
Yeah.
Because it was first over here, it was called the Space Family Robinson, and then they changed it obviously to Lost in Space. Or changed it back to what it was originally called.
Yeah.
But you look at all the vehicles they could have had throughout. I would love that, and see if they were doing something like that. I would buy it just to get all the classic vehicles.
Yeah, it must have something to do with licensing.
It will
rights
be,
and
because
things like that.
all the licensing across, because not one company owns all that licenses. That's why you can go to Star Trek and get all the Star Trek ships, because it's one license.
Yeah, it's probably too messy and expensive to sort it all out.
Messy, I think. It would be. God, that would be lovely.
Yeah, speaking about Airwolf, I brought my brother about over 10 years ago and working Airwolf model about this big and that, and the dopey sod broke the rotor blades. It worked and everything, and he just broke the rotor blades like accidentally, and he turned around and said to me, "Oh, can I help you fix it?" Right? And I'm thinking, well, that was 80 quid up the smoke.
Yeah. Isn't a company bringing an alien out soon? Really?
Yeah, you can guarantee it. Build your
I'd
own
love to have
alien.
one of them.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. I think it's about from the floor to about this height or something. Probably up to here.
I'd love to have like a life-size one, because I'd be crazy enough just to have that by the entryway as you come in, you know.
Yeah.
A full-size alien.
That
would be, or Predator. I'd love to have a Predator as well.
Full-size Judge Dredd. That is why I've got a mannequin standing in the corner. I've got the helmet, I've got the day stick, I've got the lawgiver, I've got the badge, and I've got the belt buckle. I want to gradually get the pads and then build up from there. One of these days I will get the pads, the knee pads, the elbow pads, the ego, and the shoulder pad, and the boots. And once I've got that, the blue overalls with all that attached to it, just standing in the corner. The thing is, I made one.
Oh, yeah.
I made one. I have actually dressed up as Dredd when it was all EVA foam, built by myself. Apart from the badge and the belt buckle were the only two things I bought or were given as Christmas and birthday presents. And that looked okay until it started not looking okay. And that bite came off the mannequin, because that used to be on the mannequin. But
yeah, I've always wanted the lawgiver myself, but I was always tempted to have the one from the Sylvester Stallone version.
No. This is what you want. A Mark 1.
That's more like it.
That's the one you want. The Mark 1.
That is more like it.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
You're right. That's a Judge model. So
that's cool.
It's basically, even the bolts and the bolts on the base of it. It's just a beautiful model. And it even marks it there. Lawgiver Mark 1. So that's what you want. You don't want a Sylvester Stallone one. You don't even want a Carl Urban one.
No, it's not just that. It's just sometimes you just got the guns. Well, I know some of them out there fire rounds now, but the ones I want is like with the electronics in it.
Yep.
Where it lights up and everything. That is what
well, you can get the Carl Urban ones like that. So you can. They're fairly straightforward to get. You can even get the bits so you can add them to a current BB gun of a Glock. So if you've got a BB gun of a Glock, you can add all that to it. Even the battery compartment and stuff like that, so it all lights up, which is in the bullet part, so your battery's held in there. So you can have a BB gun, it still fires BBs, and it's actually just all built around it.
Oh, that's cool. I just noticed Grand Moff Miranda says, did anyone go to the Trocadero in London and see the Aliens experience? I did, and it was great. I would have loved to go. definitely would have loved to have seen that.
I've not been in London for years and years and years.
Nor have we. We went. We popped to London for our honeymoon, and we went to to quite a lot of things while we were there. But I didn't. But that was like back in 2008. So I don't know if I doubt very much the experience was there then. We just with Madame Tussauds is the only was the only thing like that.
Speaking about aliens, I would love the actual was it the Nostromo? I can't remember the name of the ship.
The Nostromo. The Nostromo.
I would love the actual model kit of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so cool.
There's your base stick. I don't have the stub gun or a low rod, but I've got my day stick.
Ah.
Oh, nice.
And you can see I've got my helmet up there, sort of. So I've got the helmet, I've got my badge, and I've got my belt buckle as well.
Yeah, that is spiffy.
Absolutely solid. Cool. Belt buckle is an actual. I could wear that as my belt buckle. I've got the belts for these because I've got 1 or 2 or 17.
I really like that helmet.
Helmet. I
cool.
actually made one. I bought that one. It's fiberglass, and I just bought the padding for it myself. It was actually only cost me 40 quid. Normally they're selling them for about 120, but I found a guy who was actually selling that fairly reasonable, and he says no padding, nothing. So it was just the shell, and then all I did was I bought my own padding for inside and just adjusted it to match. So it feels comfy.
I just want to ask PJ and Wendy, have you ever dressed up as a stormtrooper at all?
No, but I do love the stormtrooper outfits.
I'm going to show you a photograph of me once I bring it up, dressed as a stormtrooper, because I got this from the Star Wars shop in, I think it was North Hull, and I bought it because it was my cousin. My cousin was doing a birthday party.
Right.
And it was all dressed up, but it had to be something with like S in it as a thing.
Oh, okay.
So I dressed up as
That's unusual.
Yeah, I think it was a 30th at the time, so I dressed up as a stormtrooper. But
cool.
When I let's just say when I got the whole lot of the stormtrooper outfit, I didn't realise it was Velcro to trying to keep it attached. I thought it was like these straps or anything like that.
Yeah, I've never had one. But the guys that do the 501st that go around and do a lot of the charity work, they're like, movie prop level costumes. They're absolutely gorgeous. And we had some photos taken with them a few years ago when they were in our local town center doing some charity work.
I always wanted to join the 501 or the 501st is the picture of me.
Oh my God, can you imagine? So cool. And to be able to bring so much joy to people as well, because when you see I'm talking like the classic stormtroopers, the classic Boba Fett. When you see them walking around, and obviously Vader, you see them walking around in a square, and you see people from absolutely every age immediately just go back to their childhoods again, and it just filled with complete awe when you see them.
Jim, is it possible you can bring the photo up for the audience?
Oh, cool, Archer. Archer says we had the 501st at Legoland back when I was there. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's awesome. Oh, and it's even got the shoulder piece as well.
Oh, yes, I had to get the shoulder piece. I couldn't go without it.
That is nice.
The problem is with me wearing that, it's just the sodding Velcro kept coming off. And it was like all pieces were falling apart, and I thought to myself, no, I'm not doing this again. So I sold the entire suit because I said I can't do it with Velcro. And
I know exactly how Velcro does, because when I did my Judge Dredd, the Velcro just kept freaking coming off.
The thing is, there's a guy in Twickenham who actually made the suits of the Stormtrooper outfits.
Oh, we've got a visitor.
Money. Ah, have we?
We've got a visitor.
Yes,
Jimmy
boy.
decided to join us.
Am I late or am I late?
Oh, making
You
it
arrived just
dramatic.
when you were expected.
Fashionably late.
A wizard arrived precisely when he means to.
Ah, very good.
Well,
Yeah.
But something interesting to tell you, because I just put it out of the cupboard. The boots, right? The boots really made me laugh because I've still got them. But the problem is they don't actually fit my foot.
Oh no.
So if I put this on,
Are they too big?
yeah, they are. I put this on right now. That is really tight in the foot.
Oh, right. Okay.
So if anyone wants is a size 8 or something, and anyone wants a size 8 2 Stormtrooper size
Somebody
small,
might.
on it. I am willing to give these away for nothing. The 2 boots.
Somebody might want those for sure if they have the rest of the costume and they need an extra pair of boots.
Yeah, if
definitely.
Got smaller feet. If they've got smaller feet.
Yeah.
Like, this is me. Look,
As part of how I collected my suits, I was grabbing just pieces, like loose pieces off of eBay.
Oh,
that was me. That's basically.
Oh, that's cool.
That was EVA foam. Even the helmet, EVA foam. The only thing I had was my badge and my belt buckle. The rest of it was all made by EVA foam. Even the lawgiver at the time, EVA foam.
Fantastic.
So basically, I used to be able to build. Can't do it anymore. So I did the Judge Dredd. That was my night for my Dungeons and Dragons. Basically, we went as a Dungeons and Dragons party. I was a knight.
That's freaking awesome. That is. That's great.
So see those boots there? They were my Judge Dredd boots. Just passed over with.
Right.
So there. And I've also gone as Ruma, me and my daughter, a senior technician and a junior technician.
I love those pictures. Yeah, those are great.
And I even had my own TARDIS with me. That was when I actually didn't have a beardlet. A long time ago, before the pandemic. Pandemic beard. But yes, I actually used to do that. So I used to actually do my cosplays and stuff like that. Not being able to do it. And while I was halfway through making an orc. You want to see what I've made so far of my orc? Give me 2 secs.
Okay.
I'll pass you on so Jim can give all these excuses.
What excuses? The dog ate my homework. I blame Benji. I can only say that now because he's gone off the screen. I didn't mean to get so late. It was just a little bit of extra work.
Well.
So did I miss anything at the start?
Well, I came up like partly through the show.
You missed me showing my new Thunderbird 4. Thanks to Mr. AWK. Thanks, Alex.
No problem.
Look at that.
It's found a really great home now.
Jim, the thing is, I've got another one. And I've got another one in the pod, so...
Right, you want to see what I've done for my orc outfit so far?
Go on, surprise us!
Go on.
Oh, that's good.
Now that looks really good.
That's good.
So that's all what I've done for my orc outfit. You can see it's starting to mainly because it's been lying and it's not being used. It's just been kicked around. That's my old Judge Dredd helmet, repurposed. The one that I'd made out of EVA foam.
That's even better.
Right.
Even better. But you also get a little bit of unintended cosmetics on it if it's been lying around, been kicked around.
Here we go. How long did that take you?
This took me about a week. to make, build, cut, shape, everything, even sanded down, and basically the material. That the helmet took me about 4 days because I already had the base, the Judge Dredd base to do it. It's just a case of the cutting out is the fairly straightforward part, but it's trying to weather it and actually trying to make it look that wee bit orcish. So it took me a wee while. I've done a lot of. I used to do it because I used to build my own D&D scenery as well. Built orc towers and pavements and stuff like that. I used to do all that because I used to actually mess around building figures and stuff like that, but I can't do it anymore. Even when I used to play Blood Bowl, which I still play Blood Bowl, but when I'm saying I used to play it is when I used to make my own figures for it. So I would take a Bretonian knight, chop it to pieces, take a blitzer or something like that, chop that to pieces, and then suddenly I had a linesman with a knight's helmet on, fully armoured, stuff like that. So I would mess around with taking stuff. So I had a Bretonian Blood Bowl team instead of a knight's instead of a human Blood Bowl team. So it would mess around with that, but I've not been able to do that for a few years. So I'm gutted that I can't do it.
The one thing I would like to have my own Mandalorian costume. That's all I can say. Not like the actual Mandalorian, but like my own Mandalorian, like which I designed. That's what I want to do for a cosplay. Because if I go to another convention, you just see the same things. But me, something with your own imagination, that's what I would like to do.
Yes. That's why I did the orc one. It was literally after I'd done my D&D one, I thought, well, I want to do another D&D character, but I want to be a bit different. So a half orc, hence the reason why I've taken that helmet and just added the spiky bits. And what I was going to do is a couple of bits of EVA foam, paint them spikes so it would actually sit underneath, so it looked like the jaw was coming up. And then I've darkened out the eyes, and I've got the light, so the lights could have been red round it, so it could have made it look like a magic helm to give it a glow. Because that's what I did with my knights one. Basically, I've got lights. It can just go all around, just attach to a battery, and it just attaches to the whole thing, and it actually just glows slightly red. And I had that around my shield, my sword, and everything.
I know a friend of mine once told me that he went to a Comic-Con and he saw an ABC warrior walking around.
Oh yes, I've seen that. I've got pictures with an ABC warrior.
Not
an ABC warrior. Tell I. I've seen the ABC warrior, but I've got pictures of. Oh, what is it? It's a couple of. I've got a picture of me with my knight's outfit with a 40k Space Marine. The guy built it. His friend built it for him, and it's.
I wish I could have one of them, especially the really big ones. But
no, it was. This is just one that you could just put on without the stilts and all that. It was just one that he could wear quite comfortably around. And
what were you going to say, Jim?
I wish I could have one, but they take up so much space. You see them when they come driving into whatever convention it is. It's like they have an extra double-sized car. It was like 18 vans or something, and it's just jam-packed. But they are really cool, and they're really well made when you can get up close in person and see it. But they're obviously always swamped, the poor guys.
Yes, basically a lot of them wear stilts just to give them that extra height, and what it does is even that takes them up to the chest, so their eyes are there and their shoulders are here. So their arms go in so they can move their arms, but it's literally their whole hand is like the below elbow part of their costume. So so they can actually move it, so they can put their whole arm in, and it's just the bottom part of their hand, their costume they can move, but it's their whole hand it's using that. Their gloves are basically all linked to each. There's like 3 links on each finger, which links up to their glove. So when they do that with a finger, the glove rotates as well because it's all set up. I've seen how some of them have been made. It's absolutely amazing.
That is amazing. Yeah.
The one thing I would like to have is my own Dalek like my own actual life-size Dalek.
Oh yeah, we would love that as well.
One of my friends has got one.
But the
You
one,
want to see the best costume I ever saw somebody had made?
yeah,
There's a girl I met her twice, once in Glasgow and once in Edinburgh. And as soon as I saw this, I went up and told her this is the best costume I'd ever seen in my whole life. She said she made it all herself. And I didn't have my camera the first time, but the second time when I saw her, I went back up there and says, "You remember me? The one that was sort of bowing down and everything." She says, "Ah." I says, "Can I get a picture?" She says, "Ah, no problem." This was to me personally, is the best costume I'd ever seen. And you can understand why now.
oh, you know what? My brother would go
so
mad.
great.
Oh, that is amazing.
Rita Repulsa, absolutely, she was best costume. She made it all herself. She said she just loved it as her favourite program. And
My little
amazing.
brother
She
will go
that.
mad for it.
the costume is absolutely amazing. Even
Yeah.
that, and to me, she made the perfect Rita Repulsa. She just actually had the mannerisms and everything. She was the classic Power Rangers Rita Repulsa.
Before we get started on Power Rangers, I just wanted to say about me owning my own Dalek, but the one costume I do want to do is
a classic Cyberman.
The actual suit I want, right, including the helmet. This is what I want to dress up as.
See, I want that one, but do you know what one I'd really
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's my Cyberman? That's the costume I want.
Oh, Robot. Yeah, I love him.
And that should be fairly straightforward.
Oh.
Looking at it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not overly complex. Even the shoulder pad is just a lot of bits of cardboard, all this slightly smaller, just clipped and then rolled out and painted.
Yeah.
It's and even the body part is basically just a similar idea. It's fairly straightforward. I would love to build that, but
right. Going back to Power Rangers, I'll be back in a second because I bought these for my brother years ago. I bought the whole Power Ranger figurine set. I've got this for icing the cake. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Right, no problem. I'm trying to find where I put my Cyberman. Where did I put my Cyberman? Because I've got the bigger figures.
He's hiding. He's hiding.
Because I've got the bigger ones. I've got the small ones up there. But it's the bigger ones. Where is the lap? Oh, they're up the back. They're up the top. Right up the top. Hold on.
I know it's show and tell tonight, but the thing is, I bought this for my little brother.
Please don't see my butt on screen because I need to stand up all to get to the top of my screen.
Yeah. I bought this for my little brother a couple of Christmases ago.
Oh, that's cool.
We've never opened it.
Oh, I know.
This was like the icing on the cake in a way.
Yeah. I never really much got into the Power Rangers, but I obviously know how incredibly
I like the classic
popular they are.
I like the very early ones. The later on I wasn't as keen on. There's the one I want to make.
Yeah, I bet I had a feeling it was going to be a Mondasian Cyberman. Yeah,
Why did you think that?
I knew it.
Yes.
Snap. Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
It's just how
And it's that
simple
eerie
would be.
voice as well. If you could get like a voice changer to create that voice.
It's obviously not like that one, is it?
Voice modulators are super cheap.
That would be a Mondasian Cyberman on helium. Sorry, Jim, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say voice modulators are quite cheap. I have one in my Stormtrooper helmet.
Cool.
But unfortunately, it's broken, so I got it dirt cheap. So all I need to do is
us, you'll be one of us.
That's Cyberman and Vegan.
I've not got it up. I've had to actually minimise it because I was showing all the pictures.
Well, PJ, have you got this knocking around?
Oh, nice.
I don't have it in that side.
That's cool.
I
Oh,
want that helmet, Jim. I want that
freaking
helmet.
awesome helmet, Jim.
That one.
Yeah.
And you see the microphone down there.
Yep. Oh, that is cool.
Okay.
Very nice.
Right.
That is wicked.
What
Oh,
about this
yes.
one? See, I've not got any of the helmets. I did have the Dalek
Yeah,
one, but I got rid of it
I've had
because
this
it's
since
too sort of crap.
2006, and the batteries only run out about 5 years ago.
Yeah. Handles.
I'm surprised you can't get the new Sidemen helmets. I'm surprised you can't get those.
Yeah, we did have the Dalek one, but it got a bit damaged during a move. So
Yeah.
Recognise that tune?
oh, Vader.
Oh,
Ah. Oh, you
Oh,
lucky
I see.
sod!
Oh, that is cool.
Oh, PJ, if you can get hold of one of those for me, I'll be over the moon.
They were special weapons, Dalek.
I know,
Yep.
sound effects.
Wow. And they still work.
Really
That's
cool.
cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do love my special weapons, Dalek.
Cool, isn't it?
I've actually got the smaller one of that as well.
I'd love to have a full size one. Oh, that would be so cool to have one of those.
Oh, there you are.
Remember there was a company that used to make them. They were about $2,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
They'd make you a TARDIS. They'd make you a few of the different Daleks.
I think
Other
this
things
is
as well. I can't remember.
Yeah, you got the one company out there called This Planet Earth that makes the actual Daleks, Cybermen costumes, and it's called. They've got the electronics in it and everything, which is absolutely brilliant. It's just trying to where to put it. That's the problem. You're making me jealous, PJ.
This is an Eagle Moss one.
Yeah, that's where you got the actual one. You know. Like working in it. That's I've never
toys. Love the toys.
I'll give you a shout if I ever come across another one. But yeah, I love the Dalek.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Disasteria. He says this planet Earth still makes Daleks.
Yeah.
Cool.
Really good. That's why I needed more space in my desk. I'd said to Wendy earlier I had to actually clear everything, so I had more space. It's because midstream I bring something down, instead of putting it back, I just put it in my desk somewhere, and then I have to clear up at night when I'm gonna go in my car. So yes, you want to see two of my things that I got from the Emporium today?
Go.
The AMI Emporium. Da, da, da. Da, da, da.
I knew that. As soon as you started to sing it, I was like, yes, the A-Team.
Yes, look at that.
Fantastic.
It's still in really good condition considering the age of it.
It is, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it looks good.
So I picked that up. Obviously,
very nice.
the Adama. And
Hey.
Oh, do you know?
I've got a zebra one, but this is the big zebra one, and I couldn't resist it, even though I had the
It'd be
zebra
awesome
one.
to have one of those.
Yeah. I used to have the one where the doors could open and you could pop the bonnet and stuff like that, but no, this one. This is just a classic.
Yes, yeah. Yeah,
So
very cool.
Two more for my collection.
Oh my god.
That one there, I'm over the moon at. The A-Team van, I've been hunting for that for a while.
Yep.
And a lot of them I saw on eBay, more expensive, but in worse condition. That is really good condition.
That is, yeah.
Yeah. The Emporium in Kilwinning he's got some really good stuff. Same again, I went in with not enough cash on me. So I said to him, next time I'm coming in, I'm making sure I come in before, well, I've still got cash in my hand because there's so much in there I wanted. Because he's got a lot of the, what is it? Space Precinct. The Jerry Anderson Space Precinct. He's got a load of the figures, which I want.
Yeah.
But it'll have to be a gradual thing and stuff like that. Because
if you don't mind me interrupting, Wendy, I just got to say, I am a total Lego enthusiast.
Oh, nice.
I have always been a Lego enthusiast because I showed Jim and PJ this the other day and I didn't realise how big it was.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Because we were talking about the Starbucks.
Is that a-
when we were talking about that.
Is that a space shuttle?
Yeah, Discovery.
see it.
But I've taken
the-
the name. I don't call it Discovery. I'm trying to get a new name adopted for it.
Yeah. That is amazing. That looks fantastic. I love Lego. Yeah, we
Call
both.
it the Hunter. Because
Okay, I'll
if
do that.
Star Trek has discovered it, you just want to keep looking.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
very
name it the
good.
Hunter then. I'll do
Yeah.
that, nameplate. But another project, I'm working on a project at the moment because if you notice right there, Wendy, that is a Lego Empire State Building.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, and if I just share this for a minute, it's because I've been working on this design for ages when I lost the original file. That is what I'm hoping to build.
Oh, that is amazing with the scaffolding on it and everything.
Yeah, and if I go to the next picture, it's what, close enough?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. Really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found out a little secret how to make it move. So, but
Nice.
the one thing I will not be doing, what they did in the episode, I will not be destroying it.
No.
No, the good thing is CGI it, then destroy it CGI wise.
Yes, you could do it on
That's it.
CGI. Yeah.
I could do it that way, but that's going to be like I don't want to like do CGI. I'd rather have it like the actual.
No, but I'm saying the destroying part you could do with CGI because you don't want to destroy it. The nearest you want to get to destroying it is in CGI, which you're not keen on, so it means you don't destroy it.
I like what Colin's come out with. No, the phrase is Lego nut.
Yes. Yeah. I'd love to get some Lego again. I had a build that I did, and I forget what type it was now, because it was like back in 2008, 2009 I did it. And it was like a figure with a mechanical dog on a lead, and it was like oh my god, I can't think of the model version of the Lego, but it was the one that it's not traditional Lego. It's like it's got the really tiny little pieces that snap on everywhere, and
the one that clicks or something like that.
Yeah, I have to find it. It's in a storage box for safekeeping because we didn't want to put it out because we moved a few times, and then we were afraid, one of the cats was going to get it and knock it down or something. But it's one of my favorite pieces because I've just loved building it. It was just so much fun to do.
A couple of things I want to say is a Polymies minion played Dungeons and Dragons right up until the start of the pandemic. We played it online in Roll20 for about 3 or 4 months. It's not as good online. However, I want to play it on stream. I'm looking for someone who's running a game and we can stream it. I want to join because I've got my Goblin Paladin. I want to actually try. But Alec, the only Lego stuff I've got, you might appreciate. That's the only Lego thing I've got.
Well,
Unless you gave me it.
Oh yeah.
I just brought this up on share because how much of the Titanic do you like, Wendy?
Say again?
The Titanic. If I get Jim to bring this up in a minute.
You keep calling me Jim.
PJ, I keep getting you confused. Sorry.
Yes, he's Jim. Hook him in the head.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Hey, considering some of the names I've been called in the past, that's why I'd apply to anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been called some weird names.
Yeah. Well, PJ,
Hey, Jim, you will like this. Based on the ship Jim built.
Oh, do you know what? My dad would have loved that because he was into ships and shipbuilding. He had a whaling ship that he had made. He had put the model together, and it actually had like threaded sails and actual cloth sails on it and stuff. Oh my god, he would have gone mental for that.
That is the biggest Lego model they've ever done so far.
Yeah, wait till
Wow.
Shim shows you his. I'll put him on big screen when it does, when he pops up with it. He's made one, not a Titanic.
Oh yes, yeah, this is cool.
Here he comes. Right, you ready, Jim? Hold on. And solo layout. There you go.
Oh yes,
That is freaking
That is
awesome.
good.
That came
That is good.
so good. Where are you storing that now, Jim? Do you have it up on like a?
Have you got your lights connected yet? You've no. I can see the wire still.
Yeah.
It's because the battery base is actually in the holding or the seat that sits under here.
Okay.
So you just
Okay.
plug them in. You hide the cable so it's not that visible, and it just lights up on the inside.
Oh, cool.
But
So
yeah,
it's where-
I do
would like to
still
see the
have a few
tablets,
things to
I
do,
would-
like all the wires and everything.
Yeah, I would like to see it all. You need to get a picture of it all lit up and shows. And Ali, I need to see if you get the Titanic one.
I am not getting the Titanic. That is no
Yeah.
room in my house.
I might actually do that once I'm fully complete with this one.
Okay.
Because there are so many nice tiny details you just add to it. And yes, I know it's not perfectly square. You can still see where the
seams,
individual pieces are, where the seams are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was actually surprised. I thought this is just going to be like a small model. Well, small-ish. Not the fact it was going to be like 5 times the size of my head. So, but apparently from the same company, I think it's called Cubic 3D. I got it off Amazon because I got a voucher for Christmas. So I thought, well, I'll use it for that. I think it was total
Cool.
35 quid. It's 780 pieces to put together.
Wow.
PJ, would you ever go for this model, which I've just got on the share screen?
Yeah.
Oh
Because
yes.
I've heard some bad reviews about it because it's not
Really?
right. Yeah, because someone turned around and said is that the legs, you've got to have like a special connector to move the legs up and down. But the problem is you can't actually get the balance. And sometimes the panels
The top
do
heavy.
come off easy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's the problem with a lot of the figures like that. They'll look great when you just put them there and have them so they don't. But when they're top heavy, it has to be somewhere nothing touches them.
Well,
The
you'd have
dog
to
can't
anchor
rip
it.
past
You'd have to
anything.
anchor it. Yeah.
Yes, or you need to anchor it. But they look absolutely amazing. But
You would
know they're
ideally,
top heavy because of that.
like anchor it on a revolving table or something that you could spin it round.
Or even basically a clear thing it sits on, a clear T shape where the legs sit on, so the legs are not the one that's holding it. It's actually sitting on its base.
Yeah.
The top, But yeah, but then again, all you do is you get something like that and then you make it white or scenery, so it's like snow around it and stuff like that, so as you look at it. But that looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it?
It looks good, but the reviews I've heard is that where you got the panelings on the side of that, they don't come off. They easily come off, and you got to be very careful moving it around.
Yeah, I can appreciate that as well.
Yeah,
but I'm actually just looking for. I bought a sorry, Uer Misses, and I'm trying to find it. Uer Misses again. Sorry, I'm actually in one of those moods today. I need to watch what I'm saying because even I'm finding it. I need to watch what I'm saying. The problem is, I've got too much junk in these stores. I've got that. How are you at wee figures? This is a helicopter. And it is far too small for me, especially in the state I'm in. And I can wait to see the size of these things. Right? This is a helicopter. Look at the size.
Bloody hell.
Holy cow. Yeah, a lot of patience for that one.
A lot of patience, and you need to be careful with your fingers because you're taking them all and it's razor thin. So that's a helicopter. That builds a helicopter.
You need the tool to grasp the pieces and hold them and stuff. Yeah.
That's a 3D helicopter.
That is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool, but I can't do it now because I just don't have the dexterity because my right hand. So I cannot hold it, and it's sitting there since I got it day one.
The problem is, what I see about that is that it's trying to paint it. That's going to be a difficult.
Oh no, they're designed not
That's-
to be painted. They are designed to be the colour. See the metal in it.
Yeah.
It is burnished, and the bits that are a wee bit more detailed are slightly different in the inside. If I show you, yeah, like for instance, look at that. It's all burnished here.
Yeah.
The bits that are really detailed. It's the different colour. If you turn it over, a similar idea. So it's meant to be. It's not meant to be painted because it's all burnished metal, apart from the bits where you've got the detail which have been scored into already. So it's not meant to be painted at all, because the parts that are meant to be a different colour are scored, so they are different. So you can see burnished one side and the bits for the detail on the outside. So they're not meant to be painted. It is meant to be the colour it is. So it's the building part is the biggest problem for me, because I just don't have the dexterity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a similar one that is of Thor's hammer. It's from Metal
Yes.
Earth, and super
that's
tiny.
cool.
And I can
Same
confirm
idea.
because I built the NCC 1701, and yes,
Nice.
it's sharp. It's very fiddly to get it working, but it's well worthwhile if you have the dexterity and the patience, because they're just like a tenner each.
Yep.
And they're really, really nicely made.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Speaking about Thor's hammer, I know this is coming out. Just bring out my share screen.
Where's this one?
Warhammer
Okay.
40. Wow.
That is
Nice.
coming out next month, but I'm slightly worried about the people trying to pick it up.
We've all. I was going to say we've all been there.
Yeah, that is going to fall apart. If I got hold of that, I would reinforce the handle carefully.
As I said, we've all tried to pick it up.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, that's me. That's my outfit. Is the thing is from a different angle, but I don't quite look the same without the helmet. But yeah, the thing is, if you make the Thor's hammer, it's basically that's what people are going to try and do. Even if it's just a one-handed. Look at me, aren't I? Vision. I can pick it up with one hand. Somebody's going to try it. You know fine well that's the biggest problem with that. Even if you've got a big sign, this is Lego, it will fall apart, please don't touch. Somebody will say,
yeah.
That's a happening.
I've found online the name of the style of Lego that I put together. It's the Bionicle series. And he was so cool. I love them. I want to get more of those. I've got one, and he's got this like dog on a chain, and it's like it's a bit like a pit bull style, but like mechanical dog. I'm trying to find the actual one that I had.
You want to see the Lego set I want?
I had Bionicles all the time, Wendy.
Did you?
Yes, I had a huge collection, and my mother made me get rid of them, which I was very disappointed about.
Oh, ouch!
Right. Here's the Lego set I want. Can anybody guess?
It's gonna be Dread.
Nope.
No.
That'd be a good Lego set, Dread.
Oh my god.
Mega City 1:1 scale.
Yeah, 1:1 scale works. But for some reason, StreamYard has hung on me. It will not let me share. It's just hung. I'm getting a screen just going spin, spin, spin.
Where is that?
Which means that I'm going to get kicked out, and then I'll have to come back in.
I have noticed. I've noticed it's been a bit twitchy tonight because it's been a bit juddery for me. Oh yeah, that's cool.
That is the actual Matanui. I kept him behind.
Nice.
Yep.
Very nice.
I want my binacles back. That's what I want.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of time, it takes to put those together, definitely.
I had the whole set. It's just getting rid of them like that. It just felt like, a betrayment.
I know.
Right, can go back in the drawer. Yeah, so if you look on the back, here, I could have had the whole lot, but I never got the
yeah. Bummer. Oh, that's so sad.
But I've still got this knocking around at the moment. I don't know where it is in the house, but
which one is that one? I can't quite see it. Oh, there he goes. He's got bounced out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, cool.
I will say I do find it a little. Not sure exactly how to describe the feeling, but actually being able to have to restart the collection of stuff I had even back in the very, very early 80s. So Transformers, if you remember them, you could actually blend them in, and I had a small jet fighter. It was small. It was when I was a kid. It was double my hand length. So obviously, I'm a little bit bigger now in all directions.
It wasn't.
But it was fairly good. Sorry,
it wasn't Starscream, Thundercracker.
No, it was a blue and grey one, and I've
that's
long since forgotten it.
That's Thundercracker.
Yeah. So, but I'm keeping my eyes open. But whenever I go to Forbidden Planet or these collection stores and everything, especially the stuff I see behind the screens of the streamers like Ass and Gary, it's like, wow. Then you go and look at them. It's like £1,000. Nope.
Yeah, I just can't find that one that I made because he had that like dog, that robotic dog with him. But there's one I can see that's sort of like it, but it's not the same one. Just trying to search on that. Where are you? I'm so glad I found the name of it, though, Bionicles, because I couldn't think of it before.
Apparently, they wanted to release a video game when that first came out, but I signed up for the beta testing and they never got around to it.
Yeah, it looks like they did try and get them into some kind of film or
they made a few films of them. Yeah, they made quite a few films.
Oh, right. Yeah, I can't see my guy on there anywhere from the ones I can see.
Yeah.
It's been so. I have to find him. I'll find him for the next, if I can, for the next stream. Because I would definitely like to have him back out again. Where is it? Can't see it anywhere.
Oh no! I just got a message. His systems crashed. PJ's.
Oh, so we're a kind of he probably can't. He's going to have to completely try and restart if he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be back soon enough, I think.
Yeah, good.
He'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We've lost our host.
Oh.
It's sadly happened to me quite a few times during important business calls. The computer just goes blue screen. It's like, what?
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's always nice. When that happens?
I remember getting a Windows update, and what happens the next day? My entire computer goes kaput, and I'm sitting there going, "Oh, great!"
Oh yeah, gotta love the Windows updates. They completely shred our PC here. Honestly, it's given us a heart attack so many times, where it's just completely bricked the whole PC.
Oh,
that was not fun.
To fix the computer, not crash the computer.
It's not supposed to completely destroy it. Yeah, that would be handy if you don't destroy the computers with every update. This is I'm on a mission now to find this one. I can't seem to.
I think the major problem is with these Windows updates is when they release Windows 11.
Oh, it's already out.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think that's what the cause is.
I got a scan on my machine. Well, I went actually to Microsoft's website and checked it out, and it just went, sorry, your £1,000 computer isn't strong enough to run Windows 11.
He's back.
I'm
me.
back. It was
Oh my
StreamYard
God.
just absolutely it just killed my machine. StreamYard was the first
Oh,
thing it just
no.
seemed to hang. It just went, nope, ain't playing, get buggery.
Yep.
And as soon as I tried to actually close down StreamYard, it just kicked me right out of the whole system. Luckily enough,
Oh,
it kicked
God.
me out of my whole system when I started up. It says you want to restore your pages, so all the pages I was in can back up. So
That's good.
this is
You
what
still
I
have
was
an echo
going
on your
to do.
microphone.
Yeah,
Yeah, it might be a button
it's kicked that out. So what's up with my microphone? Is it buzzing?
echo.
Just a very slight echo. It's
that's
not
okay.
Echoing,
That
not
reverb.
terrible.
Yes, because I was pissing around. Basically,
Yeah,
after
reverb.
Yeah. This is what I was trying to share before it actually killed my stream. Was not Judge Dredd.
Hey!
That's
Oh,
what I
You've got
want.
to release
Stefan.
one. You've got to release it.
I know they have.
Oh, that's
I mean,
wonderful.
that
I'm just
just
gonna
looks
stop.
amazing. Because basically,
Yay.
I did the search for it, and obviously you
They've
can
even
make
got
them.
the
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you could actually make them. People have actually put the bits out, so you can make them yourself.
holy cow. Yeah, that's really cool.
So, but that's what I want. I want a Starbug and the full crew. Mind you
Yeah.
saying that, the full crew just on their pod are £45 for the 6 of them.
Bloody hell.
Yep,
Mm.
£45 for the figures for the 6 of them.
Well, they
So
are
that is you.
customized.
That
They
I
are
mean, so
customized.
that's you got the 4 characters.
Mhm.
You've got Holly on his TV screen, and I think it is. Oh, what was the other one? So you've got Rimmer, and I think you might have Rimmer in his Mr. Flibble outfit.
Hey.
Oh, yes.
Gingham dress and that.
Yeah.
You've got Cat, and he's in his black and white outfit. You've obviously Rimmer and Crichton, and you've got Holly on his TV. You can get a scutter, but I think the 6 of them without the scutter is something that too expensive, shall we say.
So these
Yeah.
are actual Lego models. Of...
Yes. As far as I can understand, they're actually Lego have released them as sets. Let's
Wow.
see.
I could actually build you a scutter for nothing.
Oh, the scutter's fairly straightforward because it's the
Yeah.
Lego piece as long as you've got it on. But it is the sets. I'm just actually Lego sets. This is the Lego sets. I'm actually on the Lego website. Right, so if they come up with the dwarf.
I know you've got Lego ideas. They do like a voting system and that to see which is the best Lego model to bring out as a set.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they brought out, why not? Someone they had the idea for the Flintstones house, and
Yes.
then it became an official set. So Lego has got it right in a little way, but
Yeah.
They have.
I saw Adam Savage from Mythbusters in his own
Yeah.
studio now that he has his YouTube channel. He was actually assembling the Moonlander.
oh
Thing.
yeah, I saw that video.
That was just like, I so want one of them. Then we'll go to Lego's website and say, nope, that's a £500 model.
Yeah.
Well, the one thing I will be doing with my shuttle, which PJ's just called it the Hunter, I will be building the booster rockets and the external fuel tank at some point in the
That
future.
will look cool.
Yes.
Oh, well.
The problem is I've got to get designing on that down the line. But the major problem is that it's the platform with the tractor wheels for it to sit on. So that's going to take up so much room in my bedroom. I think that'd be what, a 5-year project to do?
Mm.
Yep.
Oh, I give up. I can't find that.
I can't find it on the Lego site. It's the Lego ideas. They've got a lot of the information.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought they had the Lego pieces.
Office. I don't know if that Bionicle one is actually here in one of these storage boxes or if it's in my in-laws' garage. I can't remember.
Nice.
I hadn't thought of him in a while, so now I want to find him.
Why in the hell are they actually Lego doing Elite Praetorian Guard for Star Wars and not doing Red Dwarf?
I don't know.
Look at the look. I shit you not.
Oh, for Christ's sake!
Lego. That's actually the Lego website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't even look that good.
Well, it's retired now, where it says on the side.
Aye, but even at that, the fact that they made that.
Yeah, that's annoying.
I've got to say, it does look a good model. It really does.
But the thing
It
is,
looks
the fact
modular,
that
at
they've got
least.
the material that hides most of it.
Mhm.
Did you tell how well it's actually designed based on the fact that they've got material over it? I would have actually preferred to get rid of the material just so you could see what it looks like.
I prefer the Imperial Guard if they'd done a version of that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Roman Imperial Guard, yes, no problem, I would have been okay. Or a Praetorian Guard, even, or even a 40k Praetorian Guard would have been perfect. Yeah. But I'm just a fussy bugger. So it's just considering I was looking for Red Dwarf on the Lego site, I couldn't find it, unfortunately. On the Lego Ideas site, they're all there.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it must have been somebody's actually dated them themselves. They've basically either painted them or I can't see them 3D printing them.
I think what it is, PJ, is that I've got a program on here where I designed the Lego Empire State Building mover. I've got a program called Studio 2.0 that designs Lego models.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do with that, you put the model together in 3D and everything, but you choose your own colours. But the problem is with Lego is that they pick their own colours when it comes to these models. So when it goes to the factory, they've got to change all the settings on the machines and that to actually get the right colours for each specific brick and everything going.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is why they don't want they to release Red Dwarf. But I know someone's trying to do a Thunderbird 2 model, but that keeps getting blocked for some weird reason, and it's getting annoying.
Which is really weird because Thunderbird 2 is the most iconic of all the Thunderbird models. You ask anybody to describe all five.
Yeah.
90% of the time, most people will not know what 5 looks like. 3, yeah, maybe they will. 1, so 2 is the most iconic. 4, not long after it. Then I would say 3, then 1, and 5 is at the end.
Yeah.
Does anybody describe what 5 looks like?
Well, I can tell you something. I know. The thing is about 5. If you look in all the episodes where Thunderbird 3 shoots out of the roundhouse, it does look quite like Thunderbird 5.
Yep.
It's good how they did that.
But you look at there's a set out there which has got Thunderbird 3, which doesn't look like Thunderbird 3.
Yeah.
As far as because it's got the wings rather than actually the 3 tail fins.
Yeah.
And it's because I know fine well when they designed it, somebody went, number 1's a rocket, so why is number 3 a rocket? And it's literally been that. They've decided that you can't have 2 look almost the same. What's the point?
Yeah.
So they made Thunderbird 3 look different with wings. And it's almost like an aircraft. Which isn't Thunderbirds as far as I was concerned.
Well, there usually is a mix-up between the actual Thunderbirds stunt team and the actual Thunderbirds TV series. You usually type it in.
Yeah. But do you know what I want? The most famous model, to me, most iconic model from the 70s TV sci-fi genre is a UFO.
Oh, yes, please.
Because you imagine, see, like you've seen Tim Pool and all that. He's
Yeah.
got his big spaceship spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's just spin slowly, or if you get the ones you can get the globe to spin. I want a space UFO. Yes, UFO superb. But you give me a UFO spaceship that sits in one of those anti-gravity things. It spins.
Yeah.
Now, would that not just be perfect? Sitting in your desk, just spinning all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They are
cool.
so cool.
They are, and that's so. People out there, listen to me, please. I'll let you use my idea without any cost. Make a Thunderbird, a UFO spinning on on one of those anti-grav things that you see in the globe.
We'd buy that.
I would buy that.
We would buy that in a heartbeat.
The idea of it just sounds. I want that.
I'm particularly fond of having a skydiver.
Aye.
That actually goes through the water. Someone's actually built a model of it, but the greatest shame is Sky One doesn't fly. It deattaches, but it doesn't fly.
Yeah.
Icing on the cake.
Minecraft Mindstorm, horrible.
See, I want the skydiver. If I'm not mistaken, that's the one that gets fired from the sub.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I want one to go with similar setup, but completely different.
Oh, nice.
Oh, sweet.
So,
yeah, that's sweet.
There,
I remember you showed that the other day. Yeah.
Somebody's TV printed the missile. I didn't have the missile. That was the only thing that was missing. So I bought the missiles now.
That is a cheeky comment, Colin, only because you want an excuse to wear a string vest. Oh, God.
What's wrong with a string vest? I'll have you know, boy. Sorry, that's a Rabsy Nesbitt quote. Most people don't know who Rabsy Nesbitt is. I'll have you know, son. Yeah, big Rabsy Nesbitt was big in Scotland, so.
Yes, it was.
So yes, that.
Especially an episode where you got David Tennant dressed up as a woman.
Oh, hi, Davina.
Yeah.
Davina, the barmaid.
Yeah.
They couldn't work out if she was a barmaid or a barman in drag. David Tennant. When did I not show you that clip?
I don't think so.
I think it was about 10, 15 shows ago we were talking about it. I'm sure I'll dig it out again. But if you look, Rabsy Nesbitt, Davina.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look for that.
And you wouldn't think he would be a Doctor Who fan and he goes on to play the 10th Doctor. But I've got to hand it to David Tennant in his career.
Yes. He has.
He played it seriously, and that's why it was so fun. Because he didn't drag it up.
Yep.
He wasn't your typical a guy dressed and just still all the manly thing, but people are going. It wasn't. He played it straight as it were, and it was so well done. That's to me, that shows, and it basically none of them had an issue that it was. They just didn't know, and and Jamesy, the womanizer, kept trying to find it because he fancies her. And that's the only reason they wanted to find out. The other ones just didn't care because they were all married. We married all. Which, talking about married all.
God, I'm just getting lost on the Lego website. I have not looked on that website in decades, and I'm just like blown away. It's very different than it used to be. God, it's like, it's all like broken up into weird sections.
Yeah, just be careful there because when you get into the design section where you can submit your own ideas, even if you haven't drawn it yourself, you can say, hey, this is a photograph. I really like this iconic thing.
Yeah.
They might do it. They just might do it, but it will cost a fortune.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm in the ideas section now looking at what they've already done.
Yep. Now, I was just saying, Rabsy Nesbitt, just because this is one of my picks from my charity shop, and it's Elaine C. Smith, who played Mary Doll in Rabsy Nesbitt. How's that for coincidence again? The last time, Alex, we were talking, It was Jethro. And
Yeah.
another one of my DVDs from my charity for this week was Jethro. I was showing Alex that in this channel the other day, and it's just pure coincidence. We are talking about two, and I've got them doing stand up. Is that coincidence, or did I sort of guide it?
Well, the thing is, our show will not be going out till this Tuesday anyway.
Yes.
Because it's all set up and ready.
Yep. Grand Moff, no, unfortunately, no, the General Lee. That's Echo 1. That's Starsky and Hutch's car. I generally still on my list, and the only General Lees I've seen are on eBay and are in so bad a state, I wouldn't pay the money they're asking. Even the ones at Archie, and most of them are expensive, and they need a paint job as well with everything, and I don't see the point. I want one. The last time I saw a decent one in decent shape, they were looking for about £95 to £100 for it, and the figure was about that size.
Oh, they've got the Sesame Street set. That's cool.
Yeah.
I would love to have that.
Lego nuts.
Classic Sesame Street.
Perfect timing with Collins to message there. Now that Gwen has got lost to the Lego site.
Yes, Lego nuts.
Yeah, I'm in my happy place now.
Yeah, that's true. You need to get a King Kong to climb it. Your empire.
Yeah, I could do that.
Because the Godzilla I've got, which is behind me, I got that. I went in initially to get a King Kong. They only had the new Kong. They
Is that
Skull Island.
Is that the 1962 version of Godzilla from Godzilla vs. King Kong?
No, this is just the Godzilla. It's not the.
Yes, that's the original, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the original 1954.
Yeah, I love that. I'm so jealous of that. I want one.
Speaking about Godzilla, I have got
I love Godzilla.
Blu-ray.
Oh, nice.
See, I've got them all. I've got all the movies.
But there's one Godzilla film that scares the hell out of me, and it's him.
Let's see. I can't quite see. Oh, Shin Godzilla.
Yeah. The animated ones.
The animated ones I didn't like. The story was too boring for me.
Yeah.
But Shin Godzilla was like, hell on earth.
A wee Godzilla.
Cool.
Hey.
But I went in to get Kong, and they only had Kong from Skull Island. That's why I came out with a Godzilla.
Yeah.
So, and I'm still looking for the classic Kong, but same idea. Darn expensive. Very expensive. You're talking about 75 up for the figure, which is still stretching. I mean, for 75 quid, I can get about 17 other figures. So, do I fill it up with the one or two I want, or do I fill it up with hundreds I want? I'll go with the hundreds. So, but yes, you need to get a King Kong just to climb the Empire State. And you need to get a fairy.
Yeah, it's got to have a Fay Ray.
I think Fay Ray would be about that tiny.
Yes.
Very tiny. Yes.
Yeah.
But considering the size, so if you get a gorilla just with just a wee bit of blonde, that's all you need.
Yeah.
To show.
The thing is about this sod. Right, if I'm going to put Kong on it, I might have to take this off at the top and try and, put a Kong up there. So I might have to do like a Lego
And the good thing
Kong
is, you don't. You just need to have a Kong that you can clip onto the side. So he's climbing it.
Yeah.
There's a certain piece coming out there. So, right.
Now that looks the idea of that, a Lego Godzilla.
Oh, someone has. There are people out there that have done the Lego designs of Godzilla, and I've got to hand it to them.
Oh my God, they've got an Imperial Star Destroyer.
Yes. I have seen that.
It's only It's only 614 £614. That's all.
That's bought.
£614. I take that back. £615, technically. Imperial Star Destroyer. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I
wish.
I'm catching up with the chat, and there's a couple of things I need to see. One is Kelly N says her dad used to have a small ship like that, Jim. I'm assuming it's to do with that. All I'm going to say, same as this one here, you've got to get a bigger boat because we're all going to need a bigger boat.
Oh, we go. Yeah, definitely for all of these toys, we definitely have to get the bigger boat.
You need to get a bigger boat.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the fact that we watched Jaws on Wednesday, but you definitely need to get a bigger boat.
Do you want to know something?
You have lost me, Colin. Yes.
Do you want to know something? Yeah, do you want to know something interesting? There's a guy, the channel called World of Wayne, and he's building the actual Orca model, the Orca 1 model from Jaws.
Oh, fucking awesome. Oh, I want that so bad. I'd love to have Orca.
Yeah.
Love to have I thought I saw something about that somebody was actually building that.
I know there's a guy building, believe it or not, see the 40k Imperial war machines, the big giant walkers. So in Warhammer Empire, it basically, the figures are tiny. So you get a wee stand about 2 centimeters across, and it's got like 8 Space Marines on it. Then they've got the Imperial walkers, and the biggest one stands about that on that scale. So he's going to build it based on the 28mm models, and it's going to stand over 6.5 foot tall. And he's wanting to build it, which means he has, and he's trying to find, so he'll have to find a lot of bits of plastic that he can build it, because there is even buying models with big bits are still not going to match it. Even if he tries to actually build it out of multiple models, sticking them all together just to give it a lot more detail, it's just going to be too big. But he still wants to build it to the same scale.
That's an amazing Lego set that Wen just shared.
Oh, I want that one.
Cantina.
What one's that?
This is weird. R2 is only £174. The Cantina is 300 and change, and the Star Destroyer is double that.
Yep.
And the AT-AT
comes
is
down to size. These are not small.
No, and the AT-AT is 700.
There you go.
Gonna need a bigger house.
Definitely.
Bigger bank account, more like.
Well, that's the thing. It's a bigger bank account.
Yeah.
I mean, and when it comes to it, I can actually, who needs to actually have a bedroom? We could just actually have a cot.
I mean, I definitely do not need these ideas coming at me right now, because April month is bonus month. It's the yearly bonus month.
Oh, God, yeah. That's tempting.
Right. PJ, I'm going to share this with you. This is what I built 5 years ago. At the moment, this model's now broken up. It was based on a model from the TV show Thunderbirds, but in Lego form, in my own idea. So that is what I built out of Lego. Yeah, it's all in pieces at the well, it's not like in a million pieces, but I've put in sections. A few of them are up in the loft. That's the Mars Sentinel jets. There we go. That's like the full size of it.
That looks cool. Mind you, it's the same idea.
You
need a bigger house.
You definitely need a bigger house for that.
What I did? Well, what I had planned, it was a good few years ago.
Oh, that's cool.
Between wives.
Oh, where is it?
In one of my houses, there was a hook on the ceiling. 2 hooks. It used to be for the old clothes, the old drying pegs, the old dryers with the wee label, the wee. You used to pull it in. What do you call it? Pulley system. So you would drop it down, put all the clothes over it, and bring it up, and it would sit above the room, right? But obviously they're not allowed anymore. They weren't allowed anymore, so they took the whole systems out. But there was still the 2 pegs. And what I was going to do for when I was playing Warhammer, it was fantasy. I was going to take that and build a table, a 6 foot by 6 foot table, and then just wind it up every night, sit up there, and just wind it down, put two stands for it to sit on. And that's what I was going to do. That's what you need for those. So you can just keep it, and you don't need to take it apart each time. Just wind it up, put it up above your head, then wind it down when you need it.
The thing is, PJ, with this model is that you saw it on like the floor.
Yeah.
But with that leg size there, right, judging by the height of this, that was it. Well, that it was going to be actual. If I had all like the other, how many legs was it? So you got one, about 6 legs, right, going down to the ground. But I was going to put a midsection in to like hold it all together.
Yeah.
But the problem is, it got so big, and that, as you said, you need a bigger house.
Yep.
You're going to run out of room.
I'm running out of room, and I've not got anything too big in here, apart from a mannequin.
I just want to know, how do you think, where is it, Az from Hill versus Babyface feels, judging by his huge collection?
I think Az has got a bigger room next door, so that's just his small room.
Yeah, I think he's going to need a warehouse.
You see him gabbing, and he's got hundreds of boxes behind him.
Yeah.
Then eventually they all clear, and their boxes just piled up, ready to go.
Yeah.
Then they disappear, and so all his figures are going somewhere. I think he's got a room the size of the Erdrotics next door, and his filming room is just where he puts all the stuff before he unpacks them and puts them away.
I'm actually, first I'm a little bit jealous of Gary. Not the fact of his collection, but the fact that he just moved to a new house in Texas.
Yeah.
I've only ever quickly touched on the state of Texas.
Yeah.
And it's huge. And the house is like a dirt cheap house that costs a fortune here in the United Kingdom. For that, you get a small palace. Yeah. With his success on YouTube and StreamYards and everything, it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go for a really big Texas house mansion version.
Colin says he's found many big pictures with the 4 main characters plus Ace Rimmer and Dwayne Dibley. And I saw the one, I've seen that one as well, but I've also seen the one that had the Mr. Flibbo and holographic.
Ace Rimmer. Smoke me
a kipper. I'll be back in time for breakfast.
I so loved the twist in the character, because up until then it was just like this boring, overbearing. It was like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do this. And yes, I'm dead, I'm a hologram, but I'm still in charge of you because I outrank you, blah 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 blah. And then suddenly it becomes Ace Rimmer. It's like, wow, that's a refreshing
episode dimension jump. That was the absolute funniest episode ever.
Yeah, I really love that one.
Shadow Interceptors, love that as well.
I just don't get it with the Shadow Interceptors. Is that they fire their missiles and that's that.
Yes, but that's what you're saying when we were talking about having it spinning on your desk. A couple of Shadow Interceptors the other side of your desk. That would be a perfect setup, wouldn't it?
I know.
That would be superb.
I've got to admit with UFO, I didn't. When I was younger, I wasn't too sure at first, but since I've got older and now, I've got more into it. But I just find it absolutely fascinating is that where they've got to take down the UFOs, but it's trying to locate them first, and they keep firing and they keep missing, and one always gets through to the Earth.
Yeah, mind you, I think it's because, I think initially they had a really good idea, because if they had just ships firing, in effect, small missiles, 5 or 6 of them, whereas they've got the one large one, because space is vast and it doesn't need to hit. All it needs to do is and then explode and cover a large distance.
I know.
And I thought that was a good idea because space is large, whereas a lot of these newer ones, it was sort of zooming in and machine gunning it like a World War II aircraft, whereas they took the idea as, well, space is vast. As long as we know roughly where it is, we can fire and hope it's like submarines. It's and the concussion would do the damage.
That's an interesting theory about those.
Yeah, the first episode, Jerry Anton directed a UFO. When the interceptors took off and they fired their missiles, there was no sound. And
Yep.
Jerry was playing it clever, as in saying, yeah, there's no sound in space. And then he got into trouble saying, no, you've got to have like the explosion sounds and all this and that in it. And you think, what? So he was ahead of his time, Jerry Anson, when he directed that first episode.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. That's the one. That's the one. Colin just sent us it. So that's it there. That's the minifigures.
Oh,
But
yes.
That's the only thing about it's got the two Hollies. And I've seen the one. It had the Mr. Flibble, and it had the. I'm going to find it. I've got the other one, but I've seen that one.
This is what I like about people doing customizations and selling them like unlicensed from Lego. Because I know Lego's released like what, Stranger Things?
Yes.
They've released that.
Yeah, I did see Stranger Things on the Lego site just now, yeah.
Yeah, it's just, I think they're very picky when it comes to these sets.
Yeah, they seem to be. It was an odd collection of things that they've done. It was very like random.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is a bit of what Lego does nowadays. It's like user submissions, basically big fan cultures and everything. They've realized they are out there. And all you need to do is submit your idea, and if it gets enough votes and everything, they will actually manufacturing it and get it done.
Well, the one thing Lego will not do, and they said they would never ever do it, is World War II Lego sets. They will never ever do it, but someone's already beat them to the punch. So if you want a World War II Lego set, you have to go to like the people who specialise in building those.
Yeah.
But with the ability of 3D printers, you can get anything.
If you can imagine.
That's true.
I'm just trying to find that set. It's really annoying me now because I can't find the set with holographic Rimmer in his gingham dress.
Disaster Area is asking, have they done a Lego Space 1999 Eagle?
I want one. I want one, and it has to come.
You've got a model of it, but I don't know if they've done a.
It has to come with
Lego.
I want that side so I can actually make the pod in there.
Lego. All I can say, Lego might do it, but it's licensing problems.
Yes.
With Space 1999. Also, but someone has actually build a full size, this big, right? Lego Eagle with the minifigures inside.
Yeah, and I know Eagle Moss have started doing Eagles. They've got 3 on their site. Eagle Moss have got 3 1999 Eagles on their site. They're 60 quid each. So, hence the reason why I just got the Goyle mothership and I got the Cylon. Because if I was going to spend 60 quid, it was on those two rather than one. What I wanted. Quantity, not quality. I can't find. I bought the ones of all the Red Dwarf that I've seen, and I can't find the one with the holographic virus Rimmer in his gingham dress. It's annoying me, so it is. Because you can get all the other ones, Ace and everything, but for some reason, it's not there. Oma.
There's these documentaries I've been watching. I'm gonna send you the link in private chat.
Yeah, it's there. Found it. It's got Kachansky in it as well.
See, Adam Savage is being busy. Hey, nice one.
Oh, Kachansky, lovely. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah.
He's a penguin as well.
He's got his gingham dress, Mr. Flibble, and as I'm saying, That's the one that I remember, and I thought it had the holly. But
That
I
is
must have
funny.
seen that another one, but that's the one.
That's adorable.
It is. So I want all those ones, the Dwayne and everything. I've been watching Death in Paradise, and I watched the Christmas one from last year with Dwayne was back, Danny John Jules.
I haven't seen that one yet.
It was only in it for the one episode, but in season 10, that was the Christmas episode at the end of season 10, and season 10 had the two characters from the very first, Ben Miller. That was the one I uploaded to Rumble, the ghost of D.I. Pool, and I put it on Discord. Because Twitter wouldn't let me play it because
I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
No problem.
Okay. All right, I'll just stop my camera muting on.
Yep.
Yeah,
so D.I. Pool, so basically Ben Miller was back, and what was her name? I'm going to say Christine, but it's not. It's the French one. Her mother is the mayor.
I'm not too familiar with the show, so
Right. Well, she came back, and she's a DI, or detective sergeant. Her mother's the bartender, the mayor, and somebody tried to kill her, so she came back, and then she's having a thought to herself. She's sitting on the beach, worrying about her mother and all the time she's missed with her because she's been away working in Paris. And then it suddenly pans out when she was on her Todd, it pans out, and there is Ben Miller's D.I. Pool, who got killed in season 3, episode 1, because Chris Marshall was coming in and he'd left. So he's dead, and it's his ghost just talking her through how she feels and stuff like that. And it's really good to see the two of them play against each other again, because it just brought it back, those 2 seasons of her going every time he spoke. So I uploaded it to Rumble. So I did, because the ones that are on Rumble.
I haven't been back on Rumble for a good few days. It's just finding the time to get back to all the sites. But I had one of those. I had a complete nerd out today, and I totally reorganized all my bookmarks while I was watching stuff on the telly. I just sat there and methodically completely resorted all my bookmarks into separate folders and subfolders, and I was in nerd heaven doing that. But now I can find stuff at last.
Colin was actually just saying he sent me that picture just after I found it and uploaded it. Colin sent me the same picture of the Dwarfers, but he's just watched the final last episode of season 11. I've got that to watch. I'm watching it tomorrow, and it was Camille Bordeaux or Bordeaux. I'm sure it's Bordeaux.
I think Bordeaux.
It could be, but my French is as bad as my English. Come on, I'll speak slang. No problem with that. No
problem.
So
I'm learning some Scottish colloquialisms now when I'm watching Still Game.
Yeah. So you need to look for boggin.
Boggin? Is that the same thing as it means in Wales? Boggin. I mean, disgusting.
Aye, dirty, disgusting. Yeah. It's boggin.
Yeah.
Or bowfin.
Bowfin, I haven't heard. Bowfin.
If something's bowfin, it's boggin. It's disgusting.
Okay.
So
that's a new one.
Aye, because it makes you bow. It's bowfin, and you've got a lot of colloquialisms like that.
Oh yeah.
You've even got some sort of colloquial sayings, such as, for instance, you want to get a meal down, you just basically go on about his baldy hop pincher. I've not heard that outside Scotland, I must admit.
Yeah.
But it's something that's quite universal.
Yes.
There is a lot of colloquialisms up here. And I've got a couple of coasters, not in front of me, I've got them in work. It's basically got bits and pieces like that. I bought the Patter. I'll need to dig that out for you when for next time, Wednesday maybe, if I can find it. I've got 2 copies of the Patter. It's basically breaking down the Scottish colloquialism.
Oh, brilliant! Because the Welsh version is called Wenglish, where we.
And as I said, if you want to see it, one is Stanley Baxter, Palliamo Glasgow. He's got a couple on YouTube, and he's basically he goes over the top with it. So he does.
There he is. Yeah, I lost you for a second. You sort of went black screen.
Who, me?
Back now, yeah. The Wenglish one. There's a little booklet I have around here somewhere that they gave me when I first came over, which was fun. But yes, Colin, I have picked up some Welsh, and I've picked up. Yeah, Kelly says Spanglish in New York. Yep, same thing.
Yep.
I've picked up some Welsh and picked up mostly Wenglish.
When we were on Mr. AWK's, we were doing language, and he brought out the Welsh town. Can you see it?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't memorized it yet. I'm embarrassed to say. Darren can say it. Darren nails it. He can, which he would anyway. No, he's gone over to his parents now. He does a bit of pairing in the evenings over there. So
record himself doing that one thing so we can actually play it, because Mr. AWK and none of us could even attempt it.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
None of us could attempt it, but there you go. Darren can actually say it.
Oh yeah, yeah. He'll say that for you next time.
Yeah,
definitely. Kelly says in Quebec it's
in Quebec
Franglish.
Franglish.
Wow.
Was it?
Let's actually just bring it down. You can actually English it all you want. To us, it's the Patter.
You see, you all got it wrong.
The Patter.
You all got it wrong. We have it the best. Us Vikings. It's called Swinglish.
See, there you go. Like everybody else, you just put English at the end of it. So we win because we call it the Patter. We win.
Got to be different. Got to be different.
Because we don't call it Scottish.
No, that would be weird. Scottish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Scottish.
That would be
weird.
No,
we call it, it's the Patter. We basically fall apart. Half of us are full of bill, but the rest are full apart. But yes, I'll need to dig that out. It is in one of my shelves over there, or over there, or over there. It could be in anywhere in my room, actually, because I've got books down there as well, and I've got books over there, and I've got 2 shelves there, 2 shelves there, and a pile over there. So it could be anywhere in this room. And people actually think my room's tidy. It just looks at this wee bit here.
I think most rooms are like that. There's the the bit that looks tidy and and eye line, and then you've got all sorts of bits and pieces everywhere else.
Yeah. What?
All off camera now.
Pardon?
All off camera now.
Yes, my
yeah, I just
I'm starting to flag here, which is a little earlier than normal for me.
But, if that's the case, what we should do is
Pick of the week.
That is still so corny for me. I know what he's doing. I got that way, but it's still so corny. So, do you want me to go, because I've shown you the Thunderbird that Mr. AWK got us. I've shown you my Adama, Echo 1 and the 18 van. Although the 18 van needs to have a name. Because you've got Echo 1, you've got Echo 1, you've got Kit, you've 18 van. What did DA call his van?
I don't think he did he?
No, I don't remember it.
I don't think he did either. And
no, because even the Scooby-Doo van is called the Mystery Machine, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. So they've all got a name. Well, Street Hawk did. Well, did it? Would you call it?
Well, the
You've got Blue Thunder, you've got Airhawk, the 18 van. It just doesn't seem right because
Well, the Starsky and Hutch car didn't have a name.
The what car?
The Starsky and Hutch car didn't have a name.
Yeah, that was Echo 1. That was their call sign.
Oh, when you say, okay.
We were Echo 1. So they were,
I never really associated it with that.
Car,
yeah.
I would refer to it as Echo 1 because that was their call sign when they were driving. No, sorry, no Echo 1, Zebra 1. Zebra 1.
Yeah, because Echo 1, it sounded like you were saying Echo 1, which is obviously...
That's why I've got it. It's Zebra 1. So I would call that Zebra 1 because that they only ever referred to it when they were rolling. So this is Zebra 1. You know what I mean? They would say this is Zebra 1.
Yeah.
So I was called it Zebra 1 just because that's where they had the radio. So they didn't have radios or anything like that for running around. They had it in the car. Or if they were actually had a radio, they would say it's hut here or officer, whatever. But it was always Zebra 1.
This is interesting. One of the original 6 vans used in the A-Team is displayed in the Cars of the Stars Motor Museum in Keswick, Northern England.
I've been down there. I can't remember seeing that.
That's interesting. That's intriguing. I'll drop the link in the...
I was down in Keswick. We were going to go to... Do you know what we were actually planning to do? Believe it or not, I might have the...
I don't know how old this link is, mine, but...
No, because we were... when we were down in the Lake District, we went on a tour. There was 3 tours. There was the red tour, the blue tour, and the yellow tour. The red tour went to the motor museum. The blue tour went up to Lake End, and the yellow tour was the one we just went around the islands. Because we were only there for a few days and it was pelting rain, we decided just to do the one tour around the island. The next time we're going down, we're getting the 48-hour pass, which allows us to do all 3. And we can get off the boats and do a walk around and get. So that's what we plan to do, which includes the Keswick Motor Museum. We were going to do it this time. So I'm definitely doing it next time.
I sent you the link.
Yes, that's the Keswick. Yep. Superb. But
that's cool, isn't it?
It is.
That'd be cool to see.
I'll share that. So.
Oh, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang as well.
Don't talk about that, please. My little brother's addicted to that film.
Chitty Bang Bang.
I loved that. I absolutely loved that when I was little. I wanted that car so bad.
Yeah. That's on my list of cars that I want. I've got the DVD, but that just looks amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
And there's all the cars there. Herbie! It's a Transformer. That's
Bumblebee.
That's Bumblebee, yeah. Don't know what that's from. It's got Pegasus on the side.
Pegasus on the back. I was thinking it's the one Fanboys, but it's not. Fanboys is the Millennium Falcon on the side.
Is that in Australia somewhere? It looks like the rock formations might be Australia.
New Zealand.
Or New Zealand, yeah.
Cartoon Network. I'm not seeing anything from them.
And
here we go, Mystery Machine.
Yeah.
I would live in that thing.
Yeah.
The Mystery Machine. That is so cool.
That's Hogan's Heroes.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
James Bond.
Oh.
Yeah.
Evil Dead. They
need the Govs Quattro in there as well.
Yeah, that's Evil Dead's Oldsmobile. What is this one? Hold on. Guinevere car.
Is that from the Constantly then?
I don't know what that's from. I could have just got an image of that one. I've obviously not got the propped up one.
I will say this for the reboot of Mad Max. They did some nice work with those cars they were driving across the
Yes, they did.
They've got Ecto 1 as well. And they've got Herbie!
There we go. Now we have Herbie.
Both
Oh,
of them.
I loved Herbie.
Funny enough,
Bananas, I've got the DVD. It's just so fun.
the Monsters
The
car.
Monsters car. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Batmobile.
Oh my
there we go.
God, that's the classic Batmobile.
Yeah.
The
Definitely.
1960s. Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yay!
There it is.
DeLorean.
I
Yeah.
cycled along by that in central London when I was a cycle courier.
Well, I've been sitting in it. I've got a picture up there of me sitting in it. I'm sitting in it with my
Oh,
TARDIS fleece on, so it was a time machine inside a time machine.
Oh, look at that.
That looks amazing.
That's a
Yeah.
beauty.
Well detailed and pristine cleaned.
Yep,
That's all I can
yep.
say.
That is stunning.
Looks amazing.
Do you know I had a little Matchbox Batmobile from the 1960s? I think it was like a Matchbox size one, and I don't have it anymore. I lost it years and years and years ago. But,
There's a car.
Car museum.
oh yeah,
In all fairness, they had the bike, Black Widow's bike, so
Yeah.
if they can get away with that, they can get away with all this.
That's from Power Rangers RPM, and that's from SPD.
okay,
I know my Power Rangers history.
yep.
That's Turbo. That's from Turbo and all.
Dawn Blaster.
Yep. That's
There's the Power
Turbo.
Ranger. Red Power Ranger. Look, General
Yeah,
Lee,
that's more like it. There's Kit.
Oh yeah,
DeLorean. That's the
Ecto
best
one.
picture. There's the one from the Beverly Hillbillies. And there's
Yes.
the Monsters car. The drag car. Yeah. So that's the Beverly Hillbillies at the top.
PJ, if you don't mind, can you get Colin's comment off the screen because I can't hardly see it. Apologies, Colin. There we go.
Right. So I need to
Thanks.
actually move my mic. So the two at the
That
bottom is the
is-
DeLorean and the Monsters car.
Mm.
That's the dragster Herman built. Then you've got Kit, Ecto One, Herbie, General Lee, Batmobile, and the Beverly Hillbillies. Because all granny's still sitting in a rocking chair.
Yeah.
I'm surprised
Oh, I
you
used
didn't
to
fall
love
off
that
the back
show.
of that.
Yeah. So there it's there.
That's the Batman Forever Batmobile parked
Yeah.
up there. So
Yep. The Devil. What one's that from? Cruella de Vil.
yeah, 101 Dalmatians, I think.
Yeah.
Ah,
Porky Pig's mobile. The Porky
Yeah.
Pig mobile. You
yeah.
can just see the Porkies. I thought it was from
Is
Porky.
it just me, or was it something,
Oh yes.
shall we say, back in the day where they actually put a little bit of love and care into the design of the car?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. They had a real personality.
Yeah, you could definitely tell all of them apart. Today is basically like, oh, it's a square and it's like a rectangle, and off you go.
Yeah.
But here's the same vehicle. Mine looks a bit smaller. So it is. So that's Lady Penelope's car. So it is.
Oh yes.
Still having a full-sized one.
Would
Yep.
be better,
Yeah.
yes. Even if it is pink. Oh, come on. Willy Wonka.
Yep.
I was wondering about that. Oh, there's an
Yep,
Oompa.
there we go.
Then Herbie again.
Roger
Roger.
Rabbit.
Hey, who killed Roger Rabbit?
Oh,
I haven't seen that in years.
What's that one? It's like a steam vehicle.
It's a tractor. It doesn't
I,
say what it's
I
from.
think I know where that's from, but the picture is so small. I don't.
It
Yeah.
can't even increase the picture. No, you can,
Uh,
unfortunately. There it's there.
Oh, that's from Green Acres.
yeah, that's
Yep.
the one.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't recognise that.
Eddie
song.
Albert.
I didn't
Yeah.
recognise that. song.
Funny thing is, I gone to car shows. Well,
Christine.
before lockdown, I went to a lot of car shows, and those model track are obviously a little bit smaller. Oh, that's a gorgeous Batman one.
Yeah.
That's the one from
there's
the
tons of
Michael
them
Keaton
having-
Batman, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, the original Batmobile.
What'd you say,
Oh,
Jim?
there-
Sorry.
No, I was saying before lockdown, just because the events taking place around the area, I went to a few car shows, and a surprising amount of people having these steam tractor, whatever it is. Okay, obviously not
Yes.
full scale, but even tiny scale. It's like-
Steam rallies. Yeah.
yeah.
Blues Brothers.
Blues
Yeah.
Hong Kong Fooey. Never on Super Guy.
Oh, I love Hong Kong Fooey. So yeah, we've been to a couple of those, Jim. Those steam rally shows. They're really interesting.
We could go on for hours, so just on the cars
Yeah.
and that. So we could. But yeah, I'm planning to go there. It was on my list for when I was down at the Lake District a couple of weeks ago. Definitely plan to go back down, and that is the museum. The Motor Museum is on my list. Unfortunately, I wish I'd actually gone this time when I was down, and I missed it. Mama,
Oh.
but I'll be back.
Another time.
I'll
I'll be
I'll
back.
be back.
So
Right,
did we play the intro for the pick of the week, and then we squirreled down
Yes, we
like
did.
amazing
We-
cards?
Yeah, we went down a rabbit hole. What a surprise.
Well, I've already shown a couple of my DVDs, like for instance, Elaine C. Smith stand-up, and
Yeah, but my
Yep.
pick of the
And-
week is very light, but I have something I think that will impress people.
well, I've only got DVDs left. I'll fly through them. I try and be as best I can, right? So,
Let's see if this works then. If I pull it down slowly.
winner of 2 Emmys,
Any
Zoolander.
guess? Any
Is that-
guess?
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Eddie
Izzard.
Izzard. After I was talking about Eddie last
wonderful.
week.
Yeah.
Aye.
I managed
We went to
pick
see
this one
him.
up.
Yeah, we saw him in concert to one of his shows. When we went on our honeymoon, actually.
Yeah.
We saw him. And that's a good find.
It is. I'm still looking for my favorite, which is coming out of a book, where his goes like, oh, well, back in the Roman days, they had these professional mourners. But rather than go cry and everything, it was like, put them in the ground. Why don't we put them in catapult and go, twang?
Hey, see that? And back in Roman days, they had professional mourners. You still get that because I've worked in the funeral business when I was younger. My wife worked in the funeral business later on.
Mm-hmm.
People turn up to every funeral they can because not as much recently because obviously there was the pandemic and things like that before. But
Yeah.
they would turn up just so they could go to the funeral tea.
Yeah.
So, say
Yeah.
for instance, you pick a town, Glasgow, they would turn up to funerals. They would just literally walk into the funeral and every day they would go to a different funeral just so they could get invited. Professional mourners just going to get their funeral fee because that was their lunch sorted. They didn't need to worry about it after.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
pretty dark.
It is dark, but you think about it, there is, even when someone passes and there's maybe 2 or 3 people they're not turned up, even if
In those cases,
they
yes.
don't need, they don't see people, and these
Yeah.
people turn up who are strangers. They're just people they knew didn't know very well, but they thought it was a mark of respect. That's all they need to say. But
Yeah.
it
Well, if
also
your
made the
presence
family feel good that
provides,
there was a lot more people there. But that's what
Yeah.
people do, and I know that they've been doing it since I was a kid. I've known
yeah,
when I was in the game. From I was 16 until I was 25, I was a monumental mason. I used to make headstones. I was
Mhm.
as a monumental polisher was my title.
Yep.
And I knew then that people did it, and it still goes on now.
oh yeah,
It probably does. Collins dropped some historical wisdom in the chat as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit further down.
Yes, I know. It's basically it's
You're
catching
just
up.
having to try to catch up. Chat's
Yeah.
on fire as always.
And
I'll
that,
wait
see that
until
one there?
I'll
When
wait
it said
until you
that
find
it
it.
looked like the Spectrum Saloon. Was that the red Power Rangers car? It looked like to me.
Yeah.
It looked like
Yeah,
the
it
Spectrum.
does look similar.
Yeah.
That would be a great car to actually
Art
see.
Pencil
something
Chat,
like
and I
that.
knew the one he's talking about in that one.
I know the one he's talking about. Yeah.
I know,
Hillman
yeah,
Husky.
I know.
My uncle's first car was the Hillman Imp. That was a teeny car, 4 people in it, and that was 4 people too many. It literally was a mini. It was smaller than a mini, and I'm not talking about the new minis. I'm talking about the classic mini. A Hillman Imp
Oh,
was
yes.
smaller than a mini, and my uncle had one.
Envious of Kellynch there having a car show with a lot of Mustangs. I'm not a car fanatic, but they look good. They do look good.
They are cool
Yes,
looking.
they did the gladiatorial combats. Yeah, started the funeral rites. It was a way to entertain and celebrate,
Mm.
and it was that's why most gladiators didn't get basically told to die up or down, which they still don't know if up means dead or down means dead or that thing. That's just basically a fallacy. They don't know how there was the thing that just
None of us were
nowadays,
alive 2,000 years ago
it's
when we were
because
having it.
they think people
I feel like it's
nowadays
intense.
that means down, that means that's bad luck, or that's good and that's bad. So that's why people think they used to do that or that. They don't know, but I knew that the gladiatorial combat started. That's why a lot of gladiators just fought, and it wasn't to the death. Very rarely it was to the death, and it was because
Money?
That's
you
right.
don't train
Yeah,
somebody up just to go and get killed.
Yeah.
They wanted people to die. They would throw Christians to the lions because it cost nothing.
Exactly. Right, my next pick is very heavy.
Right?
And I had to cheat. This is not a charity shop pickup. It's a sex shop pickup. Just for you people.
Finally had to admit he went to the sex shop.
Let's see if we can slowly get this.
Pull it out slowly.
Frasier.
Hey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
superb.
Oh
Skill set.
God.
Oh.
See,
It is
Lovely.
the full set.
See, Fraser to me was one of those programs that every single character was
Very
nailed,
nice.
was a nailed character.
Yep,
Every
yep.
single one. Even Eddie the dog.
Yeah, I loved
Because if
Eddie.
you look at a lot of shows beforehand, you had a lot of really good characters, but there was maybe one that just didn't quite fit in. And maybe they lasted a couple of episodes or they lasted a season, then they got changed out and somebody else got brought in. Fraser, you look at it, you had the same characters all the way through because they
Yeah.
nailed it. Niles, Daphne, Eddie,
Yep.
Martin, Fraser,
Darlene.
I was going to say Roxanne, but it's not. It's
Darlene, I
Roz.
think.
It was Roz.
Not the Ross. Ross.
It was Daphne was the thing, but I mentioned
Oh,
Daphne.
yes.
But they nailed them all, and that was the thing. I thought Fraser was one of those shows that every single character nailed from day one.
That
But
reminds me.
bonus question, and I think everybody knows the answer. Where does Frasier come from? What
Cheers.
Austin,
Cheers.
Cheers, Austin.
is yes?
Yeah.
That reminds me, I've got to get the box of that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a
But
brilliant.
I'm
Both are
so
brilliant.
happy. Now here's the second question for a bonus round. There is 11 seasons, as you can see. There are 4 discs in each of these box sets covering the seasons. How much do you think I picked this up for?
I would say if it was in the sex shop, I would probably say about £7.
When?
I've got no idea. I'm going to say a fiver. A fiver.
Every time you say sex shop, it throws her one.
I will add, it is actually in a very pristine condition.
It does look
I'll
pretty
say-
decent. Yeah. Decent
I'll say
condition.
about £15.
It was actually £22, but with £22, I got 44 DVDs.
That's not bad at all. That
Not
is
at
not
all.
bad at all.
Yeah.
That is a
£2
nice
a
set.
season, which is really good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very happy to have picked that up, and I'm definitely gonna try and start watching it as soon as things stop.
Oh, I loved Frasier. Absolutely loved it.
Frasier to me was the pinnacle of perfect casting.
Yeah.
Right. So for my final pick, and this is back to charity again. Yeah. And this is the feeling I have that is going on around the planet at this very moment. And you will get it very soon.
Oh my God.
I've still not watched it.
Yeah, we need to get that. We definitely need to get that. That's such a fantastic show.
Yeah.
Still go back and watch it.
Yeah.
I think it's on BritBox.
Yeah.
Or it's one of them, because I know we've watched it, but we haven't got the DVD.
I'll give the caution. Look at the labeling.
I know.
I wonder why they flip. But yeah, I've got it, but I've still not watched it. Do you know what we need to do? I was thinking for a movie, and I can't. Oh God, it was something we were talking about 5 minutes ago. I'll need to come back to it. See if I didn't mention it at the time. I got distracted just as I was about to say we need to do a movie. Oh, it was Eddie Izzard.
Yeah.
All the Queen's Men. Matt
Yes,
LeBlanc's in it.
Yeah.
Matt LeBlanc's in it. You need to do a review of that. That is a fun movie.
Yeah.
Eddie Izzard, Matt LeBlanc, and there's a few other ones. I've not seen it for a couple of years, but I bought it. It's a while back, and it's superb.
Cool.
And if you like Eddie Izzard, you'll love it.
Yes, yeah, we do. We enjoy his comedy and stuff.
It's Colin is CEX. It's
Charlie X. Charlie Echo Xerxes.
I think he's being facetious. Oh, Wings. Yes, Kelly, you mentioned that was before. I loved Wings.
If you want to see something, it's funny. It's to do with Wings.
That was hilarious.
The High Life. It had Victor and Barry as the two comedians who were air stewards, shall we say. And it was Alan Cummings. That was his first. Him and his comedy partner played Victor and Barry.
Yep.
And it was called The High Life, 2 seasons, and that was fun. The two of them were air stewards in Air Scotia. It was a Scottish thing. Surprise, surprise! I watched it and I liked it. I wonder why.
Do you know, I'd completely forgotten about that show too.
PJ, do I have to ask? Do I have to do my pick of the week at all? Or
do you want to? Yep.
Okay. My pick of the week has got to be two of my collection, or two of my favourite Blu-rays. I know I'm a Jerry Anson fanatic, so number one, Journey to the Far Side of the Sun.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's a very good pick.
I've only seen that one.
Fantastic.
And to put a smile on Colin's face, Captain
Yay!
This is the voice of the Mr. Rons. He already put it in the chat earlier because we already knew he was going to.
Yeah. I'll tell you something, if I can bring it up for my pick of the week, because I'm not going to receive it till Christmas. Because it got announced after Christmas, and then I went, why couldn't they release it before, Christmas? I could have had that as a Christmas present. Right, where is it? I'll just bring it up.
See, there is a couple of things that I'm waiting for. They've not turned up yet, and they're going to be here for next week. They're eBay. So they are. And I'll show you them next week. I had to buy them because I've been looking for them in all the charity shops, never found them. And I saw somebody was selling the full set. So I went in and got them.
This is my other pick of the week, and I can't get it just until this.
Stingray.
It's finally coming out on Blu-ray. It's finally coming out on Blu-ray.
See, Stingray is just superb as well. I think Jerry Anderson, all these ones, Stingray, even Captain Scarlet, Thunderbirds.
Yep.
Even though they were puppeteered, they were just so much fun to actually watch. Whereas, see, the only one I've actually liked that they've went anime with or CGI with was this Captain Scarlet, the early one. They made that in with CGI, and it actually turned out not too bad. Whereas other ones they've done, I thought, nah, it doesn't quite work.
Hold on. Here it is. Here's a picture. This is what's coming out in the box set. I can't zoom that in, I'm afraid, but
See if you go to your plus, your sign, and just do plus to zoom into your website.
okay. Right.
Up your three dots up at the corner. Three dots
Yeah.
up, right. Click on that, and you've got zoom. You can just plus in, and it can zoom
There
in.
we go. So that is what's going to be in the one I'm getting this Christmas.
Oh, sweet.
Superb.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I'll need to keep an eye out for that as well.
You can pre-order it now on the network site.
I'm a hunter. I like the hunt.
Oh, you've got to grab it as fast as possible, PJ.
I know.
You've really got to grab
That's the problem. That's always a drawback for people like me. I'm a hunter. I try not purchase them. I like the hunt. That's why I like the charity shop. Sometimes I can pick up great stuff. Sometimes I see something on eBay and think I ain't going to get that in the charity shop, but because it's there,
it depends on what it is.
I suppose it does because there's a couple of things, but very rarely I pre-order because I like the hunt.
You seem to have such amazing charity shops around your area. I got about 10 that are within walking distance, and I've cleaned them out. I kid you not, I've actually cleaned them out of the really good stuff. So it's like really tricky to go in. It's like, oh, I'm not going to find anything. And it just goes like, nope, got that one, that one. It's like, oh, next shop, which is why I'm going to the sex shop.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the hunt is still really fun because every now and then there's someone that's just dumped it in, and the charity shop, they just want to get rid of them because they have so many DVDs, so you get them dirt cheap.
Yeah. As
now I have ACDC
comment. Disaster Era brought out that comment about Cliff Richard. I have got them on Blu-ray.
Nice.
Yeah.
Those movies. I haven't got the 2004 one. That's blasphemy to me. That is blasphemy. But these absolutely brilliant.
See, the thing is, but I still think the Captain Scarlet was the best one. The animated stuff, otherwise, it just didn't quite sit right because I don't know. They just try to modernise it too much. Where Captain Scarlet, you can understand parts of where they were modernising it, but Thunderbirds, no, it has to be set at the time. And considering it was animated, they didn't need to update it because they didn't need to dress sets. It was animated, for goodness sake. They could make it set in a different time, but they wanted to update it for younger audiences. Younger audiences just want to see international rescue saving people. Right. When have you got anything?
Nothing this week. Nothing this week. We haven't really been out to pick anything up.
Not a problem at all. As I said, I've got a few, and as I said, I picked up my Adama from Game Emporium for winning, guys. Nice guy in there. He basically, that is just superb.
I know, that is so cool.
That's
a great figure.
Considering the age of it, it is really good condition. I got my 18 van.
Nice.
Over the moon. I've got Zebra 1, and yes, any car they were in was Zebra 1. It was a call sign, but considering 90% of the time they were in that car, that's why I call it Zebra 1. It's because I hate saying Starsky and Hutch's car.
I know. Well, it's the same. There were that just didn't have a name, but yeah.
That's why, because it distinguishes it for me. If 18 van, if BA called it anything, let's get into the Beast or let's get into or something, then that's all I would need. It's just because I hate you saying I got the 18 van, because you have to signify it. Whereas if you said I got Zebra 1 or I got Ecto 1, I got Kit, people have a rough idea what the show is. Whereas you have to tell them what the show is for that van. But my DVD, apart from Elaine and Jethro, they stand up, I got a couple of weird ones. I got a couple of real good ones. A couple of the weird ones was Strange Bedfellows. Paul Hogan.
Oh.
Paul
Wow.
Hogan. So it's got Michael Canton and Peter Postlethwaite in it. So
Yeah, I think I saw that one in a chat shop. I didn't pick it up, but it's like
it's because it's got Paul Hogan in it. I thought, oh,
I can still remember watching the Paul Hogan show.
yes,
We used to
with
get
the guy
that over the
with
States.
we
Yeah.
who used to walk about with his hat on and he talked
Yeah.
like that. I've got a
Remember
couple
he
of
did-
episodes of that somewhere. So I have.
Yeah.
Remember, he did the character, I remember vaguely well, Leo Wanker. the
Yes, he
stuntman.
did. Yes, that's right. Leo Wanker was the he was the sportsman, was
yeah.
it? And he basically had the shorts and the blue jacket, shirt with the sleeves ripped off. He was
Yeah.
a surfer,
Yes.
Leo
Yeah.
Wanker, and his pal was the one that used to wear the wee hat and talk with his voice like that. Yes, I have. I picked up this one, Cross.
That's not ringing any bells.
It sounds quite good.
Mm.
Brian Austin Green, Vinnie Jones, and Michael Clark Duncan. The end was near. They kicked its ass. It was the tagline that got me.
Michael Clark Duncan, was he in Green Mile?
Yes.
He was. He
Yes.
played.
I thought he was. Yeah.
He was the one. He was the one that got executed, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's the big guy.
Yeah, because he
Yeah.
had a special ability.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's because he was in it and Vinnie Jones. But it was the kicker that got me was the end was near. They kicked its ass. I thought that sounds as if that's going to be a fun one to watch. So then I got a nice war one. Beneath Hill 60.
Nice.
It's
Oh,
basically
okay.
that's the one about the tunnelers.
I have not seen that one.
After Gallipoli, there was a hill to be won. It wasn't the tunnelers, sorry. This is the one about the unit on the hill 60. And it was actually about Battle of Hill 60.
Mm.
And Clark Gable and William Boyd.
Painted Desert. Wow.
So young and so much trouble. Nice classic. I like the classic Clark Gable one. Can't go wrong. And how's this one, Wendy? I finally picked it up.
What is it?
Nice.
The Nightmare
Remember,
Before
I
Christmas.
had to go and find a copy of it.
Yes, that was Jim's recommendation. That was
Yeah,
great.
well, was you go? And it's a special edition as well.
Yeah,
I picked
very
up the giant
nice.
purple. I was over the moon.
Very
Then
nice.
I got one of my favourite martial artists,
Yee.
Twin Dragon.
Oh, Jackie Chan. Yeah, cool.
Remember Kung Fu Hustle?
Yep.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I think one of the guys who was in Kung Fu Hustle is in this against them, and it's the one, if I remember right, it was the one who played the Beast was in this. Because I was watching a thing about Kung Fu Hustle and all the things that was it was in it from Chinese cinema,
Mm-hmm.
and basically they were talking about, and Twin Dragon was mentioned, and it was the guy who played the Beast. He used to be a big name in the thing at the time when Jackie Chan was coming up. So he played one of the ones he was fighting against. So I'm looking forward to that one again. Also picked Ghost Rider, Spirit of Vengeance. Not as good as the first one. Okay. But for 20p, I was going to say nah.
Is the first one good then? Because I love the Ghost Rider concept.
The first one I liked. It was entertaining. It was fun. I thought it could have been better because it was Nicolas Cage.
It could have been better, but you have to consider this is Nicolas Cage's universe. He's signing up for anything and everything, and he just does it. But he does it actually really well.
He does it well, and it is a fun one. The reason I like 2 is because he got the old the old Knight Rider, Ghost Rider in it, and the horse. That part nails it for me. The rest of it could be mediocre, but that part nails it. just the bit when the two of them are actually riding in
I'm trying to
for
remember the actor's name.
one last ride. It's just a superb scene. The bike and the horse. Because he basically goes, the Night Rider basically, is it Sam Elliott who was playing it?
Yeah, Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott, he goes, I've got it in me for one last ride, and then he turns into Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
And then the horse comes over, and Nicolas Cage goes, will he keep up with his bike? His bike's on flames. And he goes, no problem. And Sam Elliott climbs into it, the horse comes into flames as well. And then the two of them ride, the bike and the horse, down the street. It's a superb scene. I love it just for that scene. The rest of it is okay, but I love it for that scene.
Especially,
sometimes it is that cheesy build-up of a scene, and us nerds, we love it because we know it's complete homage to us. We know it means nothing. It definitely doesn't add quality. It's kind of like the Bruce Campbell films. Whenever he's going a bit over the top, it is for us, the geeks that love him and his films, rather than what the film is about at the moment.
Yeah.
It takes you a little bit out, but it is never stepping too far outside of the film. But it is here's tip my fedora or whatever the nonsense people are calling it at the moment.
Not a fedora, a pork pie hat. I've got it sitting there.
Hey, I've got an Australian squishy, so.
Right. Got two more.
Pinocchio.
Oh, that's such a lovely one. Yeah,
I love this one.
I remember seeing that.
Jiminy Cricket.
I used to love Jiminy Cricket. I still say that every once in a while. Jiminy Cricket.
Yep. My Conscience. It is the classic special edition again.
Oh, yeah. I think I'd cry if I watched that now.
It's a really good one, but you think about it, it's a very dark one.
Yeah,
it's very dark.
All those kids end up as mules.
Yeah, donkeys, yeah.
They basically need to run away, they don't report it, nothing. So those kids people are still there doing it.
It's on the grim fairy tale sort of side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've got a really, really old one. Julie Andrews, Mary Tyler Moore, and Carol Channing. Anybody think about the name?
Hello, Dolly? No.
No, it has to be earlier than that.
Carol Channing. I remember Carol Channing.
I'll show you the back of it.
I've seen that film so many times.
You want to see what it's called?
Yeah.
I'm just blocking it from my mind. Gosh.
Thoroughly Modern Millie, yes.
I remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
And heard the name of it, but I don't think I've ever seen that.
I saw it.
I would highly recommend it.
Picked up. It is really, of the time, it was a very feminist film. But
I can see it.
Feminist film. It wasn't about putting people down. It was about raising them up. It was about two women modern women, who didn't go through with what people expected. They wanted their own way, and that's what it was.
And that's what it should be, lifting people up, not lecturing.
Yeah, and it is actually a lifting film on its own. It does have a little bit of that was unnecessarily harsh, but it is an uplifting one. I would highly recommend it for anyone that hasn't seen it, especially from the time when it came out. If you like old films like I do, go for it.
Yep. So that was my collection I picked up. Very happy with the DVDs and the figures and the cars. Over the moon. So,
yes, nice haul.
Nice haul. Suddenly my collection just felt like, okay.
You actually trumped it.
Yeah, that Fraser set is definitely,
that is definitely it. Fraser, to me, is definitely one of those series that nails it in every level.
Yeah.
It's funny, it's pompous, it's hilariously pompous, it is casting done right, and the characterizations, the interaction between each of them, you could understand how this person was like this, how that person was like this, how this person felt without saying so. You look at Niles.
Oh,
The
he was
reason
so
Niles,
funny.
do you know why Niles didn't get a spin-off?
That's true.
It was because it was too expensive.
Oh,
Because not only would they have to pay the
You'd
Frasier,
need a
they would also
Yeah.
have to pay Cheers writers.
Yeah.
Because it was a spin-off of a spin-off. It's unlike like you had Rhoda, which was a spin-off of Mary Tyler Moore, which was a
Yep.
spin-off of the Dick Van Dyke. Wasn't it? Because Mary Tyler Moore, she was in the Dick Van
yeah,
Dyke
I
show.
believe so. Yeah.
And then you had the Mary Tyler Moore show, you had the spin-off Rhoda, then you had the spin-off Phyllis. Nowadays they can't do that because the person who spun it off still gets royalties, which means if something else spins off, not only did they get royalties, but the person behind them gets royalties, and it becomes too expensive. And that's why Niles didn't get a series, which is unfortunate because I think him and Daphne would have been a perfect one. Moving away on that,
I know.
starting off with the two of them,
They were just so popular when I just remember when that whole storyline was unfolding and you were just like on the edge of your seat for the next one.
And it was biting your nails, but it wasn't biting your nails well they want it. It's biting your nails as don't laugh. For God's sake, don't laugh. In case you miss something. And that's the thing about it.
But now that I have the Frasier set, I have definitely in my mind, I need to find Cheers.
Yeah.
The Ultimate
Cheers, yes.
Collection set.
Oh, yeah. And you had Coach as well. Bless him.
Oh, God.
He was such a great character, Coach.
I love Coach. Woody Harrelson coming in afterwards was okay. Wasn't as good as Coach.
No,
Coach
he did a good job.
He did a good job of playing the naivety, but
Coach was Nami. You had Nami and Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff and Normie.
Yeah. He used to in the Boston dialect. He used to call him Nami.
Nami. Yeah. He was the mailman. Basically, do you know he actually originally wanted to play Norm? The one that played Cliff.
I can't really picture that.
Oh. Well, not after the fact, but
and he didn't
before
get it,
the fact.
but
Yes.
he was the one that introduced the Cliffy character because he still wanted to be in the show because he thought it had promise. So he was the one that actually created the Normie character, coming out with all these stupid made up facts and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah.
And he basically got his way in by creating a character for them to write into the show. And
he was a great character as well. They were all great. Yeah. They were all
and he went on to do a load of Pixar films, I know.
Yes, he did. Right. We want to do that?
Yeah.
Kirstie Alley was in Cheers.
Oh, Kirstie Alley was superb in Cheers. So you had Diane and what was her? Kirstie Alley was... Oh, God.
She wasn't replacing the Rita character, was she?
No,
Shelley.
Yeah.
Shelley Long.
Shelley Long, She replaced Diane.
With, what was her name? But what was the character? Because you had Danny DeVito's wife.
Yeah.
Oh, she was my favorite. I can't think of her name in the show.
Rita.
What was that?
I know her first name's Rita, but
actor's name is Rita something,
Rita
and she was a famous comedian.
Rita Perlman was.
Oh, Ray Perlman. Yeah.
Ray Perlman, aye.
Yeah.
But she was the one that played Carla.
Yeah.
Carla, thank you. She was hilarious.
Kirstie Alley's character name.
I'm not gonna go and Google an IMDb.
I'm gonna Google it.
Kirstie Alley.
I'm Googling it now.
I can't even remember. But while we're thinking
I'm
about
trying to pretend, since I did get the Fraser Collection box, that I know everything there is about
no.
Cheers.
It's one of those things.
Oh, I found the name.
We don't
Yeah, I
know
Cheers is
found the
where
name.
Woody Harrelson came from.
Say again?
Cheers is where Woody Harrelson came from.
Rebecca.
Yeah, Rebecca.
Disaster area. Pick that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Before, right. So we'll get this out of the way. Hold on. Still got
I love that
myself in there.
TV. Yeah, you got your
Get
comic
myself
in
in.
there. I love it.
Right. So we'll pick 3 each. 1, 2, 3. Right.
If you allow me about 60 seconds, I'll be right back.
No
So
problem.
give me the question.
You could go. You can go last. Who wants to go first? Alec, when?
I'll go first.
Right. Okay. Your 3 questions. In the movie Goldfinger, the henchman Odd Job attacks James Bond with which item of clothing?
His hat.
His bowler hat. Yes, you get that one.
Yeah.
Right.
Darren would be proud because he's the Bond fan.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that one was well known enough. I knew that one.
Right. Okay. Question number 2. In Rocky 3, what does Apollo Creed give Rocky as a gift before he fights Clubber Lang?
I have no idea.
I
did not watch anything after the original Rocky.
Okay, Alex.
Do you know?
He gave him the American flag boxers.
Yep, he gave a pair of Stars and Stripes boxer
Yeah, that's it.
shorts.
Ah, right.
There we
Okay.
go. So that only comes if there's a tie. That only adds for that.
Okay.
Question number 3. In 3 Men and a Baby, what was Michael's occupation? Was he A, a lawyer, B, a waiter, or C, a cartoonist?
I'm going to have to guess at this because it's been way too long since I've seen that film.
Right, so lawyer, waiter, or cartoonist?
I'm just going to... Jim knows it. I don't know. I'm going to have to take a guess and say cartoonist.
Correct. So you got 2. Alex, Nick 1. So if there's a tie, the next go. Right, who's next?
I'll do it.
Right, Alex, here you go. Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan starred in a movie, You've Got Mail. What other similar romance movie did they co-star in?
Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah.
Correct. You're making a hint, you bugger. You meant it's a competition. Just in case you wonder, competition means you're in competition.
Yeah, I just want to give them a little bit of boost.
Chance, right? Okay, question number 2. In Thelma and Louise, who played the part of Louise?
Oh, damn.
I know that. I know.
I'm trying to remember the actresses' names. It's not Gina Davis, is it? No, it can't be. Susan Sarandon?
Susan Sarandon is the correct answer.
Well done. Yeah, those actresses were both in it, but I couldn't remember which one was which.
It's been a long time since I watched that film.
Yeah, who was who? And I was actually expecting the Brad, because he's the
Pitt
cowboy in the
character.
backseat.
Right, so 2 each, and your third and final question is an easy one, unfortunately, for you two guys. In Police Academy, What is the nickname for the tallest cadet?
High tower.
Hightower.
Yay.
So you've got 3 and you've got a steal. So Jim needs to actually get 3 just so you can win. So I think there's not much a chance.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Come on, Jim.
You're going to come up with weird questions now.
He got all 3. He got all 3, and he's got a steal sitting there as a tiebreaker. So you weren't here. You missed it. Great. In Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, what was the name of Indy's young sidekick?
Short stack.
Short round.
Short round. Oh.
Almost so close.
Wait a minute. What is it? This one? I've not even got my headphones in, so I don't even know what I pressed there. That's not the one.
Yeah, I don't think that was the one, but yeah.
That's the one I meant.
Boom. It's literally the Super Mario jumpers go. It's like, too short.
See, I thought that was an easy question, but it was an easy question. It's just one of those names. You either get it.
It's one of those ones, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If you
In the gangster movie Goodfellas, who played the part of Henry Hill?
That's good, fella.
I know that.
Oh, I'm mixing films up here in my mind at the moment. I'm thinking something along the line of Steve Martin, but that is not correct.
No.
He's a meme at the moment.
Oh, I know who you're on about.
I see him, but the name just eludes me.
The meme is.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oh. He's known for doing them, but his actual IMDb record is not playing too many Italian bad guys. If you actually look at the IMDb, he's played a few, but not that many.
Yeah.
He has done other stuff, yes.
Yes, but not as many. If you look at his acting history, it's only like a small handful. The rest of it is actually nothing near it.
Disaster Area said Harry Hill would have made it interesting. He certainly would have.
No, this is what I'm missing. Yeah, I'll give up on it.
Let's put it this way. He's no Skywalker.
Oh, that's not helping me at all. No Skywalker.
Ray Liotta.
Oh, yes. No, I know him. I know he's got that like sitting back, laughing meme and everything.
Yes.
Like, look at
that's when he's
people.
It's the one with
they're all sitting around with Joe Pesci's character. They're all
going,
terrified of him, so they laugh at everything he says.
You find me funny? And they're all going,
think I'm funny?
And then they laugh.
What am I, a clown?
Yeah. So your third and last question. At the end of the movie Scarface, second gangster one, Tony Montana is surrounded in his office when he pulls out an automatic rifle and yells what famous line?
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah.
Correct. So, Jim, you got 1. Wendy, you got 2. And Alex, you got 3 and a steal. So today's winner. Yay!
Thank you.
Well done.
With the used ones.
That's great fun. I'm enjoying those.
A big pile I just picked up in the man shop. Not for used, girl. But there you go. I just thought a wee segment. Just the scenes were all classic movie, and it's mostly. I don't think there's any modern stuff in it. It's all classic movies, all different genres. Although it did get the question wrong last week. It did get the answer to the question wrong last week. Was what was the name of Hooper's boat, but it was
Orca.
wrong. It was Quint's boat.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, it says what was the name of Hooper's boat, and it said Orca,
Yeah.
and it's Quint's boat, it's the Orca. But we looked it up, and there's a lot of questions out there for the quizzes, and it's all have Hooper's boat, not what everybody's saying. But that's the wrong question. It's, I think, somebody who released these has made the mistake, and it's just permeated through a lot of these quizzes.
Yeah.
And it's even permeated onto this movie.
But this is something I like about the geeky community. It is, oh, hey, you love that film. I love that film. Oh, did you remember that scene? I say, didn't recall. You call them something because you forgot the name of the actor or the character or something happening. And
yeah,
I don't go as like, oh, you have to be canceled off of Twitter because you couldn't understand it. It's like, no, it's like, here's the correction. That is actually what happened. And that is how a geeky community should be. It is,
Yes.
hey, yeah, yes, I love this. And I guess, take Jaws for you, Ed.
Yeah.
I am certain there are things in there, even though you love it so much and it's one of your go-to ever, there might be things that you didn't clock or just gloss over because you want the next Jaw scenes or something like that. And I would lean on you as the expert of the film, but there might be stuff in there that even despite you being the biggest geek when it comes to Jaws, you might have missed something.
Yeah.
And it's not malicious.
There's always
it's not
little
meant
things.
to. Yeah.
No, not at all. There's always something. There's always new things to learn about it, and there's things that sort of escape your knowledge at times.
I'm just going to make myself a coffee. I've actually put my coffee machine right next to me.
Oh, you pulled an ass, but he has it on the other side of his face.
It used to be sitting up here when I had it down there. It was up here, so I had to get off my chair, go over, and make it. When I moved my stuff all the way up, I put it in my desk so I could just go and make my coffee. So I'll just have to mute myself.
Yeah. I just want to ask, have you seen the documentary about Jules called The Shark Is Still Working?
Yes, we were talking about that.
We were talking about that with Ian. Yeah, I haven't seen the separate documentary, but they had what sounds like a lot of the same information on the extras of the Blu-ray, the Jaws Blu-ray, which I did watch. But I is it possible? Is the Shark is Broken documentary? Is that available to purchase somewhere?
Yeah. I've seen it.
I'll have to get a copy of that. Yeah, I'll have to get a copy of that.
It's not just that. It's just the hell they had to go through to make that film, especially when the shark didn't work properly. And then they decided in the end the only way to not reveal the shark too much, but just had that suspense of And I think the music helps it. That's the thing. So if you didn't see it until the end, that was the best thing.
The music, absolutely. And I'm so grateful for the music because in the end, the fact that the shark was so defective so much of the time, it actually did the movie a favor because it's much more, it's got a bit of a Hitchcock vibe then. It's all suspense, it's all, and even fortunately the film is so wonderful, so well done and so good and well acted that you don't mind so much when you do see a little bit too much of the shark, really, than we although they did a wonderful job at the time on that model. Quint's death scene, I think, could have been shot a little bit differently.
I think
taking nothing away from Mr. Spielberg. I mean, he is magic.
The one scene I found interesting in the film Jaws is where all three of them are on the boat that night and they're talking about the skulls and also the USS in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
And the way Robert Shaw was talking about it and making it so suspense and all this and that, it really sends a chill down your spine.
It is. It does. It's a very, very powerful scene. It's such a brilliant film. There's so many moments, but that one in particular does it just sends a chill down your spine.
It's
And
it's a gorgeous
we were
film.
saying on Wednesday. So anybody who hasn't, go back to our Wednesday stream. We talk all jazz. So we do. George.
Yeah.
it's a shame about sequels.
Yes, no,
yeah.
I've got the 3 sequels. I'm going to
Yeah.
watch them just for the simple fact is
Uh,
sometimes I'm a bit of a completionist, even though it kills me to say so. We did watch the end of the Wheel of Time season 1. Even after the first minute, I was shouting and bawling at the screen. I still finished it, and I took all my books from that shelf there and put them in a big pile away over there. I took all my Wheel of Time cards and put them in a box over there. I was taking stuff to the charity shop today, and I was so tempted to dump them all in the charity shop box. But I thought, yeah. But every time I read them or I listen to the audiobook, all I see is the faces of the people on screen. So I can't see me reading it. So I'm thinking about if I go to the charity shop, my Wheel of Time
No,
stuff
you see,
will go with me.
PJ, I went up to Scotland, got myself some proper strong whiskey, and I was just drinking it and rewatching it, so the faces are completely wiped from my memory.
Unfortunately, I've had a lot more practice on drinking heavily.
I'm so
I
glad.
can still remember things. I can. Hey, put it this way, I can still remember my first marriage. So alcohol doesn't help too much.
When it comes to Wheel of Time,
I'm just trying to.
the TV show.
I'm aiming for dementia. Thanks very much.
Oh yeah, I'm actually looking forward to getting these. Sadly, and I mean it as a joke, but dementia and everything. My mom passed away, and her mind didn't work. It's horrible.
It is.
I would
my dad
love
passed away
to forget a lot of
a year
things.
ago at the end of January, and it was a devastating. But he had dementia, in these last 2 years. He didn't recognise anybody except me. I was lucky to remember me. I think I'm just one of those people that nobody forgets, no matter how hard they try. And it's because I think growing up with my dad, it was, hold on, we've got the porno, and again,
Yes, we got a free view.
We haven't seen them in quite some time.
No, I
Yeah,
know.
And
How are you, darling?
Yes, and I have to actually speak to.
Oh, well done. You got rid of them
how
already.
to actually do it, how to get rid of the stuff. Is that another one? It's basically
I mean, I don't know. It's an extra free view.
It's an extra 2 because that was 2 different users.
It's just spammy spam. Spam. We were actually in a little local cafe the other day. This just reminded me. We've been out for Darren's birthday, and we were both sat at the table opposite each other. And you know how when you're in a small cafe, you overhear the most wonderful conversations, just very normal everyday conversations. And there was someone at the counter, and they were talking about an egg, having an egg, can I have some eggs or something? And we started talking to each other at the table and going, I haven't got much spam in it, and we were wetting ourselves laughing because it sounded like the skit.
To me, that's the funny parts of it. It's when you walk past a table and you hear somebody say things like that, you go, I'm not alone. They do it as well. And that's the thing. There you go, Jim. Disaster area reckons. Where is it? Did I hide it? I didn't hide it, did I? Came from the sex shop. Where is it? It was right after that one, so I told it to show it. But he basically says, came from the sex shop. The bot. So I don't know where it went. I told it to show, but it's for some reason I can see it in the stream, but I can't see it on the live stream to pop it up on the screen. Really weird. weird, but that's what happens when you got all these weirdos coming up. But Mr. Brown says there's a way you can actually say it's only subscribers that can comment, and I've looked and I can't see that. So
And I think it's like you can set it to they have to have been subscribed for like either so many minutes or so many days, or I think you can sort of dial it in pretty close.
Yeah, but it's just I've never worked out how to find that, so his reason why it's no.
Yeah, somebody.
There was one other thing I picked up today. No, today, sorry, this week.
Right.
And it's for my phone.
Oh, very nice.
Well,
very
since
nice.
The Call of the Cuckoos, I thought I might as well actually get the full case.
That is nice, yeah.
Yeah, so I picked that up.
I like the sort of black and white sort of.
Yes, there was one that was colour, and I don't like
No
in colour. It does not work for me.
No, I think I like that version better, definitely.
Yeah, I've got the complete selection of every movie they've done, and a couple of them they've colorized them, and I do not watch them. They've got them on the same disc, and I will not watch them because I'm too much of a purist in that respect. I don't see the point in actually colorizing a black and white movie. They only do it deliberately because they're trying to get younger people interested, because I know a lot of people say, oh, it's black and white.
Black and white was meant, it was actually filmed on purpose that way, because they continued with it long throughout the fact when they got to colorization.
The reason they can colorize it now is because it was done in the film that could have developed in color.
Yeah.
But they didn't. How's this for one? My niece, when she was at school, she's old enough that she's got kids who are due to leave school shortly. So it's not a few years ago. So this is when she was still in school. She had to do a report on her parents or grandparents, preferably. They obviously said parents or grandparents preferably because they knew everybody didn't have grandparents. So they basically just said one their parents and grandparents. But they were looking for older people to give a story of what they were like or what things were like when they were children. She asked my mum, and she says, Nana, can I ask you what it was like in the black and white days? She thought because she'd seen TV shows that were and they were all in black and white, that's how my mum grew up seeing the world. She was about 8 or 9 at the time. We called her Malteser because she was blonde on the inside. Brown hair, blonde on the inside, with comments like that. It's the type of thing, it's the same niece who, when my mum was having a party, she gave her a cake stand with all the cakes and says to her, take that in, but be careful, that's 25 years old. And she looked at it and says, would the cakes not be stale? The cake tray is 25 years old. Oh,
bless her.
So we call her Malteser because she's blonde on the inside. And you can understand that's part of my family. That's what we grew up with. That's what we're all like. There is blonde
exactly.
Hence the reason why we're all like that. My blonde's starting to come through. I just keep on colouring it white just so people don't notice.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we're all blondes on the inside. we have some very, shall we say, non-smart takes.
That was the chimp at Oxford. That was the one where Stan becomes smart. He gets hit in the head, and he suddenly goes back to what he was like. And that was a chimp at Oxford. That one, I love that one.
I was just going to ask, do you remember the Will Hay films?
I've got Will Hay. I've got the box set sitting there. So I have. Yes,
I've got to say they were really on par with Laurel and Hardy and several of those films back in the day.
Oh, they were
especially with the Marx Brothers.
I grew up watching them with my dad. That's why I love classic movies. I've got the Will Hay collection. I've got Atharaski collection. See, trying to remember all the collections because I've got Laura, I've got Norman Wisdom, I've got Frankie Howard. I just grew up with all those with my dad. My dad just loved them. That's why I've got my John Wayne collection sitting there because my mum grew up. She was a big John Wayne fan. Anything John Wayne, hence the reason why when my friend says, remember all those wee figures? Because I was talking to her and I says, oh, I'm a big John Wayne fan. That's why I've got a Duke. Fair enough, it's not the Duke. It was a Duke. Nearest carriage you get. And she says, really? She says, I've got a load of wee figures and she says, it's a shame you didn't like them. And I brought up my eBay history and I says, look what I was looking at yesterday. The same things that she was selling. She says, nobody wanted them, so I just gave them out to a charity shop. Missed it by 2 days. And then she come back and says, see those figures? I've still got the wee shelving unit that came with them. You interested? It says John Wayne on it. I'll bloody take that. So yeah, it's basically, and it's because I grew up with him. My mum was a big John Wayne fan, westerns and everything. Columbo, they were her favourite things. And my mum was one for physical media. Because anytime my dad would say, you could watch it on your computer screen. Nope. She used to have a video and DVD collection. I ended up with a lot of my mum's videos and DVDs. Mainly the DVDs because videos she started replacing.
Oh, no.
But I've got Columbo and all that. A lot of the stuff that started my collection was my mum's collection because of that. And I love those. So Will Hay, yeah, definitely. I love Will and the two guys that used to always be at really
Marion Moffat and I forgot the other guy's name and all.
The young guy, I know. I can never remember that. I'm terrible with names, but
the guy who played Marion Moffat, he who played the old guy. The trivia with him is how could it be? He wasn't really old. He was the same age as Will Hay, but he just had to make up. Yeah,
it was like Gabby Hayes.
Yeah,
remember Gabby Hayes? He was in every single western of the time, across genre, across different actors and studios. Gabby Hayes was in most western movies because he had that type of look and sound. He was the old guy talk like that, so they always used to hire him even to do wee bits. So if you look at a lot of early stuff, there's Gabby Hayes in it for a couple of minutes here and there, and he plays the old guy. But you see him again. He was younger than some of the stars who were the action stars. It's just that he looked older and his beard was grey and he always took his teeth out. Right, I talk like that. And that's what it was like. And Gabby Hayes was the same idea.
That's the same with David Jason. When he first started with Ronnie Barker, they did something called Hark at Barker or Lord Rustless, and they put heavily made up David Jason to look like this really old guy, and you couldn't recognise him. And they did the same in Porridge.
Exactly, they made him old Blakey. Was it Blakey?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Blakey. I can't remember the actual name.
I'll think about it. I've got Porridge. Yeah, but the thing is, as well, we were talking about it earlier. When you look at Isa, you look at Jack and Victor. Everybody thinks Isa is the oldest of the lot, but you look at her when she's out of makeup. Look up the actress.
Oh, I know. She's stunning. Yeah,
she's the youngest, I think, of the group. Who ones. You've got
I know she's
really
brilliant.
You've got a couple of older guys, like you've got Ian Young, the one with the big ears.
Yeah.
Right. I think he passed away recently. But he's the oldest. And he's just superb. And I remember watching a lot of his early stuff as well. But it's the same again. Isa and Jack and Victor. People think they're older, and they actually think Isa older. It's just Jack and Victor who are made up to look older, but they're not. The whole crew of them are all made up, and she is so young, but she plays Isa so well. It's amazing.
I know she is.
Yeah.
You know, it's similar to the actress Pauline. I can't think of her surname, who played Mrs. Doyle in Father Ted as well.
Yeah,
go on.
Yeah, go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. She was so much younger out of makeup at the time, you know, and so when you see photos of her, it was incredible, the transformation.
Yeah, it's the same with Jack Kelly, who played Father Jack. You wouldn't
Yes.
think he actually looked like that. And when you see him in interviews and that, you think, oh my God, he looks so different.
And he's so refined, you know, he's so eloquent when he speaks and so intelligent, and he just did a marvelous job with Father Jack.
I know, just give him a few lines and, you know, he...
and that makeup...
Yeah, he threw himself into that character. That's all I can say.
Certainly did. He certainly did. And I don't think I could have stood being underneath all that disgusting makeup as well. That was really, really intense. Some of the scenes with Jack. But he was brilliant.
Well, I've got to say, I've got to hand it to the actors and actresses out there who go for these roles and they say, yeah, you've got to be heavily made up. Mm-hmm. And they have to do it. It's like with Robert Llewellyn, who played Crichton in Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
In the documentaries I watched, he had to get up at 4 a.m. just to go and get to the whole, like...
That's tough, because all the other actors are rolling in later, and you know, and he's had to have been there.
Yeah, it's the same with. I know I watched a little bit. I'm waiting for this. I watched a little documentary, but I'm waiting for this full documentary. Peter Weller as RoboCop.
Yeah,
there's a 10-minute clip out there where he's talking to someone from a website called Ain't You Cool, Harry, and he's going on about the suit, and he said the suit doesn't work. And in the end, you had to get the specialist in, and he said, right, you had to like cut away most of the parts inside the suit and that just to get Paul Weller moving because of the difficulty. But
wow,
you got to really hand it to him going through this process.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Basically, they did it. Babylon 5.
Yeah.
You look at the makeup for the
Mollari, Jakar, even Delenn.
Mollari was basically, it was not a lot compared to Jakar. Delenn initially at the very beginning, yes, because they wanted to make her look androgynous. They wanted to make it so you couldn't tell if Minbari was male or female. That's why you look at the very first episode, The Gathering, she looks more male than she was because they wanted that. So when they did the transformation, it would be a big transformation. But they realised the makeup was just too much for her. But see the girl who played the Nan, Jakar's secretary, she only lasted a season or two because it was too much for her. And effectively, it was bad for her skin because she had to put the makeup on and stick on and get all this chemicals.
That is really sad because I liked her because she was a really effective. She was
was great. So she was very strong. She was that was to me. That's what a strong female was, a non-female. Natoth was freaking amazing because she would kick your ass quicker looking at you.
But not even that. Even Jakar's is like, if I cross this one and she's supposed to obey me, if I cross her, she will kick my butt.
Yes.
That was a really powerful message. It's like, she's there to help things move along. Mm-hmm. And he just goes like, all of these things, the Centauri are attacking, everything is like, oh, I can't swear against you. I have to be polite with you. It was amazing.
Yeah, can I just mention one thing? You know the actress Rebecca Romain? She was in
Rebecca Romain, yes.
Yeah. How she put up with the the heavily makeup and body paint for Mystique in the first X-Men film.
Oh God, yeah. Karen Gillan as well. She had she actually shaved her head.
Yes,
she actually shaved all that beautiful red hair. It was like,
and then they realised she can have a skull cap later on.
Honest to God, she very brave though.
Yeah,
absolutely brave to do that, and really dedicated to her craft.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say, there you go, Alex.
Nice. Nice.
It is a really good collection.
Mhm.
I've also got George Formby collection.
Get cracking.
Hey, Missy.
Oh,
I've got
yes.
2 Marx
Oh,
Brothers
yes.
collection. That's the full set. And this is my favourite one. Hello, Primate.
Hey.
Oh.
I love my classic stuff, as you can see. That's just some of my collections for that. But I've still got Frost, the full complete set of Frost, David Jason, which was my mum.
Oh, I love
Columbo,
Frost.
which was my mum's. The X-Files, which was my mum. My mum
Love
just
that
didn't
as well.
like Foyle's War. She loved all those, but she liked some sci-fi type. X-Files was her favourite, but she wasn't into like the watching Babylon 5 and stuff like that because all these weird. She didn't mind the 2 people. I mean, you didn't know what it was. The sci-fi bits she wasn't as keen on. The ones where alien ships were seen. It was all the bits like all the weird stuff. My mum liked because it was a detective one in effect. The X-Files. That's the way she looked at it. It was a detective one that had some weird stuff in it. Can't complain at that because I've got her full set. But that's where my collection started, and my collection is sort of expanded just a bit. I did tell you I was looking at my DVD collection, my movies, not including my Laurel and Hardy because I've not broken them down into individual movies because I've just got that one list, Laurel and Hardy collection. All the other ones are all split up. I've got 856 movies.
Bloody hell.
That's
Wow.
just the physical media in my shelf behind us. And I've got 197 series. So, like Star Trek, it says the series, but it's only one list. So that's the whole 3 seasons. I've got box set of D and stuff like that. So that's 200 sets or 200 listings. So as you can imagine, I do love my physical media. And
Can't beat physical media.
you can't. I've got a DVD and a Blu-ray. I buy stuff in DVD just for the simple fact is it's easier for my shelves.
Yeah.
Because instead of having bits and pieces that go down and it's fits in differently and stuff like that, I just stick with DVD. And also at DVD, I can put it on my computer.
Yeah.
Watch it, but I can also rip bits off it. So if I want to put a clip up, I can rip a wee bit off and put a clip up on my TV.
PJ, I just want to mention about Thunderbirds again. Years ago, when I watched it for the very first time, my older brother had a VHS tape called Countdown to Disaster. And I ended up ruining it in the end.
I can imagine that.
But a few years ago, for my older brother's birthday, I paid £44 for the actual VHS tape in its box and gave it to him as a birthday present. And said, sorry that I ruined it. And he turned around and said to me, thank you for this lovely present, but it's a shame I ain't got a VHS player.
Alex, tell me to do what I did. I went to a charity shop and bought one for £5.
Yeah,
and it's sitting there right in front of me, so I can watch. I've got Farscape in video. I've got what was the other one I had? I've got a load of Doctor Who DVDs. I've got Farscape and seasons 1 and 2. I can't remember what the other set I've got in video, not including all my Doctor Who videos, because I still collect them because the videos are still they're different. They're slightly different because it's how you were shown on a video. It's completely different how they're on a DVD because they add stuff back in, or the just the look of it. I've got a couple of stuff that ain't even out in video. I've got the Centauran one, and it's got Caroline Ford, Sophie Aldridge, not playing Doctor Who companions, just playing 2 women who are arguing with each other.
Yeah.
There's a Draconian in it, and there's also Centaurans in it.
I still miss the old VHS tapes back in the day,
too.
especially when you had to put the tracking on because you couldn't get a proper picture.
Yes,
or sometimes the tape, the tape got chewed up, and you had to like try and straighten it out and everything. That was brilliant.
Yes.
You and Eddie Izzard, seeing that I did bring that up. He actually has it in one of his comedy show. When you press pause on a VHS, it was everybody was doing like the conga.
Yeah.
Because you were literally swapping between 2 frames in the tape.
But it was the fact is you would see at the top of your screen, you would
Yeah.
Yes.
and you'd be right, okay, that's better. You're missing it at the top of your head. Just to do that part and all that, just to try and get it perfect. It was it was fun. Or else you would take the tape back out and run your fingers across it just to make sure there's no wee bits of
Yeah, you flip back the lid and you just like swipe the top, click the lid back and back in.
I know one thing. I know one thing. There's this guy, I can't remember his name, but he did a film called Kung Fury. He done a 30-minute film for YouTube.
Yes, Kung Fury. That's a Viking film, by the way.
Yeah, and the way at the beginning where he's fighting that arcade machine, and the next thing you know, the whole thing goes into tracking and that, and you think, I know you didn't see the entire fight scene, but it was a laugh, and it just really goes back to the old days of VHSs.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend Kung Fury. I think you can actually get it on YouTube now.
Yeah,
but it has all of these cheesy. Back in the days.
Yeah.
And the amazing thing is, it's made by kids, if we put it that way, that didn't grow up with this. They kind of heard that this thing existed. That was how it worked.
Yeah.
And they managed to make it so like, yes, that's so spot on what I had when I was growing up.
Yeah. I was just looking at Matt's comment. Didn't want to get the classic Who Blu-ray because the money is just too much, and obviously the price will come down. The problem is 90% of the stuff I've got up there are DVD. I don't want to buy a Blu-ray, which will set my collection off, and then that means I would have to go back and replace everything. I don't want to double buy the same stuff.
Yeah.
If I'm buying it, the thing is, I have got a few Blu-rays, and it's a case of, because I buy most of mine to charity shops. If I go in and the charity, if there's two there, one Blu-ray, one DVD for a movie, if one's £1 and one's £2, I'll pick up the Blu-ray. But if one's £2 and one's 20p, guess what I'm picking up? I'm picking up the 20p DVD.
Yeah. The thing is with the Doctor Who Blu-rays, the special editions and that, they are very pricey. But you do get quality what they release inside. But now they're just releasing them without the special covers.
Yeah.
In standard Blu-ray case. But I still prefer the old DVDs of Doctor Who because that's what I'm going to stick with. I had the VHS tapes until my little brother ruined them. But I just started collecting the DVDs, and I'll rather stick with Doctor Who on DVD.
See, there's the difference between you and me, Alex. Is my younger brother didn't ruin my Doctor Who DVDs. He was not into Doctor Who DVDs. Or sorry, VHS.
Yeah.
But then again, I didn't ruin his Star Trek VHS because I wasn't interested in his Star Trek. So because he knew if he touched mine, his was getting it, and I knew if I touched his, mine was getting it. The two of us were fine with our own collection. Don't touch the other one. It was that the ones we had to worry about was my sisters or my dad would just pick a DVD up. I need to record that, put it in. Oh, it's not recording it. Hold on, here's a bit of tape, and put it in. No, that's my it's the matter. I need a tape. So we had to always buy blank tapes in, so my dad wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So we would have a box of tapes blank, unopened. So if my dad came in and wanted to record something, he didn't pick up one of our stuff. There's a blank one, just put it in because he would watch it and then he'd put it aside because he would watch it later on. And so he never recorded over it, so he just put it aside. So we had to keep buying them just so he didn't record over our stuff.
Speaking about that, with the old VHS video players, do you remember when you had to try and record a program on TV? And sometimes it never recorded the actual program.
Yes,
I remember setting the timing, but the live stream broadcast was delayed by 15 minutes. So you started
there'd be like a news update or Oh, that was
and emergency news came in as well. It's
Yeah.
just like literally mid-disrupted your entire show. You want to record.
Yeah. And then I started getting clever and I started thinking, okay, well, I'll put half an hour in front and half an hour after to try to sort of escape missing the, the end of it, particularly if they'd pushed it forward or something.
Oh, that was
that was so
in the
gutting.
backside the record, and he set a time. Yeah, I hated that. It's really annoying. And Matt, you're not kidding. I know. I got that for my Christmas from my wife.
Yeah,
That is brilliant.
The full, and that's actually not only got the 5 seasons, it's got
all
the
films.
movies, and it's got Crusade. As you can see, some of them are still not being opened yet because I'm still actually trying to play catch up with everything else. So, yeah, I'm happy that it's came in DVD format. And Colin was saying doesn't have a Blu-ray player. I was the same for years. I didn't have one. I got a chance of one for 30 quid. So I thought,
but Blu-ray DVD player doesn't cost any money at all today. You can get one for less than 10 quid.
The time they were about 50, 60 quid they were buying. They were wanting.
Yeah.
I saw it come down, it was 30 quid, and I jumped at it because 30 quid is nothing now for watching it. But as I said, I've got about 10 maybe Blu-rays, and I spent 30 quid on something I could only watch 10 of my movies on. Doesn't matter because eventually they're going to stop DVDs, and I've got it there. But as I said, I like it on my computer. That's why most of mine's are DVDs, so I can put them on my computer. Because the problem is, if I put my Blu-ray on, it takes one of my screens out of the equation, and that means I've only got 2 screens. I've got 3. Whereas if I'm watching a movie from my computer, I can put it in a window, and it doesn't stop me doing other stuff. Because I do a lot like watching movies as well as working, and even at night, or even stuff like I'm editing videos and stuff like that. Shut up. It's bloody Alexa. She's a pain in the ass. I changed the name.
I will say mine has been very nicely, behaving very nicely this evening. But yeah, she usually wakes up at even you guys calling out.
Unfortunately, I don't own an Alexa because I'm still very scarce about them.
No, I like the fact that you do have the kind of Star Trek. I need this information.
Yeah, well,
tell me this.
I know that's why we changed the wake word on ours to computer in the living room.
Yeah,
because we just love the idea of saying computer.
I changed my Alexa to that one, and that's why.
All right, I was just going to say, going back to.
I'll need to change it back.
What can I ask you then?
Matt says he'll not be watching the Babylon 5 remake. I will not be touching it. After what I saw with the Wheel of Time and what I've seen with Star Wars, Star Trek, everything, I ain't touching it. And I don't care if it's the original writer doing it. No chance would I touch anything. I'll stick with my classics. Even Battlestar Galactica, I admit, was... Everybody said it's been really good. It's too dark for me because they made it for a modern audience, and they think everybody needs to have it to a dark.
I'll have to counter that. I don't think it was made for a modern audience. I think it was made to bring out the actual darkness. Because if you look at the early, the first Battlestar Galactica was still really light-hearted.
Yes,
we're talking like the 80s, like cheesy. Don't worry, we'll go to the pub, we have a drink, blah blah blah. Whereas this one is more, holy crap, our civilization has been wiped out.
Yeah,
we have no hope.
Yes.
We're being chased, we're being hunted down, and we have traitors in our midst. That's the thing I took away from it. But I agree, it's very much darker.
It's nihilistic usually, but it's for a modern audience. And I know what you're saying about it's not necessarily they want to bring out the dark, because if a modern audience wouldn't have reacted to a dark program, it wouldn't have been made. That's why I'm saying it was made for a modern audience, because the things that a lot of the stuff they're putting on are very nihilistic, and I think it's because they think people only want nihilism, and which they don't, because you look at
Yeah.
a lot of things with a lot of hope in them, they are very successful.
Yeah.
But it's just a case of, oh, I want it to be that, and I want it to be nobody can survive, and you're sitting there thinking, it's like Game of Thrones, right? I started watching it and I ended watching it because I ain't going to watch something where they get you to invest in a character just to kill the character off.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I mean,
I can understand why people like that because there was the uncertainty principle in it. However, it's like Star Trek, Next Generation, Tasha Yar, one of my favourite characters. They killed her off, and I went. So you knew a character could get killed off, but you didn't expect them
to actually do it.
Any time any characters could just go, and that's the point. So if I thought every week another character could die, I would have stopped watching Star Trek for the same reason. But it wasn't like that. It gave you that wee bit when somebody wanted to leave. It was just a case of they didn't just leave; they get killed off, and it was a shock.
Mm-hmm.
Then it allowed her to be brought back as the daughter, and the way they did it. But the nihilism of like Battlestar Galactica or Game of Thrones, I
put a barrier between it is story to get invested into, and then there is the danger your character, your favorite, might die. Nihilism is well below this. It's literally at the rock bottom. But a story should be able to go through all of these layers. It's like, oh, sorry, Picard died. And then it goes back up and it turns out to say Riker actually turns out to be a really good commander.
Yeah.
That is what I like. I like the fact that
or Wesley is actually a nice person that you might like eventually.
No. I'm not that sadistic. I'm not that sadistic. But it is I want to know that, hey, this is my hero. This is, if we take what we're going to watch tomorrow, Resident Alien, could he die? Could he get caught? Could he get something? But because he's the hero of the story, he's not ever going to be in any kind of danger, really. I like the fact that, yes, your hero could be at danger. I would prefer that he survives or she survives completely.
Yeah.
But I want that danger to be very tangible.
Yes, and it's the fact is there's a difference between putting someone in a dangerous situation, knowing fine well they're probably not going to die for it, and then if the danger is entertainment-based danger, so you can see what it is, not thinking, is this person going to die? Because they're scheduled to be in next week's episode, so they're not going to die. But it doesn't stop the thrill of watching it. But when you've got a program where they might die, so am I going to get invested in a character that could die at any point throughout this season? That's where it goes for me. For me, I know fine well. There's a lot of people it doesn't affect. I have utter respect for watching things that it's unexpected and you don't know what's going to happen. Which is
I have a very good example where this was really well made. And despite all of what the ladies got up to with the sex cults and stuff behind the scenes, is Smallville.
Yes.
The blondie disappeared. Alison Mack, she disappeared in a helicopter crash, and I believe it was end of season 2. And for the first 3 or 4 episodes, they didn't even put her name on the usual flash titles starring Tom Wellinger and blah blah blah. Her name was completely removed. No comment, nothing on social media, nothing on the Geeky website that was reporting on it. She was just gone for 4 weeks, and then she came back. It was like, wait.
Yeah.
But that is the level of risk. I would like the characters that you like in a show.
But the
or
thing is,
something
as
like
well, we're aware that people leave for one reason or another. It might be a case of they don't get on with the rest of the cast, or somebody's offered them more money, or even they think they could do better elsewhere. So we're aware of that. So usually at the end of season, we know coming into the new season, people are changing, and they might just give it a, oh, she got a new job somewhere else, and that's why she's disappeared between one season and the other.
Yeah.
But we all understand that, but it's the point that if you're watching something and it's watching a movie. I can watch a movie and characters get killed off throughout it. It's not a major issue because it's a one-off movie. But if they're saying, right, you've got the next 26 weeks, here's the characters. Why would you get invested in any of those characters if within the 26 weeks they could get killed off at any point? That's what I'm saying about how I don't like denialism, because for a movie, they can kill off people here, there, and everywhere. It doesn't matter if it's the star of the movie or the perceived star of the movie. It's not an issue because it's a movie. Once it finishes, it finishes. But if they're expecting you to come in next week to get invested in these characters that they could kill off at any point, why would you get invested? That's my point. That's why I look at it. And I'm aware that sometimes I could be a weird fish or a bit of a half-wit. I'm okay with that because we have all got reasons why we watch for programs we love. And if we didn't have our reasons for watching the programs, then we've got somebody else's reasons for watching the programs.
The one thing I find fascinating, PJ, is where like you got some TV programs where they've killed the character off like between seasons, and then someone writes a book how that character died.
I don't like cross media stuff. I don't watch. I don't read cross media stuff because of that reason. If they're going to, if it's important enough that they have to write a book, then having a quick "oh, she died" wasn't enough. What they should have done is come back for at least one story so we can actually finish the story.
Yeah.
And yes, some people it's a case of they get sacked because other than that's why they didn't. But if they want to write a book because of that, then the media is wrong. And I know, who was it? It says I need to get the comic books and the movies for Babylon 5. I've read a couple of the books and I've got some of them in audio, and I've had a couple of comics. Just never really keen on them. It's a different media. It's just a different way of looking at it. I like Spider-Man. I would rather read a Spider-Man comic than watch the Spider-Man movie. Or I would rather watch the animated series rather than watch the movie, because the medias are different and I get different entertainment value from the different medias. And I'm okay with that. However, I'm still okay that I do have Firefly books and comics as well as Firefly, because I like the media seemed to work for them, because it wasn't things could happen out of sequence, because of the way it went. Once they've got by a certain point, other things could happen, and it could fit in at any point along that storyline, because even if they don't mention the Kaylee, or they don't mention Summer, or what was Summer Klau's character?
Oh, can't think of her name. Sarah Connor?
No. It's no Summer. She played it in Firefly.
Oh, yeah.
So the doctor.
I know the character. Yeah.
You know the character I mean, anyway.
Yeah,
so if they
yeah.
didn't mention her getting hunted, whatever, those media could fit anywhere at all along that line. So it's not a case of it's trying to fill in gaps. It's just trying to tell a different story, and I'm okay with that. It's like reading a comic book. You don't need to read all the comic books in sequence, because like if I'm reading Judge Dredd Apocalypse War, or if I'm reading Judge Dredd Cursed Earth, it makes no difference what one of the two I read first, because although it's set within Judge Dredd's lifetime, because they actually age him every year with the comic, it doesn't make any difference, because they don't say when we were in the Cursed Earth last year. It's no part of the story. They just go on and tell a different story. It's just a bit later. So because he's in the helmet, you don't notice if he's aged or not, and that's the thing. Media like that, so I'm okay reading a comic book and watching the Carol Bane movie because they don't make any difference to the other. They're not affecting the other one. But as you said, if they have to write a book to tell you the story of something, then it's no working for me because I don't want to read a book that tells me part of the story that they're showing on screen.
No, I agree.
Chaps, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to wind it in here because my face is getting closer to the keyboard.
I'm not surprised. Look at the time. Obviously,
I've made it nearly 4.5 hours tonight. That's possibly a record for me.
Oh, we're slowly getting you there, Wen.
Yes, we did. And it's when it was River.
Yes, I looked it up, and then I noticed a couple of people in the chat had picked a River Tam, according to Google.
Yes,
River Tam and Simon Tam. Yes.
Yes, Simon Tam.
Yeah. We
James
loved
Bob
that show. That was a cool show.
And Kaylee are two of my favourites in that.
Yeah.
They're all bloody good. Alan Tudyk is basically. I love the characters all in that. Even
I'm a leaf on the wind.
Yes,
watch me soar.
Even the feature was a great character.
They're not remaking that, are they?
Hope
God,
not.
they need to just get some creativity and make some new stuff.
That's the problem. They've got none.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Here, I want you to create something new. Can I not just copy that? And I'll change it enough so it's actually nothing like it. That's the problem.
I mean, it's like a creative vacuum. They just haven't got any original ideas at all.
If you look at the original ones they had, there was at least 3 last year. Out there, the ones that I watched were 3 originals. Boss Level was really good. And that was original because that wasn't a remake. Tomorrow War, but it was original. And if you look at it in one respect, it's entertaining. The other respect, it fails miserably. But you can still, it's original.
Yes.
But you know what?
We had the Free Guy.
Before I go, the one thing I've noticed though with remakes is that I remember when remakes were made as a sort of homage to the original, but they now seem to be made with the intent of changing them and altering them to suit a modern day narrative. And to me, that just doesn't make. I mean, a remake, like for instance, you have the remake of The Thing, which is, in my opinion, is brilliant. I mean, it's got mixed opinions on it, but I love it.
That was a remake back then, not now. Whereas I was the same with Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the original and the remake. Two of them would stand perfectly well together or apart, but the two of them are really good.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, exactly. So I think back when they were starting to be made, it just didn't feel quite so creatively what's the word? Just creatively bankrupt. Now it just feels like they're creatively bankrupt and they're just cashing in on all of the
difference was, as you said, it was a homage, but it was a case of they wanted to remake the same story, just update it for a modern audience. So the story was the same, the characters were the same. The only difference is they had better effects and
well, that's the thing. It was like a way of telling the story using all this great new technology that we have that was going to enhance your experience of the story. It wasn't saying that the first one was bad. It was saying, oh my God, can you imagine if we made this now, what it would look like? And that's sort of how it felt. Whereas now it just feels just, it just feels really cheap.
I will give that credit to Dune because I watched the new one.
Yeah.
And wow, it is gorgeous. It's stunning. It's still got all the main plot lines, everything building up, but it is. What I hate about it is they made it to be 2 films, and they literally just hooking you in. And this is what I would expect from a normal film that we loved and watched in the 80s and the 90s. It's like they hook you in the first 15 minutes. This one takes 2.5 hours to really drag you in and going, I will actually go and watch the next one, but you actually have been told the next one hasn't even started filming yet. And you're going, this is what I dislike about remakes. Yes, you could take any of our favorite books, any of that, and make it really great today, but just don't make it a clickbait, which is what they seem to do.
Well, it's yeah, and it's different. Make something inspired by. That's fine, But again, that means that they have to think of something, for the most part, that's reasonably original enough to be inspired by an older film. But the thing that just seems to be very just the automatic fallback at the moment is just to sort of copy what's come before and then just sort of bastardize it, really, and that just a turn off. It's just like no, not interested.
Wheel of Time. I've always said from the very first time I saw it was they've taken a book series which had a very large following globally. Instead of actually taking those stories and then just completely twist them so they weren't the same, why didn't they say it was inspired by, and then did it in a new age, and then they could have made all the changes they wanted?
Exactly, make something new.
Story.
Yeah, make something new. But it's like they
could have changed the one hour to be both sides can see it, and the story they had. However, it was not taking the character names and the situations and completely twist them. To me, these people actually say, see that movie, it was fantastic, I want to remake it, but I can make it better by destroying it, because they make changes that has nothing to do with how it was. And to me, that's them saying, I can make it better. And
you see, this is still where I get so lost, and Colin has been mentioning it in the chat. It's just cheap sidestepping and everything. I would love to watch or get the Bulgarian made with nice visual effects, amazing scenery, and all of that is described by the Eddings, both the husband and wife that wrote the books. I would love to see that, but I know that whoever would pick it up, they would completely remove all that made the storybook so great. And Bulgaria is one of those book series, I believe, is pretty much on par in terms of fans to Wheel of Time. They probably have just as many followers that would go, I'd love to see this. And then you would get the Wheel of Time Amazon TV
the Wheel
series.
Of Crime.
Yeah, Wheel of Crime. Because that is so horrible. And they're trying to ramp up for a second season. And it's like, you could actually see the numbers and the people downloading, and they say, it's like, we're not interested. We don't want to watch this.
I still say season 2, they started it off by showing the Sunshine, right? Yep. The Sunshine used to chain the female channelers. Can you see Amazon having women in chains?
No, they didn't. They didn't even do that in the. They didn't even do
the part they showed. They didn't have it, but
heaven forbid
they sort of had it. So they had these collars on. Can you imagine them even implying that these women are in chains?
Yeah. Well, they're not interested in the source material. They're just using the source material.
That's the problem. They basically want to destroy it. So they're remaking this, the stuff that we all love, and they're changing it to the point that people actually watch it thinking, which unfortunately I know, this is really good. It's dead like Game of Thrones. My brother-in-law said that exact word about Game of Thrones. He's really enjoying it. It's dead like Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Because Game of Thrones initially was very successful. But if anybody who watched Game of Thrones still liked it at the end, then what are they actually thinking? Good, I'll watch this now. Because guess what's going to happen at the end? You're going to pick and screw it up.
Yep.
Right. That's the thing when you. I know you have to run one, but I will be very quick on this.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, Game of Thrones followed quite well with the book. They created a lot of their own visuals and everything, which was, is this fantasy? Is this not fantasy? Is this supposed to be medieval ages? They did that really well until they started getting into the more convoluted plots and everything, and they were still playing off the book.
Yeah.
So they held on.
Yeah.
They got to the end of the books and they had to make it up themselves, and that's
They had to make like 5 seasons that was not from the book, and it's like, really? You literally have the producer go, it's like, I don't know what to write. I'm putting something down on the paper. It's like, let's do this. It's absolute scam.
Yeah. I'm going to say good night to all of you lovely chaps. Lovely to meet and chat to tonight, Mr. AWK. That was really fun.
Nice to meet you, Wendology. It'd be great if we have you on the channel, our channel in the future. Me and Collins, actually.
Oh, I'd love to.
Wendology, to get Darren, record them saying that Welsh.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I'll ask him.
None of us on Mr. AWK's channel.
I haven't managed it yet. I can say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, but I can't say that.
That's a really strong word. Can you spell it?
All right, everybody. You guys have a good morning now. We're early in the morning, but enjoy the rest of your stream, and I will catch you on the next one.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, take care, everybody. Thanks so much. Bye. Oh, bye. Oh, look at him with his dad. Oh, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Hi, Wendy.
Good night, Wendell. All right.
And then there was 3.
Well, we lost 1, but we gained 1.
Oh, this is Buddy. He just wants to knew we were actually on screen, so he's come through. So he's just come through to get a peek.
So what is he wearing this evening?
Just only here for the food. Because that's all he's ever here for the food. I was going to put his Star Trek one on him, but I decided not to because it's not too warm. It's a t-shirt rather than a jumper, and it's fucking freezing in my house. Even the dogs get nice and warm, don't you, son? Okay, enough. Right, you saying Cheerio and bugging off? Right, okay.
Take care, mate.
Right, go and lie down. Go and lie down. Go on. That's because I put him down. He's going to sit there now and actually whine at me.
They're always the star of the show. We literally jump in viewership as soon as they come on.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically I think every time I'm talking, the fact is I'm not talking to them. That's when they actually come up with the.
Do you think?
Why are you not talking to me? You're talking to other people. Yep. So, what we talking about now? What we want to talk about now?
Oh, we're just going through the creative.
Oh yes,
corruption,
efficiency.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but there's too much crap out there.
You don't mind me mentioning about my book, do you?
Not at all.
Well, no, it's not just that. It's just the way you're coming out with that remakes and all this and that is that where I'm trying to get my book published, sometimes it feels like I'm overlooked, but it is original. That's the main thing. And for a first-time writer like me, it's hard to break into that industry.
Yep. That's why things like Ed and Alan, who do Sentinel Comics, they do it basically a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
To get that help, to get it published, to get it out there.
Yeah.
So
well,
it's the biggest problem is a lot of media just overlooked unless you've already been established. They've no interest, and it's
I
stupid.
know.
How can you actually get new talent out there if you obviously overlook it just because you want people who've already been published? Well,
I know.
unless you can publish, you can't be seen as being published. It's catch-22. We're only interested in people who have been published. We will not publish new people. So, how do you get people that have been published unless they've already been published and they need to be published in it? It doesn't work. And that's
It's idiotic because they've gone out literally hunting the last decade for people for the last 40, 50 years that have written sci-fi books, fantasy books, any kind of books that have actually had an impact that people actually use in their vocabulary daily. So, oh, we're going to make a film of that. Oh, you're a new writer, you have a new story. It's like, nope, go away. We don't care. And I feel it's such a waste because there's a lot of talented people out there that can tell so.
Do you know what you'll need to do? You'll need to go back to the olden days, like when they said women couldn't get published, so they published under a man's name, or certain people groups couldn't get published, so they published under a pseudonym.
Yeah.
So you could actually be you could be anything as long as people don't see who's wrote it. That's crazy. A good book's a good book. Doesn't matter who writes it, male, female, whatever.
Absolutely.
It's just sometimes, right, I'm not going to talk heavily about my book now, but what I see in today's media, I am just getting sick and tired of milking the cash cow, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And how far can you really go to keep remaking, rebooting, or adapting? You know, it's getting to a point where you say, oh, I've seen this story before.
There's another one, not even seeing the story.
Yeah.
They're paying people who have created a part of a story and not finished it, giving them money to write a different story. Sorry, finish the story you've finished. Then we'll talk about another story. They've done it with George R.R. Martin. He's not even finished the Game of Thrones. And they've already asked him to create other stories. And you're sitting there thinking, he's not even finished that one. So if you get pay him to do another story, we'll make it into a TV show. Where's book 2?
Well, if I do get published, I'm not going to heavily say, the next one will be out next year, because I like to take my time with it.
The thing is, you have to publish it to your schedule. From there.
Yeah.
If somebody's paying you, that's different.
Yes.
But if you're not, then why should you have a schedule? Comic books are different.
Yeah.
You look at Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time. Every 2 years, a new book came out. Or Piers Anthony's The Xanath range. Initially, his was every 2 years.
Yeah.
And then as it became more and people were paying him, it became every year. But guess what happened?
Yes.
Quality started dropping. You spend the time on the book to make it the best. Does it matter if it's every 2-3 years? It's not like a comic book where you need to keep that, because people don't expect a book to be out every 6 months. Because if they did, then that's a comic book and it's not going to be great quality if it's a big book.
And I think sometimes they go wrong, like they rush the storyline too much.
Yes.
And that's where it's what you start to, like, you're writing this interesting story and you got it so good, and then they say, oh, you got to have it in a certain amount of months, and then you start making those mistakes and the story doesn't live up.
Yep.
And the one thing I hate, I know I've never watched Game of Thrones, but I did learn about what George R. Martin did. He went on so many bleeding convention tours and that, right? Because it became popular, and you think, are you supposed to be writing a book?
But see, the thing is, I can understand the convention tours. Because, in effect, for a convention tour, what prep did he need to do? So he could have taken his laptop, wrote his book as he was sitting in the hotel room, and he goes down and relaxes and talks to his fans for 2-3 days, then goes back and finishes. It's not like oh, we want you in it when we're filming, so you need to be here for 6-8 months to be involved in the filming. Sorry, finish your book, then somebody else can do that part.
Yeah.
But not halfway write your story, then go and buy a train set, go and do this, go and do that, go and do this. But I'm not concentrating in the book that you want me to finish and you paid me to finish. It makes no difference. And the fact is, why the hell did they buy the books to make a TV show if it wasn't a complete story? So they're at fault. To me, they should have gone to someone who's got a story that's already complete and says, can we buy your books to make into a show? Because we already know the ending of it. Even if we have to change things, we know how it's finishing.
If I get published, and that depends, and they say they want to adapt it into a TV show, I'm going to put my foot down and say, no, not yet. If
it was finished, yes.
Yeah, but if I say, I will turn around and say, no, not yet, because this is like a continuation. There's about 4 more books on top from the first one. So can you give me plenty of time and start filming it in about 2 or 3 years' time? So then you can play catch up afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is.
The way I've looked at it is because they're so desperate to get something. They don't think as how's this going to end?
Yeah.
So they need to know where it's going. They need to know the end point before you start the beginning.
The one
and that's
thing
the way I've looked at it. If they look at like, Wheel of Time, that's been out. Robert Jordan passed away. Unfortunately, Brandon Sanderson took it over. He got picked by Robert and his wife, who was the editor. He got given the story and how it's going, but it was meant to be one final book. But somehow it became 3 final books, and the books were thicker almost than the Robert Jordan one. So that one final book that Robert Jordan gave him somehow became 3. He says it was just too much material. So he's put stuff in. And to me, he's put his stuff in because he wanted to change the story. And the reason I say that is because characters, and not just single characters, countries or races of characters suddenly appear in the final books. And you're sitting there thinking, where the hell did they come from? They were never even mentioned in these 3 books.
Absolutely.
And I thought,
but if you look at Game of Thrones, they started the first season, they made it, so it's like, here's the pilot, and we're gonna launch it, and suddenly they had a massive success as soon as the first season came out, because it's a really good for a TV show adaptation.
Yes, but they also did the deliberate
season,
to get something in. Do you know what they did deliberately to get people to watch it?
Yeah, they did a lot of cheeky stuff. They did a lot of cheeky stuff, but you can tell they weren't prepared to make season 2. If you look at season 1 and you look at it just purely as like, what is this? What am I seeing? You can see high quality, extremely high budget stuff. Season 2 comes around, and this is literally someone says like, here's 50 quid, make this season.
Yeah.
It is so low budget and so out of tune with what they created in the first season. They didn't realize they were sitting on a gold mine.
Yeah.
None of them did. That's why the budget is so horrible, and the quality of the second season of Game of Thrones is atrocious. It's horrible. It's not like, shall we say, Babylon 5, where they go, it's like, oh, let's try this. Oh, hey, it's ramping up. We get a lot of viewers, a lot of people interested. Let's up it. Let's keep it the same way, but let's put a little bit more effort in. Let's make it happen. And Babylon 5 is sadly a victim of its own success, seeing that they had to make season 5, which did not need to be made.
The problem was with Babylon 5 is they were due for a 5th season. They were told it wasn't getting it, so they had to finalise on the end of the 4th season. Then once they'd filmed it, somebody says, here's the money for your 5th season. They've already crammed it all into the 4th season, and now they've been given the money for a 5th season. So instead of showing that last episode, hence the reason why Ivanova is in the last episode, even though she wasn't in anything leading up to it. So she was in the final episode. So they moved the final episode of season 4 into season 5, the end of season 5, and then they just filled a load of fillers, and it made zero sense. That's why season 5 is bad. If you take season 5, spin it, and take the final episode of season 5, put the end of season 4, you got 4 seasons.
Yep.
And that's what it is, because they said they were not getting it, so they wanted to end the story. So they ended the story, then they were told they're getting the extra, and that's where you get the problem with Babylon 5.
This is why I've written the ending for the 5th book straight away.
You need to know where you're traveling.
Yeah.
That's like turning around and saying, right, I'm going on my holidays. Where you going?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just going to leave my front door and we'll work out where you're going. No, you need to know where you're going. How you're getting there might be a different story, but you need to know where you're going for the journey to be a journey. Otherwise, it's just a wander.
The thing is, with the ending of the 5th book, I've ended it on such a high note, but I've left it like an open ending. So after the 5th book, I walk away from the entire project, but I will stick around because of the name, to make sure whoever takes it over, they don't ruin what came before.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to see. And later on, I'll probably sign the whole thing over and say, yeah, I'm had enough of it because I'm off to do other projects now.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
The thing is, like Robert Jordan, as I said about the Wheel of Time, he already he knew where his end was. He passed away before he got a chance to write it, so he passed it on to someone who he thought, and he liked his writing style, thought it was very similar to his, so he passed it on to him. And then, to me, it failed because it's matched. It's like we're making scenes. Lord of the Rings succeeded. We're going to make The Hobbit into 3 movies, the same as the Tolkien's Lord of the Rings into 3 movies. So we're going to take this thing and go, ugh. I wonder why it wasn't as good. Because we had to add all this extra stuff in ourselves and made it up ourselves. So the reason why the Lord of the Rings worked, even though a lot of Tolkien people didn't like it, was because they had a big story and they had to condense it. So what they still did is had the main points of the story, and a lot of the characters they maybe had to join together, or they had cut bits out because it didn't impact on the whole story. So they had this to cut down. It's easier to cut down instead of having this to make that size. That's where you have to have a lot of filler, and it's basically you have to make it up. So you're effectively saying, I'll add this and I'll make this happen. Well, that doesn't make any sense, because the book was it should have been 1 movie. The Hobbit should have been 1 movie. End of story. It shouldn't have been 3. And it's the same as things across the board. If you know where you're going, it's easy to get there. If you don't know where you're going, how do you know when you're going to get there? And that's the problem. Robert Jordan knew where he was going, and he would have probably been. Robert had a thing when his book started very, very strong. As soon as it became very successful, they started plying him with money to write more. Hence the reason why some of the books sort of wander and they come back to the same point and nothing really happened in the book. Those books I literally just go and I'll skip over and go to the next book because nothing happened in that book. There might be 1 or 2 wee bits, so I'll cut that and the rest of it out. And I can understand why in movies when they're doing that, they can say that means nothing to the story, so we'll skip it. However, when you get to the last 3 books and somebody else writes it and you look at it and go, that doesn't make sense because they've added things in that made no sense at all, then, so Brandon Sanderson, to me, he looked at it and thought, I can get 3 book deal out of this. All I need to do is add stuff. Because Robert Jordan says it was 1 final book. Brandon Sanderson says, no, it was too big for 1 book, so I made it into 3. That's a bit different from a wee bit too much for 1 book. And the fact that he's had to add so much in, to me, the story died the day Brandon Sanderson got it. The last 3 stories made zero sense. I've only read them once, never read them again. The other ones I've read multiple times, but Brandon Sanderson stuff I've read once just to finish the story. And truthfully, I can't remember them because they were so dull. They weren't Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time to me, which other people have, and I understand other people like it. But I've read Brandon Sanderson stuff, and I like his stuff. His stuff. I don't like him writing somebody else's stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. It'd be like me saying to you, right, here's my idea and I want you to write it, but I want you to do this, I want you to do this, I want you. Then why am I not writing it?
Mm.
You know what I mean? I can't
Yeah.
write, but if I'm given an idea and saying, here, could you actually use that? And they go, aye, but you need to do this, you need to do this, then why would I not write it? Robert Jordan obviously had passed away, had the notes, so why did he not just take his notes and finish his story instead of changing it and making it his story? And that's why I didn't like the last 3 books. Although I do read Brandon Sanderson stuff, I've got a few of his stuff, and it's not as if I didn't like his writing style. I did. It's just not Robert Jordan's writing style. But then again, now we've got freaking the TV group Amazon got it, and it made Brandon Sanderson stuff look like freaking actually genius level stuff. But that's the thing with people. It's basically if somebody gets something and they want to change it, then they're saying, I'm better at it than the original.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like.
This is why later on, the time I get to writing the final book, like in full, because I'm still writing down notes, I am going to write something called the Holy Bible of it, in a way. So it's like a guideline for people to follow, whoever takes it over. And they know not to like deviate from the characters that come after that 5th book.
Yeah.
But the question is, in these books, you learn about the previous, characters. So it gives more of an open prequel there. This is why I've set it in like the here and now instead of like going straight from the beginning. Otherwise, I'll be writing it for the rest of my life, which I don't want to do. I'd rather let someone else take control of it.
But there's also the aspect of it as well. If you're writing your story because you want to write a story and you want it to be an entertaining story, that's different. Yeah. You look at a lot of it, especially comic book writers now. They're writing it to get it on telly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
sure.
They don't care about it. They just want it to look good, sound good, and have all the right bits. What about the ending? I won't get to that.
That's why in my book I got ridiculous scenes, and I just look at it and go, I like them just try and attempt that.
But the thing is, as long as if the book is entertaining, that's the big thing. If it's entertaining, yes, if it can be adapted to a TV show and still be as entertaining, that's fine. If it can't be adapted, that's fine. The book should not be looked at as this is a TV show. That's what that's what a lot of comic book writing are doing. They're writing it to be on telly or a movie.
They're trying to run the coattails of what happened to Marvel and Stan Lee and everything. But if you look at Stan Lee, the guy wrote comic books for like 4 decades before it became a film industry. These new ones are just like trying to ride that coattail and it's like trying to scramble, make something. Oh, hey, Chuck, make it a movie. It's like, no, that's not how it works. The reason Marvel Universe, despite Disney doing it, is because it has been so established over decades. It has nothing to do with Disney taking it over and making it films.
As well. Some of it was Disney because they didn't take the big comic book stars, Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, and bring them to the front. They took third tier Iron Man, Thor. How many times had you seen Iron Man on TV prior to Disney doing it?
No, never.
Right, whereas you saw Thor with the Hulk, or you would see other ones maybe with an animated one. No, the animated actually on TV, you would see Thor with the Hulk, or you would see him with Daredevil, or you see Daredevil with the Hulk, because it was a Hulk TV show. So they would bring in different characters, or else they would do movies with the Hulk, David Banner, and or Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno. and they would do that, and then you would have Thor coming in, or you would have the Daredevil. However, now what the Disney did, which you can't fault them for, is they took the 2 or 3 C-level characters, Iron Man and stuff like that, and made them A-level characters. And you can't fault them for that. What they did after that, and once it had succeeded and failed, they turned around and says, right, see these Z-level characters, we're going to make them as good as, if not better. That's not how it works. You built it up gradually with a movie, and then you introduce more, and then a wee bit more.
I'd still
Here's a star.
say the whole Marvel universe that actually they did bring forward in terms of the films, they followed the formula. Obviously, because limitation of film, you can't do everything, but they started weaving a lot of these stories in together.
Yeah.
So you
And
you had Captain America, you had Iron Man.
MCU, Marvel before Disney started taking, but Disney kept it going, so they had a bit, but it's when they actually got to the end and then says, here's a new character you're going to love. That's not how it works.
No, that's not
you
how it
introduce
works.
a character and we tell you if we love it. You don't tell us we will.
Exactly. That is so spot on. It is you discovering it, and this is, I think it's showing so much disrespect for people that love and enjoy superheroes, fantasy books, all of that. It took time to get you to love this. Nowadays they're going, oh, you love this. Here is Wheel of Crimes. And you go, it's like, sorry, I've spent not every waking day, but I spent my time since the 90s until the book series ended to really get into it. And I agree with PG. I don't like the ending because it was taken over by a different writer. He took a lot of liberties to do stuff. I still love the book series, but it is because of the time. You can't dump 5 weeks on me and say, oh, you have to love this TV show because you love the book. It doesn't work. It doesn't translate. It is a good thing. And I love seeing more fantasy, sci-fi, all of that on TV. I love that.
Yeah.
But you have to actually respect the material.
You do.
What was it that you loved? And if we take Wheel of Crime for a perfect example, you have 40 million plus standing by, ready to pay you money
to watch it.
Yep. And you decide, no, we're going to just scrap all of it. We're going to take the title. We're going to use the character names, but we're going to make something completely different. 40 million people absolutely gone. None of them are going to give you any money. You had guaranteed money in the bank. All you needed to do was take the book, copy page for page, and make the story happen. And you would have had that money. But someone decided, nope, this is bad. We know better. We're going to write something new. I don't even think the last season, I cannot fathom if it even got 1 million live views when it was released.
Well,
fathom
the thing is, you'll be able to check if Amazon decide to release it.
Yeah, if they ever release the numbers, but they must have lost so much money on what they did compared to what they could have got.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that there would have been a project manager. Hey, we got 40 million people loving this stuff. They read the books, everything. And Amazon went, oh, 40 million people, that's two quid a head or something. 80 million profit.
Yeah.
Super easy. Go do your project. And whoever ran the project,
definitely.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely nuts. It's just why would you say it's? Did you see the Rings of Power?
Oh,
Did you see the
No.
super fans?
the super fans were so fake, and I
was.
liked the guy
I
that
lived
actually
this
did the
story all my life.
research.
I just wish I'd seen myself in it. You're saying, well, why did you love it if you didn't see yourself in it? And you only love it now because you saw yourself, but you're saying you were a fan before? It makes zero sense. It's basically turning around. It's like me turning around and saying, I wish I could see blue like that blue sky that I used to see every morning waking up. You say, well, you used to see it every morning waking up, and you're saying you wish you could see it now, even though it's the same blue sky. They're saying, I'm a big fan. I've always been a big fan, but I'm glad I'm seeing myself now because I could never be into it unless I saw myself. And you're saying the same. Well, you saw
Oh,
it. You
that's
said you liked it. Now you're saying you
absolutely
couldn't like it.
nonsense.
Of course it is.
Absolutely nonsense. And I like the guy that actually made the comparison video with between the promotional superfan stuff. Here's the French one. Here's the Ukrainian one. Here's the Russian one. Here's the Chinese one. Here's the Indian one. Here's the South African one. Here's the Brazilian one. All of them are saying exactly the same words, and they're super influencers. But when people actually went to the YouTube pages and the Instagrams
And not
and
one of
whatever,
them.
and
They
it's
did the
like
search and none
any
of them
mention
had.
of this before, they
Yeah.
never touched it.
See, but do you
before.
know the worst part of it is, even if I was interested in it, which I'm not really bothered about the Lord of the Rings stuff.
No.
I've watched the movies once. I would watch them if they're on TV, but they're not. I'm not a big fan of. I'm not a big Tolkien fan. I'm okay with that. However, as soon as they said was, here's the super fans, influencers, I would go click,
Mm-hmm.
and it's simple. I would just go off. Doesn't matter what they're talking about. If they're talking about my favourite shows, as soon as they tell me they're an influencer, I'll go click off.
Yeah.
Because that says it doesn't matter what I'm a fan of, I'm here to influence you. So I'm not interested in being influenced. I want you to tell me how much you like it and why you like it, not try and influence me. And the fact is, they started by giving all the part as I'm a super fan. However, I couldn't be a fan until I saw myself in it. Then how could you be a super fan if you never saw yourself in it and you can only be a fan now you've seen yourself in it? It makes zero sense. And that's the problem. These people
And
don't.
now, if I saw X-Ray Girl, Chrissy Meyer, Gary Ass,
Yes, but the difference
Ryan
is
Kimmel,
they
if
don't. They're not
they
there
were
to influence.
actually
They tell
part
you
of the
why they
promo,
liked it. That's it.
Mm.
Or they didn't like it. That's it. They don't say you need to like it as well because I like it. They're saying I liked it or didn't like it because of this.
Yeah.
And
we have, and sorry to bring in the current world status and everything, but sadly in Sweden,
Yes.
a lot of Instagram influencers, and we're talking, they're big for the country in terms of the size of the population. They have hundreds of thousands of followers. Oh, this is a very sad day. Now, hey, look, I have these fake plastic leggings looking like leather. Please buy them. They literally go, it's like, hang on, people are dying in a world crisis, and you're going, I'm an influencer, and it's a sad day, and blah, 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 this.
you saw the
Hey,
CNN.
look at my
Didn't
new leggings.
you saw the
Please buy them.
CNN. Disaster struck when there's a war. Russia invaded Ukraine. Over to the adverts. Yeehaw! Buy barbecue. Woohoo!
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's still on the
I
screen.
saw the
Still on the screen.
Applebee's one. Holy crap.
Emergency in Ukraine, and there's the adverts, yoo-hoo, and you're sitting there thinking, really? And it's that type of thing. It's a case of,
But that's how I see
as long as we get
influencers.
money,
They use this.
we'll advertise anything, but we'll say how serious it is, and then show you these really. They're not showing you adverts that are somber because it's a somber situation. I can understand they need the sponsors, but don't put on dire emergency in Ukraine, people starving. Hi, buy a barbecue, buy a burger, and you're sitting there thinking, really, these people nuts? They can understand that they still need their advertisement, but be very careful with your advertisements, or sort of come off one story, go into another, play your advertisement there, and then maybe circle back to it. That's the aspect of it.
PJ, can I just say something? Do you remember, what was it? You got the film RoboCop, right?
Yep.
And they do the news broadcast, and then they switch over to the advertising. Yeah, right. They switched from news to ads. Here's a sponsor, and it is real life today. You know, RoboCop actually got it right.
Considering RoboCop is a cut down version of Judge Dredd.
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like, here's bad news, here's a sponsor. And it is absolutely ridiculous, especially in today's media.
Yes. The news should not be sponsored.
No.
And not by adverts.
No.
And if they are,
but it is the dystopian future.
Or else they say they do what the ITV does in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
End of part one.
Yeah.
Then they have adverts. Then they come back in to part 2 or part 3 or part 4. So they have a break where people know this is a break and it will go to the sponsors. Not suddenly just clip to it. It's still as part of the program. They're still showing the ticker tapes and stuff like that. They have a break, the same as anything. So you could be watching a murder mystery, and then it goes, after the breaks, we will continue. Then it breaks. So you can go, right, there's the adverts. I'll go for a coffee, or I'll sit here. I'll go and do the toilet, whatever. Then when the adverts are over, you know you're going back to the somber story. But it's not. They still show the ticker tape, so it's right in the middle of their broadcast. Not, we're now going to go to a break. Come back to us after the break, and we'll continue telling you how bad it is in this place. And know you know that this is their sponsors. It's cut, and it's a cut with the sponsors in between. Not still the ticker tape shown underneath and stuff like that. That is crazy.
That is where I dislike it. And
so
I don't know about you guys.
They can have all these happy, upbeat stuff in between the somber stuff, but as long as they know, people know, they say to people, right, we'll need to go for a break now, so come back and we'll continue with this. So people know there's a break and there's adverts coming up. But just suddenly clicking into an advert and still showing the pick and ticker tape is nuts.
I mean, it's not a healthy way of living, shall we say. But if I'm watching live TV and the news and everything, I kind of know the cycle, how it goes around. It's like, oh, we're reaching the end of it. It's going to be a quick weather forecast. We're going to do tons of promos, tons of adverts. I take that time to either go for a fag, just quickly run down to the shop and get myself a bottle of wine or some stuff like that. I don't think I've seen adverts since the 90s. Yes, it's been playing on my screen, but I'm away.
Yeah.
I'm not watching the screen because I don't care about the adverts at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same. I never care about the advert. My wife doesn't. She bought a recorder box just so she could record stuff, and even if she's want to watch it live, she'll watch it.
Yeah, you go fast forward on the button, and it's like.
So if she wants to watch it live, she'll start watching it 15 minutes after it started, so she can fast forward by the advert.
I do the same with Six Nations rugby and everything. I actually put it on delay. I was like, it starts 16:45, like it did this afternoon.
Yeah.
I let it run, and then it's like I can literally skip everything I want, and I'm back. I'm just watching the content I'm there for. And people still swear, saying, "Hey, these adverts work." Well, it's like, if you're advertising on stuff I want to watch, you're a company I probably will never ever buy something from.
And it's one of those things. The adverts, I understand they're in. You know, I hate YouTube adverts.
Yeah.
A YouTube advert, it starts and then you can skip advert after 5 seconds. I'll let theirs run. But see if it says 15 seconds or 18 seconds, I go reload, reload, reload. See if I get to 4 reloads and it's
reload
still
until
saying
you get the
15
5
seconds.
second option.
And see if it still says the 15 seconds or 20 seconds. I just cancel and go to another advert, another stream, because I'm not going to sit there. I don't care if it takes me 20, 30 seconds to get refresh it 4 times, because I'm not sitting watching a 15. Sometimes you get one ad or two 15 seconds, then you know the second ad's going to be another 15 seconds. I'm not sitting waiting 30 seconds to watch a program.
I really hate the ones where you're forced to watch the first advert for 30 seconds and it says add 1 out of 2.
Yeah, that's why I always
You're going to have to
refresh it.
watch the full one and then watch another one. And it's like, reload. Okay, you're not going to let me watch this without watching, like spending a minute of my life. It's like, no, go away.
I'll go
I
do
wouldn't even watch the
There's
video.
so much YouTube that we can watch. And it harms to everyone, even a lot of the big channels. It's the problem is, as far as I understand, not being anywhere near advertised or whatever. I'm not entirely sure. However, the way I understand it, when they put the advert option, they can tick a box saying allow viewer to skip, which means it will only show 5 seconds, then allow them to skip. It's the ones that don't tick that box. That's the ones I've no interest in sitting wasting a half a minute of my life to watch a stream when there is so many good streams on here. So why would I waste a minute when I could go and watch somebody else's stream?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's the same as with Minds. If Minds was actually doing that, why would I expect people to sit and wait for me when there's so much out there?
Yeah.
Because we all sit and watch YouTube of everybody else's YouTubes channels.
Yes.
We watch the big channels, we watch the small channels. Even if we're not actually participating in the chat, we're still listening to them, because I put ones on. I really like the captain's one, and I do occasionally chat. But 90% of the time, if I'm watching the captains, I'm doing something else. I'm sitting listening to it. I love these.
Exactly, and I mean, I love Friday Night Heights and everything, but I cannot ever really catch up with them on live.
Yes, I know. I watch part of it live until for about 2 hours. Then I go to my kit, and then I watch it in the Saturday, Sunday if I've got time.
Yep.
And that's the problem, if I've got time. And the problem is that today I didn't, because I didn't have the time, because I was watching Reach.
I think I missed the last two ones.
I've only got 7 and 8 to watch, so I've not watched the last 2. But 7 and 8 to watch, but I've also got Resident Alien Episode 5 to watch for tomorrow, plus Death in Paradise, which was on yesterday, I've got to watch. So I've got 4 things to watch tomorrow, plus I've got a load of other stuff to do.
Yeah.
So I actually have still to make the stream for Resident Alien for tomorrow. So I'll need to do that.
I will have to admit, and I know I'm working tomorrow again, but I haven't even been able to get hold of the latest one. But I will try, and I will try to be on time this time.
Well, if you're not on time, me and Colin are just going to blast through it.
I definitely have a feeling, because the last few ones have dipped, shall we say. It's not as much funniness as I expected.
Well, after the 2, yes, the episode 3 and 4, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I'm no admitting it could have been a hell of a lot worse, because at least some of the characters acted the same way. Like the girl who wrote it, she's the one who is the girl of easy virtue, a bit of a slapper. So she still played her character and wrote a character like that. So considering the way they went with the 76 cent on a dollar fallacy, they could have gone down that route. But what did they do? They still had her acting like that, which it sort of alleviated parts of it. So it gave me hope that after they went by that, let's show them how woke we are, they would continue to actually make it better. Whereas Reacher surprised me. There was bits where I was expecting woke and I didn't get it. Where they could have hit me with woke. You've got the female police officer, Roscoe. She's small, she's feisty, and she gets annoyed when somebody tries to stick up for her. However, she's not annoying. She is a very well structured character. You can imagine her being a cop and not putting up with that shit and just putting up and just dealing with it herself. And there's the nudity that she's part of. So is he, but it's not done in a way that glorifies either or, and it doesn't glorify. And they go into a strip club and there's strippers in the background, and a guy gets a bit handsy, and Reacher goes to stand up, and one of the girls goes to stand up, and she beats him to it, and you're sitting there thinking, "Oh God, no!" But the thing is, she beats the guy up and says, if a woman says no, she means no. And as they're going outside, Reacher says, "Some good moves," and she turns around and says, "I had a good teacher." So she basically says to Reacher, "Thank you, taught me well." So a man got teach. So the parts that could have been very wokish, they played it away because the girl went there and says, "Don't touch a woman, even if she's a stripper. Don't touch her unless she says you're allowed to be touched," which is bull because bouncers would have been there, flattened them because you do not touch. Simple as that. That part was silly, but the fact is, he says you had some good moves, and she effectively says, you showed me these moves, so I'm using your moves, so you were my teacher," which was, it twists it because you don't expect a man's not allowed to teach a woman, whereas they effectively says, "You taught me how to do that." So the bits that could have been woke, it's sort of, they just play it off as normal, and it works because both the female characters have got that strength, and you can see it, but they don't. It's not the strength at the detriment of the man, because the woman instigated the sex scene. It didn't seem off because of his character. He's not pushy, and he's not. It's so she approached him because you could see there was a bit of a hint earlier on that he didn't take up. The next time, she basically made the move, and he accepted it. But it's that type of thing. So they didn't make it. The woman was overpowering and stuff like that. It was just a very well done. Reacher is very well done, and I'm glad Ian, the Mega Geek, actually recommended it to me.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I'm going to bail myself now.
Yes, we're going to be finishing anyway. We're getting that. We're in 5 hours, 15 minutes, 17 minutes. So we are going to finish off because it's pretty fast. So I'm hoping to be finished by 1:30 at the latest. 8 minutes. Go.
We're getting back into our old bad habit where we just like squirrel away and suddenly it's like 6 hours.
Definitely. Yeah. So, Ali, is there any you want to push?
Yes, you will find me, Mr. AWK, on FFSI. Channel is, well, at the moment we're going through a process of doing recorded shows. We've got Unplugged number 4 coming out this Tuesday. That was recorded with Jim and PJ themselves, plus also Louise and Colin. We've got another show planned coming up, but we've got to sort that out with another podcast. So in the meantime, that's all I've got plugged for FSSI at the moment.
Great stuff. Looking forward to seeing myself again. Yep. As I said on the stream, I'm a very narcissistic person. I want to see me.
Unfortunately, me and Colin will not be in the chat watching the program. So
it's on Tuesday. At least Tuesday, I've got a free day. Although Tuesday, a day that I watch my movie for Wednesday, it's just really
Tuesday, 8 o'clock. But as I've made you both moderators, you can like take care of the chat and that. So because we don't want to like keep being in the chats all the time.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking forward to it because, as I said, because we go to Wednesday, we don't know what we're going to do for Wednesday yet. We don't know what movie we've decided. So I usually watch mine's on a Tuesday for Wednesday because I'm working and with the time and catching up and dinner and stuff like that. It's a pain in the ass. I love working from the office, but I hated working from home because I'd worked from home for nearly a year and a half, and even I was getting sick of this room. However, now I've got used to it. I realise that extra hour drive to work and the hour drive back from work is a killer, and I want to work from home.
No.
Oh, it's so weird that people have got to go back to commuting again.
Yes, I know. It's especially considering it worked from working from home. From our side, I can understand why we need to travel. However, if we need to travel to people's houses, just give us a car allowance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A petrol allowance, and let everybody work from home. That way they can shut down the buildings, they don't need them. And it saves money, and then we can travel to people's houses if we need to support the machines. But I can understand why IT needs to be in and out of the office because of that. But it's a pain in the ass still. But anyway, Alex, thank you very much for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me on.
Not a problem. Anytime. Just let us know.
I will do. It's not just that. It's just tonight. I was supposed to be playing snooker, but run into money problems, so I'll be doing that next week.
Yeah. As I said, you see me, I buy my stuff, and I'm in a tight budget for myself, and it's just the fact that I stopped smoking helps, but not by much.
No, not by much, and especially not when it gets like squirreled up on Lego website, and it's like, hey,
I know Lego's getting right damn expensive these days, but this is why I like to build models, because there's a website out there where you can buy individual pieces on the cheap.
Yes.
So that's the way I do it these days. Unless there is a Lego set I really want. That's the thing.
Well, that's the thing. I basically, as I said, I've got very little. I've only got that one.
Yep.
And that was a gift. There is a lot I've seen, and I'm tempted, but when I go in and see the prices, I think, for Lego, I would rather just buy a big box of Lego and just make a house like I used to do when I was a kid.
Can I mention something quickly? They released the Millennium Falcon.
Yes,
right, in full Lego. Yeah. And the price was ridiculous. Someone actually built the Millennium Falcon on the cheap because they got second-hand Lego parts.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And they paid about £200 in second-hand Lego parts and done it and recreate the whole Millennium Falcon. And he said you can do it on the cheap and then going out and actually building buying the model itself. If you go to the right people, then
Yeah. The big problem is I do love Lego, but I grew up with my 3 daughters, so I had big boxes of Lego, and I used to just play with the kids. And I loved doing the silly stuff with the Lego. However, I got to the point where I kind of can take them apart because of this. So Legos are no frills for me, because as you put the wrong one in and try to get those wee fucking tiny things, I'm terrible. Pair of pliers. I used to use a pair of pliers to try and tear them apart because I had no control over it, and because the parts get smaller and smaller, I thought, so I did, but I still look at them, and there is a few I want. I want the Starbug if it ever comes out. But thank you very much.
I'm saying good night from here as well. I mean,
yes, we're going to be finishing up anyway. So, ladies and gents, boys and girls, anyone in between, thank you for joining us tonight. We are going to finish up there. Thank you to Mr. AWK, Jim the Viking, Wendology. Thank to you guys for in the chat for sticking with us for such a long stream, nearly 5.5 hours. So tomorrow we're on 8 o'clock talking Resident Alien episode 5. Don't know what movie for Wednesday, but we're always there on a Wednesday night. So
we're always figuring it out last minute. We literally have like half an hour to watch a 3-hour film before the screen.
Definitely. So ladies and gents, thank you for joining us. Remember, I'm not old. I'm classic. PJ maybe.